10. Guess we in the house. Guess we're in the house. What am I going to talk about? Let's talk about real quick. Let's real quick. Let's talk about Donald Trump since people have asked me about Donald Trump. Since Donald Trump is, I did mention him and people asked me to talk about him. Uh, let's go through Donald Trump real quick. Donald Trump is just a man of his in the right place at the right time. He's saying the right things to move the crowd. Um, if you look back in history, you can understand what Donald Trump is in comparison to history. In fact, the scenario goes back to either the 1896 election, but they said the 1900 presidential election, where you had the socialist Eugene Debs running against it was a four-way race. You had Eugene Debs running as a Socialist Party candidate. You had, if I'm not mistaken, you had William McKinley. Do believe it was William McKinley running as a Republican. You had what was his name? Williams Jennings Bryan. Look him up. He was a populist, but he was running on the Democratic ticket. And Williams Jennings Bryant if I do, he believe he was a senator from Nebraska, if I'm not mistaken, and he was a populist because he represented the poor white man, or the poor Midwestern white man, and the Southern white man, who were farmers, the poor farmers, the wheat farmers in Nebraska, and the cotton farmers down there in um, in the South. So he had a lot of the poor white, I wouldn't call them white trash, but the working poor, um, white working class people back then who are rural, who were farmers. And Eugene Debs was a socialist, and he represented the basically the Socialist Workers Party, which represented the factory workers, and a lot of their themes crossed. And the populace the term populist still exists today because they're basically anti-establishment, anti-Wall Street, anti-big banks. And Williams Jennings Bryant ran on a platform of what they called free silver. Um, a lot of people don't understand how money works, and it took me, a long time because I was never really interested in how the money of the currency actually worked. Even though I traded commodities for about 3 or 4 years, on and off. I knew how the system worked and the banking system worked in a sense, but I never knew the essence of the macro and the economics of money and the different, the one system versus another. Okay. You have two basic systems, over the last, I would say, I'll say the last 500 years, you have two basic systems. You have what they call the fiat currency, or the money by decree. In other words, government backed decreed money, that they say a currency that the money that the government or the society says that it will accept and will run on. And you have what they call the base metal currency, which is gold. And like any system, and if anybody has a comparative system, if they've done computer work, or um, any kind of any kind of hands-on labor, like motor work, like working on cars and stuff like that, you know that all systems have positives and have negatives. There's no such thing as a system that's all positive. You have downsides and you got upsides. Even the worst system has an upside. It may have only a couple compared to its downside, but the thing is, it has a couple that's better than an opposing system. Okay, fiat currency and gold are opposite systems, and they work differently. Even though they're supposed to be used as money, as currency, they're both equally the same. But the thing is, gold is more considered more of an asset, and has a higher nominal value because it is a what they call a precious metal, whereas a paper doesn't. But the thing, as far as a currency system, um, they work a little different. When you talk about a gold system is very restrictive. A gold system is very restrictive because under a gold system, uh, the way it is set up, you're only allowed to grow your workforce, or your economy is only allowed to grow as fast as the gold that you can accumulate. And before the Industrial Revolution, it wasn't that big of a deal because your populations were fairly stable, or were fairly static. The only way that you could increase your population is increase your productivity by growing more food, having more economic activity, and producing more goods, which the people, the countries or the societies around you would purchase. And they would purchase with gold that would allow your economy to grow and prosper. And when you could no longer do that, your economy would shrink. And since there wasn't an abundance of food and material, your society would shrink right along with your economy. So basically, gold was a way of restricting. It's like a cross check. You couldn't, whereas fiat currencies back in the day would expand, would be printed up and printed up too fast, um, and you would outprint or your money supply would outpace your production. And that would just, and then it would go from currency to credit, basically, because you're printing too much money. And any currency is a promise, or a receipt to transfer goods or services from one person to another. So in other words, if you're printing too much currency, and there's too much currency chasing too few goods, guess what's going to happen? It's going to expand and it's going to break because you got too many dollars out there, and those currency notes are no good, and that would crash your economy. In other words, fiat money is basically taking the restrictors off, or taking the the straitjacket off, so that you can expand. It's like a fat woman in a girdle, or woman in a girdle. If she gains weight and she has a small girdle on, the same size girdle, what's going to happen? Her body's going to want to push out from that straitjacket, from that girdle. So gold is that girdle. Gold is that restrictive. It's designed to keep an economy within 1 or 2%. And it's like gold is like a seesaw with goods. Okay, when you don't have enough gold, you can't buy, when y'all produce your currency, um, then there's not enough gold to go around. There's not enough people producing, and not enough currency around to basically purchase what you have. So the price of the goods are going to have to go down to kind of balance that out, and vice versa. You have too much gold, it's supposed to incentivize people to make more goods, make more services, so that the gold has place to go. But the thing is, after the Industrial Revolution, what happened? You have a rapidly expanding um, population. In other words, your population before the Industrial Revolution, your population never increased more than 1%. Never increased more than 1%. After the Industrial Revolution, your population started increasing at 3 to 5%. What happens to your money supply? Okay, you can't. In other words, if gold is your money supply, your money supply can't expand. So they started running tricks like not instead of issuing gold directly, you started issuing notes in place of that gold. And then when you got into fractional reserve banking, to where you can actually take the same amount of gold, and basically because of the fractional reserve bankings, you could actually loan out or put out $8 more uh, or notes in place of that the same value of gold. That allowed your economy to expand along with the population to the point where that didn't work anymore. So then and then if you have a rising population, you have a rising industrial base, and you don't have enough money to expand. Your next option is to do what? Go out and take gold from somebody else because you're stronger than they are. That's what happened in That's what happened in World War I. That's what happened in World War II. What did the Nazis do when they invaded someplace? Same thing with the Japanese. What did they do when they invaded the country? First thing they did was do what? They took the gold. They stole the gold from somebody else so that their economy and their population could expand. So after World War II, they figured out that I'm getting off track, but I'm gonna finish this up, and then I'm gonna go back to talking about what I was talking about with Brian. After World War II, they uh, uh, they figured out that the gold system and the fractional reserve system, the way they loaned money out and controlled uh, debits and credits with countries didn't work anymore because we fought two wars over the same thing. So they decided to do something else. So they tried to build a quasi gold system. So they took the best assets they could from gold, which is base your currency on it, and then took the best assets of the best attributes from the fiat currency, which is the ability to expand. So what they did was they set the price of gold when they set a price of gold, an ounce of gold, and then they base their currency. Everybody bases their currency against it. So basically, you're not using gold as currency. What you're using is gold as the restrictor place to keep the fiat currency from growing out of whack. Okay, so now we're going back to William Jennings Bryan and free silver. That was basically the same thing that happened in the 1880s and the 1890s, where the bankers were hoarding the gold. There wasn't they The bankers would make loans to farmers in the north and the south, and when they made the loans, they wanted to be paid in gold or gold equivalents. And in the American economy, because of the Industrial Revolution and the the farming techniques, basically the American economy was exploding, especially the farming system was exploding. They're growing a lot more product. But the thing is, at a certain point, if there's not enough money to go around, what's going to happen? You can grow a lot of product, or you can envision yourself growing a lot of product at a certain price. But the thing is, if you grow too much and there's too much around and there's not enough gold for people to purchase your goods, what's going to happen? The price of your goods are going to have to fall. That's going to do what? That's going to send you to the poorhouse. That's going to break you, and then you have to sell what you can at a lower price. So basically, you can repay the loans back to the banks, and the banks were doing what? Foreclosing on they were foreclosing on farmers land, on farmers' land. So there was an idea instead of using just plain gold, but to add silver along to the gold. That's where the free silver um, policy came out. And Williams Jennings Bryant, he gave that famous free silver speech about basically sacrificing the American economy and the American farmer on a cross of gold. That's a famous speech back in, I think it was 1892 or 1896. I can't remember what date he actually um, said the speech. But he was a populist. You know, he basically I did record. He basically represented the anger from the working class white people, and you see the same thing in Trump. He represents the anger or the angst of the working class white males, because he's basically, Trump is giving them a voice that they haven't had for a long time, because you got what, 100 million people out of work. You have the industrialists that have shipped jobs over the seas, and the ones that they haven't shipped overseas, they replaced them with automation. So you have a lot of these white people out of work. You have a lot of these white men that are upset because um, they're losing their homes. They're losing their families. They've lost their jobs, and they're living they're living on the basic subsistence. So you have a lot of white male anger out there, and that's what Trump represents. On the same token, you have the socialists, which is Bernie Sanders, who is represented back in the 1900s by Eugene Debs. It's a small core of socialists, but they represent basically a lot of the people working in factories, angry young people, the unions. All those people have seen their rights and their jobs eroded. They were angry. So basically, you have a populist on one end and you have a socialist on the other, and they basically cross pollinate. But the thing is, they're channeling the anger of the American populace, and that's what Trump represents. Because I've heard more than a few white males who like Trump represents him, and he's the alpha male. He's their voice. He's the leader of the pack for them. So just like Obama became the voice for the angry black people or the downtrodden black people, Trump has become the voice for the angry white male. And if some of the angry white females who've seen their families blown up, who lived destitute, they're living on welfare and food stamps. So you see a lot. That's what you see a lot of. That's who Trump is. That's why I said he had a shot. He had a puncher's chance. And when Bush, who I had picked Jeb Bush to win, but when he forced Jeb Bush to bow out, I knew it was basically the election was over, because Bernie Sanders is too old. He's a socialist. People are ambivalent about socialism because they haven't embraced it. Um, and I figured, Trump is going to gain more power, and he's going to do a wrecking ball on the Republicans, and basically he's almost like a runaway train right now. He's a runaway train right now. Anybody can jump in. I know there was a caller before. There was somebody on the line before. If you buzz in and see what's up, you can jump in. We can talk about anything. But I'm just talking about Trump because somebody asked me about it. If you look at William Jennings Bryant and look at his two presidential runs, one in 1896 against William McKinley in 1900. I think 1900. I think that was his best run. I think he got 47% of the vote. And very famous orator, very good speaker, very popular. Um, Man of his times. You can all, but um, He's remembered most for, believe it or not, the Scopes monkey trial, where he defended creationism versus evolution. And trying to remember the name of the lawyer that embarrassed him, but he was old. He was very old by then, and I can't remember the name of the lawyer, but the lawyer basically dismantled him. A younger lawyer dismantled him. He was embarrassed, and he retired. He died not long after that as a broken man. But anyway, if anybody's out there listening, I know it's Friday. Um, I'm gonna, if nobody's out there, I'm gonna go an hour, and then I'm gonna go ahead and I'll go ahead and cut it. But I think I put a link in the description, or it might be the comment section. And if anybody wants to join, that's where the link is. If you have something to say, you're not doing anything on a Friday night, and you want to jump in and say something, now's the time to do it. I know people have been asking me for hangouts. I might do another one because this is kind of off the cuff. I wanted to see who was out there, if there was enough people out there to actually join in and have their say. I know there was a few things that people wanted to talk about. They wanted to talk about a couple of people wanted to talk about swirling. I know I did a few videos on swirling. Um, they wanted to talk about the gender war, how it's going to end, if it's going to end, um, what it actually is. Uh, to me, I don't, I keep hearing it's a gender war online, but it's not a war to me, because there's really very few casualties. Um, black people, black people think they live in a bubble, and what happens outside doesn't affect them. But whether we like it or not, we might be lower caste compared to others, but the thing is, we still exist inside the society, and what happens to the society happens to us. If they pour, if you look at Flint, Michigan, if they poison white people's water, we're drinking out of the same water system. If we're all working in a factory and or in an industry, and they decided to ship those jobs out of the country, or automate those particular jobs, it ain't just white people that lose those jobs. We do too, because we're part of the economy, whether we like it or not. So, same thing with child support and alimony in marriage. They banged on white people about no fault divorce, and white people got divorced, and then we laugh at them because ha ha ha, white people, why the white man gets his just gets his comeuppance by his woman divorcing him and taking his money. We don't realize we're subject to the same laws, and our divorce rate is almost double what theirs is. So yeah, he loses his family, and he's affected by it. Well, but it's not like our black women are loyal, and they won't use the same tactic. They do. I was just I scanned a book. I scanned a book. I just finished scanning the book. I'm gonna go through it and mark it up. It's about the child support system. There was this lady that worked for the Minnesota Social Services, and she took a what do they call it? She took a mentorship. I think it was in Washington D.C. under the Clinton administration, and what they were doing was they were engaged in writing laws for child support. So what she did for her dissertation, what she did was she wrote a whole book, and she basically outlined um, the AFDC system from all the way back to the poor laws in 1597. And I might even publish the timeline first so that everybody can actually look at it. But it's really, really interesting how far the AFDC goes back. The AFDC goes all the way back to Roosevelt in I think in 1935 when he passed the Social Security Act. It used to what used to be it used to be uh, aid to widows and children. So in other words, you had to be married, your husband had to die, and then you would get government aid or a government pension for you and your children, that you and your children would survive. But illegitimate children were not and were not involved, or were not eligible for dependent care. And at first it was um, at first it was Roosevelt that actually changed it as far as the federal statutes. Um, he changed a lot of things because in the Depression you had a lot of men that left their families looking for work. Okay, they couldn't make any money where they were because a lot of them were in rural areas. So basically, remember the hobos? They would get on trains, they go from town to town looking for work. So basically, they like abandon their families, looking for a better opportunity. Or, a lot of them left and brought their families later. But the thing is, they had to leave; they couldn't stay there. So basically, the women were, it's mostly white women, but the women were there by themselves with children, and basically they were basically almost starving. So the Roosevelt passed laws to where, um, where the man didn't have to die. You just have to prove that he abandoned you, and that would became the statute. Yeah, I think he did that in 1937, and I think in the 1940s they allowed the federal statute allowed illegitimate children to be recognized for dependent care. But the thing is, uh, AFDC is administrated by the states, and a lot of states didn't recognize illegitimate children. You had to be married. You had to be married, and you had to prove that your husband abandoned you to get aid. So even though black men were poor and the black men left, the marriage rate was still very high because the only way that the black woman can get aid, especially from a white from the white power structure, is she had to prove that she was married. She had to prove that she was married, and she had to prove that she was abandoned, which is still exists today. You have to prove that you're the sole dependent for your children. So basically, the welfare woman still comes and checks for male shoes, because you can't have a man around, because the laws are situated to the point where they don't want welfare money or aid to children spent on grown men or men that can't work or won't work. That was a stipulation, so that's why they check for that. So in other words, if you want aid from the government, basically the government is taking the role of the man. So if the man is around, they can't get it. In fact, I was reading a post about the AFDC hustle. About It was really funny. 10 reasons not to marry, 10 reasons to be a baby mama. And they went through all the channels and all the descriptions about what kind of hustle that women could actually pull. And it came out to be, when you added up health care, you added up Section 8 lodging, when you added up tax credits, Pell Grants, and all that other stuff, it came out to be like $70,000. So if a woman has a single woman, single mother with two kids can actually pull in uh, uh, the money equivalent of 70 grand tax free. So when you add all that up, you can see why black women become baby mamas. It's not as an emotional deal as we think it is. So all she, so it's so Pookie, Pookie basically is basically seeding her, and so that she can pop out an annuity. And I've seen that I see that happen if she takes if she's on medication for being crazy or bipolar or whatever it is, if she accepts the prescription for that, she gets a kicker. So like the guy added it up. I think it was in the Washington Post. He added all that stuff up, and it came up to be between 70 and $75,000 depending on what area you're in. So when you look at it that way, it makes sense for is there is an incentive for the man not to marry the woman, because the couple, in other words, she can be a stay, if the man married her and she became a stay-at-home mom, she'd get $0 and she will be a liability. But if he doesn't marry her and she's a stay-at-home mom, she becomes an asset. Oh, if you're on the line and you got something to say, man, don't you can unmute and you can just jump in if you want to jump in. If I'm gonna open it up a hangout for you guys. So there's a hangout is kind of hard because there's a lot of stuff that I would normally show people that I can't actually put up on screen. I think I might do a stream because I want to finish the Monahan report, the report on Negro families. I want to finish that up because there's a lot of other information that I want to push out, and a lot of backlog stuff. I'm saying now that I got some free time, I want to kind of push some stuff out.
Can
But
you hear me? Can you
yeah, I
hear
can
me?
hear you. I
Oh,
can hear
okay.
you. Go ahead.
Yeah. You had um, not too long ago. You gave some statistics with regards to the abortion rate,
Uh-huh.
and I was wondering where did you get those numbers from? Was that the Pew?
It was the Pew Research Center, and it was another place. There was a couple places that I got that from. Uh, there were several. I know there was one with there was the Pew Center, and then there was a report about New York City alone, where they said there was more babies being aborted than being born in the black community in New York City. And I think the number of babies being aborted in New York City was like a 200,000 babies. They had 200,000 abortions in New York in one year in New York City alone, and that shocked a whole lot of people. It actually shocked a whole lot of people. It kind of shocked me because I knew that there was abortion was a problem, but I never knew to what extent that it was. But uh, when I get off, I'll go back in my archives and I'll look it up because I got a I normally stuff like that I keep it Evernote, um, and
Okay.
I just have to search on it and I have to dig it up. It's kind of hard to do it right now.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
yeah, I'll post it for you. But it is, I think it is the Pew. Pew does it, and I think there's another one that does it. That I think they talk about. Um, they're talking about abortions, but you could actually put in abortions, and they give you the total amount of abortions. I think the abortions was close to 1 million, and then of they give you a percentage of African Americans, and I think African American women have 39% of the abortions. I think there's like total. I think there's like a little over 1 million abortions, and then African Americans abort like 39%, or maybe close to 40%. And if you just do the math and you take a percentage of the whole, you get roughly 400,000 abortions. And
So
Uh,
they, so
Go ahead.
basically, so basically, I mean, they kind of using, are they using abortion as a somewhat of like some a form of birth control or something?
Mhm.
Because that was, I mean, you mentioned that earlier today, and I said that's some striking numbers. And I mean, you mentioned it before,
Mhm.
and like you said, your reaction to it was, quite striking. That's why I wanted to kind of see it myself to kind of try to get an understanding. I mean, I mean, you made it pretty plain with regards to the the amount of abortions that black women were getting. But I mean, man, I knew, over the years past, I knew that women were getting a lot of black women were getting abortions, but I didn't believe it was to that extent.
Mhm. And believe it or not, the funny thing is the rate has gone down.
Hmm.
It used to be higher. The abortion rate has actually gone down. It used to be higher than that.
What do you what do you attribute that to?
Uh, talking about the abortions or
The fact,
the abortion rate going down.
yeah, yeah,
Uh, the, there's two things. Okay. One is There are a lot fewer women having babies. Okay,
mm,
that are going without having babies. They're actually taking the birth control, and the biggest reason, one of the biggest reasons, is the increase of men actually using condoms.
yeah. I knew
Black
that.
black men use condoms at a higher rate than any other race, any other sector in the United States. I think the use condom rate use for black men that's reported. We're not just talking about
Right,
everybody. Well, just reported. The estimates is like 48% of all black men use condoms.
right. Yeah, I've heard that before.
Hmm.
Um, I excuse me, I have two grown sons, and
Hmm.
they 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 don't, they're both active, but they both use protection, because
Hmm.
I've kind of drilled it in their minds since they were very young. Um, so yeah, man. And I noticed, I have a lot of, I'm in my late 40s, but most of my friends, both male and female, are in their 30s.
Hmm.
Uh, I'm probably older than most of my um, associates and friends. A lot of them don't have children.
Hmm.
A lot of those 30 somethings, they between like 30, maybe 32 and 38, they don't have children.
Hmm.
Particularly the women, they don't have children. I know a lot of single black women in their 30s with no children.
Yeah, it's a growing trend. I think the last estimates I saw, I think it was um, I think it was about 40% of men don't have children, and I think it's like a little less for women. I think it's like for childless women, I think it's like 30%, maybe 25 or 30%. So you have a lot less women having children. What you see is a lot of what you see now, especially amongst educated women or educated black women, especially, they're having one child, and they're having that one child like when they get closer to the end of their reproductive life. So,
Right.
um, in other words, they wait. They don't have any kids, and all of a sudden they get to be 40, and it's like, okay, I got to have one, and they'll have that one child. So I mean, if you look around, especially, I don't know what size city you live in, but if you look around, you're going to see a lot of women in their 40s with not toddlers, but with children like 3, 4, 5 years old.
Hmm. I'm in Chicago, so
Oh yeah, you should see a lot of that.
yeah.
See a lot of that. If you just go into the stores and stuff like that, you would think um, that those children are their grandchildren, but they're not. They're actually
Mm. Yeah.
their
A lot of
biological children.
Yeah, I know some. women who are in their 40s with very young children,
Mm-hmm.
very young children, to young, what sometime like between um, probably, right between 1 and 8 years old. I know a lot of women with the very young children, which I have a policy. I don't date women with children. So,
Yeah,
um,
well, yeah. If if you don't have, well, yeah, I get when my thing about that is if when I didn't have children, I didn't date women with children. But once I had my first child, I said after that, and I broke up with the mama. I said, well, it doesn't make any difference. I don't,
yeah,
I personally don't. Once I had kids, I didn't date any women without children.
right.
You know, I,
Well, the
that just
thing
it's just
is,
a personal thing. Yeah.
right, it was something that I did my entire adult life.
Oh, dated women with children, really?
Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
my adult life, and well, my ex-wife, who we had one son together. She already had a son,
Hmm.
and I raised him, and then I was with a woman after a couple of years, probably about several years after we divorced. I was with a woman. She had a son,
Hmm.
and I. And then after that, I was with another woman who I actually was engaged to, and she had two children.
Hmm.
And then that ended 3 years ago.
So,
So
so, so you don't date women with children or children with women with young children?
I don't date women with young children.
Okay. So, well,
They
yeah, you passed that stage. So, in other
yeah,
words, your children should be grown.
yeah, they
Well,
should
that's it.
be they should be
Yeah,
adults.
yeah,
They
to be
should be
adults.
either adults or almost out of the house.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, yeah.
Yeah,
So that, yeah, that's a different thing. So it's not
yeah,
like they never had children. It's
right,
that you're at that stage where you don't date women with young children.
right,
Already
exactly.
raised. You already raised yours. I hear that.
Yeah,
I hear that. That's why I don't date young women,
right, yeah, because
or I haven't dated. Well, I don't date at this stage of the game. I don't date anyone. So
right,
it's just that way at a personal preference. I've kind of like you know. A long time ago, I said, it's about maybe 4 years ago. I think I don't know if I explained it in one of my videos, but it was the last time I dated. I had a woman around. It was uh, it was February 2000. Well, actually, it was Valentine's Day 2012. I'll never forget it. And it was I had to work the day of Valentine's, so I came and got her the next day, and I was taking her to lunch and I had got her a card and all that shit, and she flipped out because I didn't come get her on Valentine's Day. She flipped out. She was flipping out. I got about 4 blocks. She started flipping out, and I said, "Look, stop the car." I said, "Look, you got two choices. Okay, you got three. You can shut the fuck up right now and act like you got some sense. You can get out the car right now if you keep going on a tirade. The third thing is we're only 4 blocks away. I can bust this U-turn, drop you off at home, and we forget the whole thing. It's one of those three choices. You need to make up your mind right now." She put her head down. She shut the fuck up and went on, had a nice time. But that was the last time I saw her. I said, I can't do this no more. I said, I
yeah,
can't. Those guy had gotten too old to for the care and feeding of a woman and
right,
their fickleness. That was just me. So it was, like I said, everybody knows I'm a MGTOW, and that's what brought me to be MGTOW. It wasn't that I hated women. I just said, okay, for what I get, what I'm getting out of it,
right.
getting back is not worth what I'm putting out, and the stress that I have to put up with. So that's why I stopped. But anyway, there's anybody can jump in. There's the topics are wide open. I know I did a lot of videos. People had questions about. If you guys have something to say, you want to input, this is the time. But go ahead, brother. You were saying I was just asking you questions about you don't date women with young children.
Right. Well, I just, I still date. I still date. I just don't. Um, I don't date as frequently as I used to. Um, I'm pretty much, I'm an owner operator, truck driver. So,
Okay.
I'm pretty, I'm usually gone most of the day, and then I only have time to get my 10 hours in, and then I'm up again to do it again the next day, and I do that usually 5 or 6 days a week. So that doesn't really leave a lot of time to have a social life, you know. Only reason why I'm not out now is because I put in I put in 14 today, so
Wow.
I just
Okay.
kind of,
So
but
you do local, or do you cross country?
no, I do local.
Okay.
Usually Chicagoland area, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, Indianapolis,
Okay.
as far as I go. But yeah, but I don't, I have a policy now where I just, I right now I'm really on my I'm really on the grind. I'm trying to do some things as
Oh yeah.
far as just trying to get some things done as far as putting money away for my retirement, stuff
Yep.
like that, and
Yep.
doing some traveling and stuff. So I really
Yep.
don't, but I stumbled on the whole, your videos and some of the other material, and I it just kind of, I've really had I really had an education about the nature of females, and it's really kind of opened my eyes to a lot of things, and it had me going back to some times when I just really didn't understand what was going on, but now I have some serious clarity now. So just watching all the videos and reading the interactions between people, and it's been an eye-opening experience. So uh, I've been enjoying it.
Yeah. That's why I know a lot of people are on YouTube to make money and stuff like that. But um, I always go back to the like in my personal work. Even I do broadcasts and stuff like internet broadcasts in my in real life, and
Hmm.
they ask me how come I do it, and I don't. I'm not out there selling books and stuff like that, which I probably could. Um, is that the reason I became a Gnostic because I was having problems with my family, and I was having problems with the mother of my children, and in fact I had it was a mess because I had two women going back and forth. I was trying to get out of one relationship with the mother of my children, trying to get into another relationship, and there was just how it is. You feel like you're
Yeah.
being pulled two different directions because baby mama doesn't want to give up on you. You
Right.
know, she had a kid for you, and she doesn't want to give you she doesn't want to change and correct what she's doing, but she doesn't want you to go anywhere either. So she's pulling on you, and you got the new one. She's pulling on you. So that's what drove me to become a Gnostic, and that's what I found a good teacher, good black
Hmm.
teacher here in Los Angeles, and opened my eyes to a lot of things. And like I think he's been dead 12, 13 years. And
Oh,
after
okay.
he died, I said I would carry on this kind of work because he didn't really charge for what he did because he wanted to make the world. He wanted to make the black race better with
Hmm.
whatever little contribution he could. And that's the reason that I do it. Like I said, I don't really need to be on YouTube. I could be just like I could get on my dashiki and do hotep and give my slides and my presentations and stuff like that because actually there's a lot more you know uh, work as far as Pan-Africanism, Black economics, a whole bunch of stuff that me and him have gone through for over 13 years. We could have he's been telling me, why don't we go out on the road and write books and do seminars and stuff like that. I said, well, and I've basically given it away for like 13, 14 years. And that's the reason I've given it away so that people like you, people like me
Yeah.
listening would get introduced into to material that they may or may not have heard before so that they can incorporate. I try to say it in a way that you guys can actually incorporate it into your
Right.
life to make your life better.
Well, actually, it's practical. It's pretty practical. It's been
That,
practical.
yeah, and that's one reason that I do hangouts so that um, the one that people you guys can get say your piece of what you thought about it, and the second thing is that um, stuff that wasn't clear, because you don't have an audience, you don't have feedback on a YouTube video. I can clarify some stuff because you guys are asking me questions, and I can ask you questions. What do you think? What do you do? What did you get out of it? How have you incorporated? What's your life like? That kind of stuff.
Okay. Yeah.
Brother, are you able to hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
You boost your volume up a little bit because you're a little weak, or get closer to the mic. One or two.
yeah, this is a bad mic.
Okay.
Talk as loud as I
Or do
can.
your best you can.
Okay. I wanted to comment on that. One of the previous videos you did in the last couple of days. I don't exactly remember when it came out, but you were talking about the gender war being over when Donald Trump comes in.
Oh, there. Yeah, I just did that one. Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah. I really need some clarification on that because I wrote it in the comment section. I know you had this is Covina, man. I don't know if you I know you had wrote something in response, but I think it needs a little bit more clarification on exactly how, if the gender war is going to disappear if Donald Trump is around, because it presupposes that the gender war didn't exist prior to, you know, a certain date, and I just think it's been around for a good moment.
Okay, okay. There has always been this push pull. Well, it's always been, between the sexes. There's always this give take. There's always this push pull. Okay, that's in any society, there's always a push and pull between the sexes. That's always there. Anytime you push in two people from different families together, there's going to be this push pull. But the framework of the society is actually will actually keep men and women together. Okay, and in marriage, as much as we like to think of it as a natural occurrence, it's not a natural occurrence. It's actually socially constructed for a reason. It's socially constructed to provide a man and a woman together as a bonded couple, so that so the children can be raised properly. And that goes, if you look at the Jawa tribe going back 60,000 years, man, that's exactly the way they set it up. And there has to be, with the Industrial Revolution, that has kind of broken down. So the thing is, men and women come together not because they love each other, but because they need each other. And the more program, like I said, the more welfare, the more programs in the way, and this is all over the world, you see those bonds start to break. And when you have, and it's not just financial, but it's also psychological and social. When you have a black president and a black first lady in office, you get a lot more uppity, for a better word, women, basically. Okay, they don't think they think that they're in a better position than they actually are. They watch Shonda Rhimes's TV shows. They watch Scandal. They watch Housewives of Atlanta and all these other shows, and they get it in their head that they think they're doing better than they actually are because they feel safe. They got a black president. They got a black first lady. At the very least, things might be bad, but they won't crash because guess what? You got a black president that's not going to let it. What happens when that black president's not there anymore? And you have a person who's the opposite. The Bush, Clintons, even though you didn't like them, they were fairly neutral. What happens when you have a personality in office that's the opposite?
Yeah, the reason why I don't know for sure. Yeah, this is all opinion.
No. Give me your opinion. No.
Yeah,
Don't. It doesn't have to be backed up. This is your opinion, and nobody knows. Just like I don't know, you don't know either. I'm giving you my opinion. I want yours. Just speak. Just come straight out. What's your opinion?
Yeah,
you can be right. You be wrong.
Right. Yeah, I think that you can take it back to a period between the Moynihan Report and Dr. Shahzad Ali, Julia Hare, and other people that was in the 90s.
Mm-hmm.
And they were talking about the gender war issues just as much as it is today. In fact, I remember SWP, credit to him on this one, that he had found a a an article from Ebony magazine from the
Mhm.
1960s
Mhm.
that you could think it was word for word in 2000. It
Mhm.
was the exact same issues they were talking about then in the 1960s. They were talking about the same thing now about the breakdown of the family and the women going after a certain type of guys and so on and so forth. It was the exact same thing. Credit SWP because I found that I didn't keep that article, but uh, that gender war issue has been around. I just don't see how Donald Trump showing up is going to change that. I mean,
Well, why the thing is, I didn't, I lived through the period. So, you know, and I talked to white guys that lived through the period. Okay, feminism in the 70s and early 80s was a joke. Seriously, it was a joke. We used to laugh at feminists. They were a joke because the laws hadn't been put in place that we took them serious. We didn't start taking feminism and the quote unquote gender war seriously until 1990 when they started when you start getting hit with $40,000 child support bills, and they were taking your licenses, they're taking your jobs, and taking your passports and stuff like that. That's when the stuff got serious. And then after O.J. Simpson trial, when they passed that Violence Against Women act, where you basically couldn't put your hands on your girlfriend or your wife, man, otherwise you were going to jail. See, that's when that stuff really got started, and then it escalated in 2000s where even looking at a woman, man, you get put in jail. That's when women really got bold because when I where I worked, man, where I worked, man, I worked with lots and lots of people, and it was like 65% women, right? And we talking about black. We ain't talking about it was mixed. It was, where I worked is mostly black people, and we used to complain, man. So, it's starting in the 2000s, man. We used to complain and say, "What up?" Basically, what's up with these bitches, man? These hoes done gone off the chain, man. Like they rising up, man. Like they want to fight and stuff like that. That started happening in the 2000s. All of a sudden these chicks got to be on one. Now before that, they were kind of like they were always loud. Black women are always kind of aggressive, but nothing like after the 2000s, man, where basically, man, chicks wanted to, they are damn near wanted to square off and fight you. you know, Whereas before that, they had to think about it. Or, if they wanted to raise their voice and show out, because I remember like when I was young, when I was in my 20s, like in the 80s, right, late 80s, I was in my 20s, and I'll give you an example. I was engaged to a woman, and what I call them high octane, educated woman, 6-figure girl, beautiful and all that stuff, but they can get their ass on their shoulder. And what happened was uh, uh, she embarrassed me in front at a restaurant, and she got loud and stuff like that. I brought her close and said, "Yeah," I said, "Heifer, I will put you on my goddamn shoulder and walk your skinny ass out of this restaurant in front of all these people if you don't shut up and start acting like a lady." Okay, that in the 80s you could do that. In the 80s, she shut the fuck up. She sat down, and we had a nice dinner. And nowadays, if you did that kind of shit, guess what happened? They'd be hauling you and everybody else to jail for doing that. So the thing is, it's the environment that changed. Okay, if underneath Obama and this stuff has gotten actually worse. If you look at the college campuses and stuff that they're passing, man, you can't even look cross-eyed at a woman, without going to jail. If Trump gets in office, a lot of that stuff, a lot of that uppityness, what I call uppityness with black women, I think will start to go down, in my personal opinion.
yeah, I just think that a lot of these female changes happen in the 50s, 60s, 70s. The Anita Hill, Clarence Thomas issue with the whole sexual harassment. Those things are in the courts and is really outside of the jurisdiction of a president. And I think that if Trump came in I think there would be even more lawsuits flying uh, as a kind of a response mechanism, and I think the courts would just be full of people. Cause I think Donald Trump is sort of like he's bringing he's letting the white male do his thing again, and I think that a lot of people will rebel against that, and so much stuff will be in the courts if they try to reverse any kind of civil rights, human rights, or female rights. It would totally outlast his presidency. Whatever talking about female rights, it took 100 years to progress. I don't think that 4 years of Trump will be able to reverse that.
But the attitude will change. The attitude is going to change because it's not just legal. It's also psychological, and the attitude that women will have, because women have been on one for the last 8 years. I mean, on one, especially black women. They have been on a roll, man. They have been hard to talk to and hard to deal with, man. Sometimes my daughter, I have to check her. She's a grown woman and she's got a kid, and I'm trying. I had to talk to that chick for 2 years to get her to actually work with my grandson's father. I said, she's bitching and moaning. I said, look, I said, I know you're my little girl, but you're grown into a woman and you're on some woman shit right now. You're on some black woman shit. I said, that boy needs his father. Okay. And you don't think so, but you need to work with his father. I said, if you didn't like the dude or you didn't think you wanted to be with the dude, you shouldn't lay down with the dude. But now that the baby's here, you basically brought him into the family. So now you need to work with him. You need to do business and work with him. Because that little boy is going to need his father. And you need to do business. You need to, just like with your mother, there's a lot of times that I had to bite my tongue and I had to look the other way and shut the fuck up because I needed her cooperation to raise you guys and raise you guys properly. And a lot of shit that she did, I had to look the other way because it's basically business of raising kids. But it's hard to talk to these women nowadays. It really is. They are on something else, and it's been since Obama got in office. They've been on something else. But go ahead, brother. Anybody else want to jump in?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. I mean, I'm an up and coming. I wouldn't say I'm a full Ibmore per se, but I mean, I've been researching and watching your videos and Atagon Forest and other Ibmore channels and MGTOW.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm pretty young. I'm like 23 right now. So.
Oh yeah, you're a baby. Yeah.
So I mean, I hit a point in my life right now. I'm just doing my research on like Malcolm X and Black Panther Party and Dr. King, and just trying to fill my head with just a little bit of Black history and everything and what happened in America and all that.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm still far away, but it's given me a lot of insight, and it's really changed my views on the structure of America in general. And to be honest, I don't want to be a part of it at all. So I'm trying to move out of this country.
It's a very wise decision. Wise decision. You got, if I were your age and I had to do it all over again, I would get me a transferable skill.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do.
Go
to carpentering school after my AA.
Mm-hmm.
And just be able to build a house or a cabin or a shack somewhere.
Well, if I were you, what I would do, if I were you, what I would do is I would actually, I don't know where you live or what you're East Coast, West Coast. Where do you live?
I live in. I'm just gonna tell you, I live in Florida.
You live in Florida?
Yeah.
Okay. If there's an African a collective somewhere near you, and I'm sure there is, or if anytime they hold an African business conference someplace that's near you, any place near you,
Mm-hmm.
go and talk to people, and go and talk to people and see what jobs are lined up and see what skills they need. Say if you had like pipe fitting skills, or you had oil worker skills, you could go to Ghana, you could go to Kenya, you could go to a bunch of different places because they don't have people with those kind of skills. Like Ghana has offshore oil, right? And they
Mm-hmm.
tried hiring locals to run it, right? But it was been a disaster. So what they had to do was they had to find people from other countries that have those skills and bring them in to actually start working those jobs. And it's the same thing. Um,
Yeah,
you
I would
Go ahead.
advise too some engineering, electronic engineering, and something like that. If you can, if that interests you, and it's not that hard. Most of the time, the calculators do all the math, and the formulas are already figured out. So it's like if you can learn electronic engineering, you can work on anything, any electronics anywhere in the world.
Yep, programmer. If you do have building skills, Africa works with a lot of concrete and concrete forms.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm saying is investigate what skills that they need elsewhere, because the thing is, eventually you're going, the most where you're going to make the most money, you're going to have the most freedom is outside this country.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, you're going to have outside this country. If you want to leave, you got to say, okay, where do I think I want to live? And then you investigate what they're building there. Like East Africa, they're building just about everything. If you're a farmer or something like that, man, they're giving away farmland. Um, builders, uh, builders, not as much because it's still new, but eventually they will. But the thing is, you want to tailor your skill to the needs of wherever you want to live.
Right.
And there could be it could be a bunch of different kinds of skills, and it's best if you can, if you're 23, it's best if you can actually say pick out a country and visit there. The two places that I would suggest, having been to the continent, is Kenya, because Kenya is is going to be more comfortable.
Mm-hmm.
It's more built up. It's a little bit more dangerous because because of you have Somalia and those kind of places, countries that are a little bit more violent. But the thing is, it's more built up. It's got a more of an international country, international city, uh, and they got high speed internet all over. They have developed towns. It's not as undeveloped. Say like Ghana and Senegal, they're a little bit more undeveloped,
Okay.
and you won't have the amenities that you will have in Kenya, even though they're safer. They're a lot safer, but the thing is, you won't have, it just depends on what you want.
Right.
Um, so the thing is, you pick a country and you go visit there. You get, like I say, you get boots on the ground and you go visit there and you see, okay, see what they're building, see what they're doing, start asking questions. But the first thing you do is locally is is visiting, um, not a visiting consul, but when they have a business conference. It's a lot of times they have them in. I know in LA they have them a lot, but saying if they have them in Washington D.C. Um, and sometimes they have them sometimes they have them in Miami, depending on a big cluster of Africans. The bigger cluster of Africans, more likely they are to have them. Houston is a big town. So if you wanted to go Nigeria, you go talk to some Nigerians in Houston when they
Okay.
have a conference. But that's what I would do, and then talk to some families, get some boots on the ground to where she can go walk around and go see what they're building.
Okay. What about Egypt? I was thinking about Egypt as well.
Egypt, number one, Egypt is not really is an Arab country, number one. So
Okay.
if you're not, so if you're not a Muslim,
Mm-hmm.
uh, I wouldn't go to Egypt. Egypt doesn't have a lot of industry. Okay, and Egypt is dangerous right now
Okay.
because right now the Middle East, or the so-called Middle East, is front and center of the war between the North and the South. Basically, the white North and the global South, which is the BRICS countries, and they're front and center. So you got Libya, Egypt, got Libya on one side, and they got Israel and Syria on the other, and they're right in the middle. In fact, what is it? Just two planes from Egypt, just Egypt Air just went down in the last year. You know, one was shot down, and there's a mystery about the other one. So Egypt can be dangerous. You can go there.
Uh-huh.
You can go there, but I'm saying it is you know it's one, it's not safe. Two, you're gonna have to learn another language because they don't speak English, whereas Kenya and Ghana they do.
Okay.
And Egypt is not really a black country. It's not considered a black country. It's considered
Oh,
an Arab country.
okay. All right. And
If that
I
makes
have
sense.
sense. I mean, I have two other questions. In regards to I don't know if I heard it on your channel or someone else's, but it was in regards to coming back to Obama, and I didn't really go in depth with it, but I just wanted to hear like why was he such a I had a deep feeling, but like why was he such like not really an asset or or just very good for the black community or the black man?
Okay. Obama. The election of Obama is an enigma. Okay, it's a it Obama was really elected um, not for black people. Obama was really elected because one, the United States had just basically screwed the pooch as far as the international banking system,
Right.
and basically the G20 didn't want to be bothered with anybody of the status quo, and they included Hillary Clinton and the Bushes and those other folks, and Obama was basically the new kid on the block. That's number one. So the elite kind of put him out there, even though he was supposed to be Hillary Clinton's vice president. That's what he was. That's what he was promoted for.
Uh-huh.
But since they screwed the pooch and the G20 didn't really want any of those people in office, um, basically he got pushed up a notch. And the second thing, and the other thing is that um America and Europe was basically had almost lost Africa. In fact, if it wasn't for the Libyan War, they probably would have lost Africa. They wouldn't have any business in Africa right now because the Chinese, the Russians and the Indians had basically taken all the businesses and all the contracts in Africa. And basically the French were getting kicked out, and the French cannot survive without Africa. So they needed somebody to. So basically, the Queen of England and France basically stepped in, and they gave Obama another boost. And then the last thing, he was a black man, and he was a symbol to the African continent that America had changed. So those are the real reasons he was actually elected. It happened to give black people a boost. Now the thing about Obama that we don't know is not what he did, is what he prevented from happening. Did he prevent a global financial collapse from happening by coming in and being able to negotiate certain things? We don't know. We won't know that for another 8 to 10 years. The stuff that didn't happen. So we
Uh-huh.
don't. All we know is the stuff that did happen.
Mm-hmm.
Now, whether it was good for black people, he wasn't elected for you. He wasn't elected for you, and two, we didn't really demand very much.
Right.
I'm sure there's things that he did do that go unnoticed, like it doesn't look like it, but basically he basically pushed the Mexican cartels out of Chicago because black people complained so much. Um, he basically put the banks on notice about laundering drug money through Chicago, so that helped somewhat with what's going on in Chicago. Um, uh, Obamacare itself it doesn't look like it now at this present time that is worth anything, but Obamacare is the move that they needed to go to the next move. The next move is going to be basically demonetizing healthcare. because a lot of healthcare is going to be automated, and you need a clearing system to actually do that. Because before that, you had a hodgepodge of different different large health providers or health insurance providers. They're basically controlling the whole um, medical arena. So you needed a central clearinghouse or a central plan to actually for all these things to feed through. And I think Obamacare is just one move, is the first move in a series of moves that's going to demonetize healthcare.
Okay.
Um,
Was the free healthcare or the Obamacare, was it even a benefit to America or the poor man? Because I just recently watched a video from Atagon Forest this morning, where it's like explained, this doctor was explaining, or scientist was explaining how they found lead and other poisoning in the waters of DC or Michigan, and how the vaccines had been tampered with or poisoned for the young black kids.
yeah, they've been doing everybody gets vaccinated.
Uh,
Everybody gets vaccinated. It's not one. There's not just a vaccine for black kids and a vaccine for white kids. Everybody gets the same vaccine.
right.
What it's saying, they test on black people? Yes, they do. Do they test AIDS medicine on black people? Yes, they do. That's been going on for a long time, and uh, it's something that America does with its lower caste people. They do it to prisoners. The biggest testing, believe it or not, the biggest largest population of people they actually test on is neither white nor black. It's the military, because the military can't refuse it. If you're in, they tell you get a shot, you can't refuse it. You got to get the shot.
Okay.
Prisoners and military get tested on more than anybody else, but that's the dirty little secret they don't talk about.
Obama is, Obama, he got a lot of black people really upset with Obama here in this town, um, primarily because a lot of them helped him get to this, to the, well, not totally to the level, not to the, as far as the national scene, but locally.
Hmm.
He screwed a lot of people. Lot of
Oh
lot of
yeah.
people did a lot of favors for him, and he
Yeah.
never returned the favor.
Oh yeah.
I know people personally who never even got an invitation to the White House,
Oh
you
yeah.
know, because I mean this guy, he's a typical Chicago politician.
Oh
I
yeah.
mean he's a piece of work. Trust
He.
me, and he learned from the best. I
Oh
mean,
yes, he did.
these guys here, they don't do it anywhere else like they do it here. I mean, and that's one of the reasons why we have the problems we have in this town, because a lot of these people, they just don't care. They don't care about working class or poor folks. They don't care about it. All they care about is their jobs and helping their friends. That's it.
Mm-hmm. Oh
And
yeah.
and Obama is no different. He is no different than they are. And so it's like, what do you expect? I mean, you all do that to each other. So I mean, that's the type of guy he is.
Yeah. Yeah. Chicago. Well, you in Chicago, man. It's a drug war going on in Chicago. It's like
Yeah,
Los Angeles in the '80s, man. When I looked at it, because a friend of mine, well, my buddy that I do other stuff with, he complained about Obama not doing anything in Chicago and all the violence in Chicago. I said, okay. I started looking at the numbers. I said, looks like I've been here before.
yeah,
Looks like I've been here before. And I started looking. I went to the Chicago Tribune. It was Chicago. Sometimes a Tribune, one of the two. And I just typed in a search term. I said drug war, and all of a sudden, man, so many articles
yeah,
popped up that I couldn't believe it. You guys are in the middle of a drug war, and same thing that happened to us, and it takes about 15 years for that stuff to die down.
yeah.
Basically, you're gonna have basically for that to get squashed, what's going to I'm not, yeah, well, I'm going to let you, because I know I'm monitored. I want to let everybody know.
Mhm.
Okay, because the stuff I've been doing for the past 20 years, I am monitored. So in other words, when
Okay.
I'm on the line and we're in the open channel like this, you got to assume that the NSA is listening in, okay, automatically. Because I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm monitored. I tell everybody that if you're gonna say something outlandish, don't do it on this channel because you might as well be in a room with the FBI or the NSA because they're gonna hear it because I'm
Yeah.
monitored. All right, okay.
Yeah.
Me and my buddy, we've been monitored for the last 10, 12 years because of stuff that we talk about. They monitor us. I'm gonna say that. But the thing is, the only thing that stopped what was the violence in Los Angeles was the riots. After the riots, they basically took all the drugs out of the black community, all the control of the cocaine, the crack cocaine trade from the gangs. They basically emptied the drugs and the drug war out of the black
Hmm.
community. And right after that, you can see the death rates and all that stuff. Crime rate just nosedive because they took
Yep.
the money out of it, the incentive for money. So you guys are right in the middle of a drug war, and basically the only thing that I'm not saying that a riot will do it. I think eventually they're going to gentrify your neighbor, Chicago, the south side of Chicago, and that's going to basically
Yeah.
get
Yeah.
rid of it.
They've already started.
Yeah.
You got 15, 14, 15, 16-year-old hitmen running around here shooting. That's who's doing the shooting.
Mhm.
These young kids. I mean,
Mhm.
girls girls as young as 16 years old shooting and killing people.
Mhm.
That's what's going on here.
Mhm.
Um, and most of it is in the same areas, and it's the same people.
Mhm.
And they have murders that they haven't even solved from last year and the year
Mhm.
before that.
Mhm.
They're so behind. They don't have the manpower as far as the detectives, in solving a lot of these crimes. You got cameras all over there, but surprisingly, um, the cameras that they do have with all the shoots, we've had expressway shootings. Last week we had shootings we call them expressways here instead of freeways in LA. You call them freeways, we call them expressway.
Mhm.
We've had shootings on the expressway last week and the
Mhm.
week before that. Every day there was a shooting
Mhm.
on the
Yeah.
expressway.
Oh yeah. We
Every
see.
single day.
Same thing happened in Los Angeles.
Yep.
Exact same thing. Exact
Every.
same thing. In
Mhm.
1980s, you had so many guns and all these kids with all this drug money and they're wilding out.
Yep.
You have the lowest of the low with money in their pockets, and they're probably pulling a lot of these middle class black girls uh,
Yeah.
and getting them pregnant. So you probably got a whole bunch of these thug drug dealers or these thugs, man, with impregnating up to like 8, 9, 10 women. They all had
Yeah.
babies by the same guy until
Yeah.
he goes to prison.
The all the gang, the whole gang structure, the way it's set up. First of
Hmm.
all, there's just no real leadership. First of all, I mean, these guys are just freestyling out here, and you just got a lot of factions,
Hmm.
all fighting for control in these particular areas. Now,
Hmm.
it's not happening everywhere in Chicago. It's just in certain areas. You got certain areas on the south side. Right now, um, the west side is just out of control. That's where a lot of it's going on. But a couple of years ago, it wasn't on the west side. It was on the south side. The south side was out of control. Now it seems like it's shifted over to the west side of the city. And right now, um, they just don't. It's out of control. They can't do anything about it. I mean,
It's
they
got,
just don't. They
it's
don't
got burnt.
have. Go
Well,
ahead.
the thing is, you have to be able to you have to get the bankers to take the money out of away from out of the system because the only way it can happen is because somebody's paying for it. They're not killing people to be killing people. They're killing people because there's money in it. There's
Yeah.
money and control of the system. That's the first thing you got to do. And the second thing is sometimes it's going to have to run its course. If you look at I don't know if you looked at the video about uh, the Freeway Ricky Ross.
Yeah, I saw that.
You saw it, yeah. Same. You guys going through the same thing.
Yeah, same.
Same
Yeah.
thing. Same thing. It's just the drug war just moved someplace else. I'm sure you had it before, but not to this extent because it wasn't centered there. Los Angeles was the Wild West for us for a long time, man, and they exported all that stuff out
Hmm.
to other places. I'm sure that you've seen the same things. Like maybe
Right.
it's happening in Chicago, but now then it pops up in Cleveland, it pops up in Milwaukee, pops up in a whole bunch of other places because as they expand, the control expands out.
Yeah. Yeah. We
So
we
same.
got we got some serious problems though. But as far as you mentioned gentrification, oh,
Hmm.
that's happening. They've already started in Inglewood. Inglewood is probably one of the roughest areas in Chicago. It leads. It's the second most violent community in Chicago. Actually, I grew up in Inglewood, but they're
Hmm.
gentrifying Inglewood right now. They're building this Whole Foods. The Whole Food grocery stores, the little
Hmm.
high end grocery stores. They're building. They got some building going on, and they're building these high end stores in that area. So that's a sign. And then I've seen some people. They already have some people from other persuasions moving in
Hmm.
already.
Hmm.
So
Do, are they building these brand new police stations that look like forts?
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. They
Yeah.
they they started that. They started building new stations like probably like 10 years ago.
Hmm.
Yep. They got these new state of the art police stations. Because prior to that they really did. They were in poor condition, and
Hmm.
so they use a lot of TIF money
Hmm.
to build up these police
Yeah.
stations. So yeah,
Yeah.
so
They're forts, just like
right,
when they pacify that's like how they pacify the Indians.
yeah,
They built these big forts for the military to work out of. Same
hmm,
thing. So in other
yeah,
words, they're going to pacify your neighborhood.
yeah. Chicago is one of the most segregated cities in the country, but that's changing.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah.
and
It won't.
it's a safe haven. It's a safe haven for Mexican nationals. You don't have to worry about getting deported here.
Too
You
far
know,
away.
yeah. Well, the mayor before the one we got now, the idiot that we got now, and the one we had before that, the crook, Daley, he made it. He basically the Mexican community was a buffer between.
Yeah, it's a city of refuge, and that's
Right.
what they got. That
Right.
happened in Los Angeles in the 1980s. So you guys going through the same thing,
Yep.
and
Yep.
it looks like it's a local plan, but it's a national plan
Yeah.
for different reasons. But anybody else want to jump in? Because I know everybody's listening. If you guys got something to say, you can speak up. Because I could talk to this brother all day about Chicago and what's going on. Because basically everything he's talking about, I've already lived through because right after the riots in the Rodney King riots in 1992, I do believe it was, where you have a lot of the city got burnt down, man. Right after that, man, they were started building these. They almost look like little cities.
Hmm.
The police stations that were before that, the little precincts that you might see, they look like maybe almost look like a small building. But then they start building these big ass forts. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, they started building these gigantic police stations with these walls around it, and they were like 3 stories, and they took up the whole block and
Hmm.
went all the way back, and they look like almost like a little city,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah,
and
can I
they
ask?
started popping up all over the place. Go ahead.
I was going to ask some. I'm here in LA too, and I remember those days very well. I'm a graduate of 1985, so that tells you my age.
Okay.
Um, I remember Three Strikes had a lot to do with it because Three Strikes they had locked up a whole lot of people.
Hmm.
I'm from Pasadena, so they had these gang injunctions from the feds
Hmm.
that locked up a lot of people in Pasadena. Got rid of a lot of gangs. Got a lot of gang members got locked up, and I think that had a lot to do with the drop in the crime rate. Um, it, I know that I think that the gang injunction and a lot of people had got so fed up that they moved.
Hmm.
So it's almost like LA, South Central LA, and black parts of LA is now a Hispanic area, and a lot of
Hmm.
the black folks have moved to Arizona. They moved to the IE and other places to
Texas, Florida, yeah.
to escape the crime that was going on. So I think a
Yep.
lot of it is depopulation and three strikes.
Yep. Well, you know what happened right after the riots? Because I had a buddy I worked with who was Jamaican, right, and he was real tight with the Jamaican posse. If you know what you know the Jamaican posse, you from the area, right? You graduated in '85. You know the Jamaican posse was big on dealing drugs.
I wasn't that familiar with the actual
Okay.
drug traders or drug dealers.
Okay, but what I'm saying is he was well, I was in, freeway Ricky Ross lives like, you know where the 110 freeway is, you know where if you know where the Forum is, you know where I am. But
Okay, I got you. Yeah,
yeah,
my
so
mom's over that way. Okay, I got you.
yeah, so you know freeway Ricky Ross, you know where he lived. He lived over there by the by the 110, man, in those houses right there. Uh, if you're familiar, well, you're familiar with it. You know the backside of the 110 freeway, man. There's nothing but that's where all the strawberries used to do their trade, right? Remember that? I don't know if you remember that. You might not. You might be too young. But I'm saying, but it's free Ricky Ross was doing his business on that side, and but I'm saying the Jamaican posse used to deal drugs, and right after the riots and the burning down, um, my partner told me. He said. I asked him what was going on in the streets. He said, you know, they're getting ready. I think it was 1992. He said, you know, they're getting ready to take the drug trade from the black community, from the black people, and then giving it to the Mexicans. He said that now the Jamaican posse used to be able to deal with the suppliers directly, but now they had to go to the Mexicans to the Spanish to actually go there and buy their trade. So basically, they took the drug money out of the black community, and that was in 1992. And right after that, you can see the drop.
Whatever the reason, I'm glad whatever happened so they can get rid of all this violence because it used to be really
Really,
bad.
really bad. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Yep. You know, like I'm saying, you know it. It's same that's eerily that's the same thing that's going on in Chicago because you lived through it and you look at the numbers, you look at the headlines, and it said that was going on in the '80s in Los Angeles in the LA County area. Same thing is going on in Chicago. It's like deja vu.
Yeah, I was gonna ask something real quick too, man.
Go ahead.
Because the young brother, the 23-year-old brother had asked something about Obama, before you guys got talking about Chirac. But
Uh,
I think that what you have to point out, or what needs to be pointed out, is that Obama is sitting at a 50% approval rating countrywide, and
Hmm.
within the black community, he's about 80. I haven't seen the latest, but it's upper 80s
Hmm.
and approval rating for Obama. So I think, and a lot of times when I hear black folks, talk about Obama and what he's not doing, I think that crowd represents that either 50% of America that don't like him, or that 20-something percent of a black America that doesn't really like him.
Hmm.
And I think that what goes unreported is the 50% of people who do and the 80% of black folks that like Obama. And I think those people, we almost never hear them on social media.
I mean, compared to other presidents, we might not. He hasn't been that bad, especially with the Congress he's had to deal with. Most of that stuff, the reason that stuff hasn't gotten done is because he's a black man. He can't get shit through Congress.
mm,
Yeah,
I
correct.
mean, he's done some other stuff. He's done some other stuff like Libya and Syria and a few other things that unsavory. But other presidents have done that. I mean, he's a political animal. I mean, he's a politician. He's just black. And I don't think he's any. I don't think to me he's not any different than any other president sitting in office.
right.
You have some a little bad, some a little worse, some a little better, but basically he's an average American president. Okay, um, he just happens to be black, and I say because back in the day when before he got elected, most of the folks I talked to they hated him. They didn't want him to become president. And they asked me how come I was voting for him. I said if I gotta buy the car, at least I want to pick the color. So I will never get another chance. I said America will never see another black man in office or have an opportunity to have another a black man in office. So the thing is, if you don't, I said you told him back then, if you don't do it now, you'll never see it. So I said, regardless of what he does, he can't make anything worse. So I might as well go ahead and get a brother a shot. So at least I can say we have one. So like people like my mother and the people and the older folks that grew up in the South, man, under Jim Crow, just to see the look in her eyes and a lot of older black women's eyes, older black people's eyes, that they have a black president that they'd never in their lifetime they thought they would see. That alone is enough for me to have voted for Obama and be okay with it. You guys
Right.
hear me?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that just like you said, he's been blocked with so much. I think that when he came in, he did what he did in the first 2 years when he had a Congress and that he can work with, and I think he tried to succeed as much as he can, and he's sitting around with a 4.7 unemployment rate and whatever. And when he came in, Bush had collapsed the economy. We had national, our economy was going to crud, and they said, we'll give this black dude a chance. And he won overwhelmingly, and he won overwhelmingly again the second time. What you have to be the black genius to be a black man in America and beat white folks twice. White folks don't take L's, but they took 2 L's from Obama, and they're coming back with a Trump card, right?
Yeah, yeah. Well, we got to pay for it. So,
Yeah.
we're gonna have to pay for it. But it is what it is.
So I'm just looking at whatever he did. How the heck a black man in America with all this racism made it? He beat every single white person that ran for president. That's the hardest thing to do. It's the hardest thing to do is win the presidency of the United States. Mitt Romney and all these people, they have to have senator fathers have to be a senator. They have to be billionaires. Trump has to have $2 billion. Obama, all he needed was a black wife and a black face, and bam, he wiped white folks' butt twice. I kicked their butt twice. I can't put nothing past the dude. How can you do that? I wish we all could beat white folks twice. Let me beat white folks one time. I don't know how that. I got to give a brother credit. So I can't say nothing bad about him, man. I give him 100%.
Yeah. Well, the right person at the right time, and that's sometimes what it takes.
You see, sorry, my bad. I just want to put my 2 cents in there, but
Go ahead.
in regards to the whole I mean, you can't really beat the one man in his own country, and in regards to the whole Obama getting elected twice thing, they could have did the same thing that they did for Bush and other electorals, where they fixed the votes and made it in favor of another president. And what I'm trying to wrap my head around is, or trying to say is just maybe they really allowed the black or Obama to get into office. Or I don't want to sound like some person like a conspiracy kind of thing, but they're just trying to appeal to the the second class citizen, like the black and the Hispanics and the Asians and all that kind of stuff.
Let me tell you this, bro. I think what is like this. It's like this. When white folks wanted to control tennis, the sport of tennis, they changed the rules. As soon as they let Serena Williams get on the court, she kicked their butt, right? They used to let black folks play baseball, basketball. As soon as they got a chance, they kicked their butt. Now, as soon as Obama shows up, he doesn't need his father to be a senator. He doesn't need $2 billion to start a Trump business. He just comes in because he's naturally a black genius, and he kicks their butt. They set the rules. He looked it down, and he figured out the rules, and he said, I'm going to beat you at your own game. That's the mindset that a black genius needs to roll with. Serena Williams says, I don't need them to fix. I don't need the Illuminati. Just put me on the court with a tennis racket, and I'll take care of those white people. Michael Jordan said, just get me on the court with some white dudes, and I'm going to get 6 rings. Muhammad Ali said, just let me on the ring, and I'll be the youngest champ in history. Black folks or black geniuses can't be stopped. Obama just can't be stopped. That's just it.
Yeah, Trump is using a lot of stuff that the Obama team initiated. A lot of things that they invented and came up with, Trump is actually using. So yeah, they did. There's a lot of studies on how Obama ran his campaign. Some of it is just, he was right. He was the right place at the right time. Some of it is the condition that the country was in, and a lot of it, and you have to give the man credit. The man is talented. He is charismatic, and he had to win over white people, which is difficult to do in this country, and he did it. Him and Michelle are very talented people. It's not just they were given anything. They were given they had to be given an opportunity, but he had to do something with it. That's how come Hillary Clinton hates him. She hates his guts.
Really?
Yes, she does. Yeah, they talked about
Michelle is probably sharper than the president. I mean,
could be. Well,
they're both out of the. They're both been out of that University of Chicago crowd here.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay.
They're about University of Chicago. I mean, that's Jews, man.
And Reverend Wright, who's the head. He's the head Mason.
Well, he actually helped groom Obama.
Exactly.
You got people like Emil Jones, who was at one time the second most powerful man in the state of Illinois, black man, state senator. He was a Senate president, and he was another man who groomed Obama as well. So Obama had a lot of political geniuses in his camp who really showed him the ropes. So, I'll give Obama his props, but I give his teachers even more props. I know some of these people, and
they ain't no joke.
They ain't no joke, So I know the chops. I know where he got his chops from.
And Michelle ain't no joke either, because she was trained by the same people.
Right.
Yeah.
She comes out of the same camps.
Well, because they, a lot of things they don't talk about. They don't talk about a lot. Because I know her father was well connected before he died.
Yeah, he was, and she's a member of Council of Foreign Relations as well. So she's pretty sharp sister. I got to give it to her. Whitney Young High School, one of the top high schools in the country. She's Princeton. She was Princeton grad. She's sharp. So got to give it to her.
It's a political marriage that happened to work out.
But the thing about Obama, as far as the grassroots thing, and a lot of people, they doubt that. That's true. He actually did work with some of the activists here. He actually did work with them. So they're the ones who basically he learned his craft from. He learned it from these people, some of the people who work with community organizations and community organizers and people that I know. He actually worked with them. He learned from them. So he started from the bottom. What's that song, the rap song, started from the bottom, that little rap song they got out now? He actually started from the bottom in terms of his political career and earning his political stripes. He learned it. He earned. He was out there in the trenches, and he connected with the right people, and that's why he's where he is today.
He was groomed. He was groomed.
He was
groomed for a long time, man.
That's right.
All the way back from the Poonau School in Honolulu. The Poonau School. If you look up the Poonau School where where he came from, they have more famous people from that little school in Hawaii than
Mhm.
just about any other secondary school in the world.
Yeah.
I mean, the school goes back 120 years. You have astronauts, generals, leaders of countries that come out of that school. So the thing is, he's been groomed ever since he was a kid
Yeah.
to do
Yeah.
this. He didn't come out of nowhere.
Yeah, I mean, the circumstances were, I guess they're just ideal. I
Hmm.
mean, everything clicked for this guy.
Yeah, got to be
It
lucky.
really clicked for him.
Yeah,
Yeah. So, I
got to be lucky.
mean, to start from where he came from to the highest office
Hmm.
in the land,
Yeah,
and I wish he could have done more. I wish he could have done more, and I understand the circumstances behind that. You know, and I really didn't like what he did, and as far as the whole Libyan affair and
yeah,
whatnot.
yeah, yeah. You have to understand it. If you understand, well, if you understand what Libya was about, I don't know if anybody wants to hear it or not, but if you understand what Libya was about, it makes sense.
Are you talking about the whole United States of Africa thing and the whole gold, him going on,
Uh,
them
uh,
trying to do the whole currency thing? Is that all true anyway? Is that true?
the thing is that if you understand it, I don't know if I put this on this channel, I put it on another channel, but anyway, I'll tell it because our group, my group, yeah, even though we're not, you know, we still stay in contact, but we're not doing the work that we used to, like um 6 7 years ago when we were really on it. We were really right
Hmm.
after the banking crisis. We were really on it,
Hmm.
and we were tracking the movement of the BRICS countries, especially the Chinese and Africa. We
Hmm.
were reading articles. Remember, we were studying them, and I happened to listen on to because I'm subscribed to Foreign Affairs. I've been subscribed to Foreign Affairs for like 15 years, and I was listening to one of their talks. Every now and then they give talks, and they have people come in and ask questions. And right at the end of this particular Foreign Affairs talk, this guy calls in and he's saying that the Chinese are all over Africa, and we're saying is that Europe is actually getting pushed out of Africa, and this was in 2010.
Hmm.
They were actually pushing, taking all the contracts. They were pushing the Europeans out of Africa,
Hmm.
and
Mm.
um, and they're asking what could be done about it, or what do they think about what Europe is going to do, what's going to happen to Europe if Africa is taken over by the Chinese, and they didn't have any answers. And so we were looking at okay, who would be most affected if the Chinese took over Africa, and we found out it was France, because France has if you look up the CFA, the Colonial Franc, which is the
Hmm.
CFA. It's controlled by France, but it's distributed out to 14 different countries, and that's where France um, controls those 14 African sub-Saharan countries through the currency, and through the currency they control the economy. They get resources at a lower rate. There's a whole lot of things they get from those 14 African countries, their former colonies.
Hmm.
And if Gaddafi set up a gold dinar, and the Chinese came in and as far as taking the products and taking up the raw materials and the contracts from these countries, we estimated we could never get hard numbers because we asked the Chinese for hard numbers so we could actually further our research, because it's very difficult to get hard numbers. What percentage of France's GDP comes from those 14 African countries? But we estimated it to be somewhere around 30% of their GDP.
Hmm.
If they lose control of those 14 African countries, and they lose anywhere, if you can lose 5% of your GDP, I mean, you're in trouble. But if you lose like up to 30%, which we thought was the higher end of their GDP, use 30% of your GDP, basically your country's economically dead. And France has one of the highest social welfare uh, states probably in the world. So imagine if all of a sudden they lose 30% of the GDP, what is France going to look like?
Hmm.
It's, in other
Hello.
words, yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I had a question.
We I
How
guess.
I'm not informed on this, but how is France losing control of Africa or their influence, their economic influence?
Well, the thing is, well, we're explaining why Gaddafi got taken out.
Okay.
That's what we're explaining. No, they didn't. They actually reasserted control. They reasserted control through uh, taking out Libya and taking out Gaddafi.
Okay.
Hillary Clinton and Susan Rice basically formulated a plan, basically to put a halt to this onslaught of of uh, of Chinese coming in and taking over Africa. Basically, the Ivory Coast in Bagbo had basically kicked all the French contracts out of out of the country, out of the Ivory Coast, and then Libya was the second problem. So Susan Rice and Hillary Clinton came up with a plan, and they came up with a plan to take on Libya. But the thing is, uh, United States military refused because they have what they call, you can look this up, a 2.5 war policy. They can be in two major theaters and a half theater, and that has been the policy since World War II. And since we were already in Afghanistan, we were in Iraq, and they had a half theater in Pakistan, Robert Gates told, and the chiefs, the Joint Chiefs of Staff told him no, the military was not going to go along with it. And if you wanted to actually do this with Libya action, you're going to have to go through Congress, which was not going to, which wasn't going to be fast enough. And the fact that it could go through Congress was not an option. So what they did was what they did was they went through the UN, and what they did, they started a war. They funded a war in Libya, a revolt in Libya. They went to the UN, and they wanted a no-fly zone. And at the time, we thought that the Russians and the Chinese were going to block it, but they didn't, for obvious reasons, because they didn't like Gaddafi either, and they
Right.
wanted South Africa to have basically basically be the spokesman basically for the continent, because South Africa was on track to be part of the BRIC countries, whereas Gaddafi didn't want to any outside influence. He wanted to have a United States of Africa and have a unified force so everybody from the outside would have to come deal with Africa as a whole and not piece it up. In other words, we're going to pay for our infrastructure. We're going to fund everything with Gaddafi's oil money, and everybody else that wants raw materials got to come in and do business through a confederation. So
Okay.
they didn't like Gaddafi either. So they didn't block the no-fly zone. But the thing is, the U.S. military still wouldn't come in and do anything. So that's when the Queen of England and the French president brought Obama over right before the Libyan war really got ramped up. He went to England, and he talked to the Queen of England. Remember, he talked to the Queen of England in like early 2011.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then he went to France to talk to Sarkozy,
So yeah.
and then right after that, he told him he couldn't legally put boots on the ground. He couldn't send the U.S. forces, but what he could do, if you got a no-fly zone passed through the UN, what he could do is take out Gaddafi's air defenses to where you can have French and British jets come in and fly cover for the rebels, and that's what they did. That's how Gaddafi got taken out. But it took, and when in my estimation, what we thought, that he got for it, in return for it, is I think he asked for three things. He asked to be reelected as president.
Mhm.
You know, he asked for uh, he asked for Osama bin Laden, and then he asked for Rupert Murdoch's head on a platter. He hated Fox, so he wanted Rupert Murdoch's head, and he got all three.
How did he get Rupert Murdoch on head
It's
on?
called, remember that they the Rupert he with that spying the cell telephone spying
Oh yeah, I remember that.
case
Yeah.
with the world with the some obscure newspaper that they had called the World of whatever. I can't even remember the name of the newspaper. They went after his son, and through his son through this spying case they went after Rupert Murdoch. And once they got Rupert Murdoch, you haven't heard from Rupert Murdoch since, have you?
No, I haven't heard anything from him.
Yeah, he wanted Rupert Murdoch's head on the platter. He got all three.
Mm.
Fox has not been the same since that scandal, and since Rupert Murdoch is a British citizen, only people that could get to him was who? Britain.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's our opinion of what happened.
Mm.
And everybody, and I heard a general talk about a newspaper man talk about Osama bin Laden. They said the Pakistanis had Osama bin Laden sitting in that
sitting in the compound. Yeah.
Sitting in that compound under guard of the Pakistani military for had been held like maybe 5 or 6 years, and everybody knew he was there.
Right.
Everybody, the British knew he was there, and basically the British gave him up.
Yeah. Yeah, that was Seymour Hersh. Right?
Seymour Hersh. Yeah, said that. Yep. So it all fits, and they try to do basically they wanted to do the same thing with Syria, but the Russians came in and blocked that the second time. But that's a story for another day. Anybody else want to get something in? I know I've talked for quite a while.
Actually, I still wanted to point out like my second question from earlier.
Go ahead.
Just to change the subject onto the fact of women now, and ever since I came into the whole Ed Moore and MGTOW thing, and I'm just alone on learning all this stuff, so I don't have anybody to talk to in my age group about this, because I came from a background of being a complete kind of simp, say so, because of my own parents. I was raised by a single mother, so.
Okay.
So now that I have a little bit of knowledge, not fully, but I see now like the ignorance between like black and black women, or just in and I guess I want to know like how do I, in terms of my family, how do I like talk to them in a means of just informing this to them, like, because if I ever talk to my parents, like, they get, my parent, she gets kind of like, you know how women are, when they realize that they're wrong, they start to get, like, even more upset and louder, and I just can't into her emotional state.
You have to, in other words, you have to, instead of using the knowledge to fight on the ground level, you have to use the knowledge to take a step up and look down. In other words, you want to use it. It's kind of cold to say, but the thing is, some people call it manipulation, some people call it managing. But the thing is, you want to get the thing is, the knowledge that we give out is for you to be able to navigate your life. It's not necessarily to fight women. Because women you got to learn something about women. Women are emotional, and are going to be what they are because they have a different biological imperative and a different life mission than you do. So the thing is, if you got into a lion's cage, that lion is not wrong for trying to eat you. If you feel what I'm saying.
Yeah.
A lion is being a lion. If you get into that cage with that lion is going to eat you because you're food to him. There's no right or wrong to it. You in the cage. You ain't supposed to be in the cage, and I'm going to eat you.
Right.
Okay? So same thing with women. If you get involved with them, if you don't understand their biological imperative and how their emotions and their biology affect them into thinking the way they think, then arguing with them is not going to do any good, because basically they don't see the world like you do. And that's the first thing I try to tell men. They do
Right.
not see the world. My younger brother, it took him a long time to realize what I was trying to tell him. They do not see the world the way you do. So the thing is, you can tell them from sun up to sundown that the sky is blue and it's not pink. Their emotions are going to tell them that the sky is pink, and that's the way that they're going to see the world. And there's
Right.
nothing you can do to change that. And it's not your job to change that. It's a job to be able to navigate around them and be able to move. If you need to use them for a particular purpose, whatever it is, how do I manage this woman's emotions? How do I move around so that I can get what I need from her? Not to use her, but what can I get? It's a give and take relationship. I'm giving her this so that she can do that. Or I'm dating her and I'm having sex with her. How do I give her what she needs, and how do I get back what I need without her doing damage to me? It's almost like being a lion tamer. How do I get in the cage with this lion and get this lion not to eat me, and get this lion to do what I want him to do?
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Yeah.
And you're 23. It's some things you can listen to videos, and you can input the knowledge, but somewhere along the line you're going to have to sit back and observe. Okay, this is what they say that woman's going to do, and she did something irrational. Okay, now why did she do that? And you start talking to her. You start talking her language, and you start finding out why she did stuff. A lot of women I talk to. If you acknowledge, one thing I do if I want to explain something to a woman, I acknowledge. First thing I do is acknowledge that she doesn't think like I do.
Right.
If I'm trying to do something, say something logical to her, I said, I understand. First thing I say, I understand that you're a woman. I understand that you don't think like I do. And I say what I'm saying may not make sense to you because your brain doesn't work the way my brain works.
Right.
But if you can kind of, for a second, kind of just move that to the side and hear me, and kind of put yourself in the place of a man. I know it's hard. Put yourself in the place of a man. Now listen to me. I'll find out a lot of time that works. So if you're talking to your mom, first thing you got to understand is that your mom is what? First and foremost, before she's anything else.
A woman?
She's a woman. So she's no different than the girl that you date or the girls that are in high school or anything else. She carries the same emotions. She might have more experience.
Mm-hmm.
Just like you can see yourself, you can talk to a 12-year-old boy, even though he don't have the experience. You guys are both males, so you can talk to him and understand where he's at, right? Because you guys, even though he doesn't have any experience, he still thinks like you do. He still has the same desires and emotions like you do because you're both men. Same thing with your mother. She's older, she's your mother, but the thing is, she is, number one, she's still a woman. And you have to keep that. And that's the hardest thing, because I laugh when my brother, when my brother finally realized when it finally kicked in for him, he said, all this time I didn't realize that she was a woman masquerading as my mother.
Right.
And you have to realize she's a woman first, and that's where you got to approach her. So this stuff, telling her what you know is not going to do any good because it's not going to prove anything to it. That's knowledge for you, so that you can internalize and you can understand how, about women, and eventually how to maneuver around them, maneuver through them. That's what it's for. It's not there to challenge women. If that makes sense.
It's not
You're
in
full
the.
of shit.
Hello? Yeah?
No, I was just saying it's not in the sense that I'm trying to like.
I mean, that's a troll.
Okay.
Damn.
Well, he spoke up. At least he could, if he
Whatever
spoke
you
up.
just said was full
Yeah.
of shit.
Why?
You don't go through the woman. You understand the woman.
Okay. You okay, Chief? What's your understanding of women?
I'm just saying.
No, 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 no. I'm not. No bullshit. I'm not saying you challenge me. Come with something. You're a man. This is not a female emotional bullshit thing. You come. You challenge me. You said I'm full of shit. Prove it.
I'm not full of shit. You're making a point, but it's all full of shit what you're saying.
Well, okay. No, prove it.
Like I said, I'm just saying, bro. You go ahead. What you want to say?
No, no, prove it. No, no, no. You challenge. You know, motherfucker. You picked up the ball. You got on the court, and you threw the ball up, and you checked me. So now it's just time. So I've checked you back. Now put the ball on the floor and prove that you got game. Come on, come on with it. I mean, I spent 35 years doing this stuff. Okay, I found this stuff out the hard way because I had to.
What,
I had
did
to
you
figure
get
them
this
out.
out the internet?
No, no, this no before the internet, boss. Gotta be. I'm not a young man. Okay, my oldest child is 30 years old, and I had to figure out their mama. So I spent 30 some odd years going to psychologists, talking to pastors, reading books, talking to dating coach, talking to everybody in my community about how to deal with this. I even call you might not know who Laura Schlesinger is, but Dr. Laura. I called into Dr. Laura because I couldn't figure this chick out. So I had to find out myself because nobody would tell me. And piece by piece, I put this stuff together. It's not about manipulating women; it's understanding them. And when I picked
No,
up
it's
the
about
book,
respecting them.
it's about understanding them. You can't respect them unless you understand them. I got a 3-year-old grandson. I respect my 3-year-old grandson, but I got to understand that he's 3. And I have to understand what kind of mindset he's in because there's things he needs to learn. I have to train, I have to teach him manners, but I have to realize that he's 3 years old and certain things that a 3-year-old needs, and there's certain things that a 3-year-old needs to learn. And as they grow up, you give them training. I got 2 daughters. I know about women because I raised 2 of them. I put up with their crazy ass mama. I went with a woman that had 3 daughters. I understand women because I've been around them. I worked in a place where that had at the time at its max at the building had 2,500 people. 70% of them were women. I had to deal with women every day, black women especially. And if you don't learn about them, they will run you over, especially in the black community.
That's black.
So I
women.
understand. Well, they're no different. I went to white schools. I know white women too. They're not different. They're no different. They respond the same way. They're no different. There's no difference. They think differently. That's proven. You can look into biology, the brain scans. They tell you that their brains are wired different. The chemical you can if you talk to transsexuals that have taken hormones and changed their hormones, they'll tell you that they think differently just by changing the hormones. If you give a woman that's a transgendered a woman that's going to be a transgendered male and start giving her testosterone, they tell you that they think differently. If you give a man that's going to be a transgender woman, you start giving him the hormone treatments, what happens? His brain chemistry starts to change, his memory paths start to change, the way he thinks and the way he feels becomes, or she feels becomes different. This is not rocket science. It's already in the literature. So I'm not saying to disrespect. I didn't say to the man to disrespect his mother. I had told him to realize that before anything else, she's a woman. Do you have kids? Have you raised daughters?
No.
I have. I got a 27-year-old daughter and I got a 21-year-old daughter. And you know, the exact same. She complained about me, but she's doing the exact same thing to the father of her child. And I had to call her on it because I told her that's woman shit. I said you got to learn how to do business, even though it's hard. I talked to my niece who's 35 years old that was having problems with her husband. I had to talk to her in a way that where she could understand the male side of the equation so that she could solve things because she thinks differently. Her imperative, her female imperative is different. Her female imperative is her loyalty is first to herself, her nest, and her children, then you. And if you don't understand that, you're going to get hurt. And that's what I teach.
Does that also apply with when you say nests or children? Does that apply with her things like her friggin' like or just like her items that she acquires like a car or something?
Yeah. Oh, okay. I'll give you an example. Because men that have dated have their own place and that have dated. I would say 99% of them have seen this. Okay, if you've had been in a semi long-term relationship, okay. If you date a woman and you have your own place and she comes over on a regular basis, she starts to leave things, right?
Mm-hmm.
She leaves. It'll start off with a pair of stockings. It'll be underwear, and it'll be shoes, and it'll be extra clothes, and it'll be toiletries. And then, unless you look up and say, "Wait a minute, she's damn near got a whole drawer, and 1/10 of my closet has her clothes in it because she's building a nest in your house." But that is a woman. That's a female. That's a female thing. It's not. It's not. It doesn't stop with a human. It goes all the way down to a bird. All the way down to a bacteria. That's just what females do. That's what they do, and if you understand that, you understand that she's building a nest in your house. Offspring come with the nest. If she's dating you, the way she bonds when she bonds to you, you become part of her nest, so that she cares about you the same way as her children, as her house, and all that stuff. She doesn't see that stuff as separate. All that stuff is one big nest. And if you're inside the nest, she cares about you. If you break up with her and you're outside the nest, she gets another man. She don't have no allegiance to you anymore.
Yeah, but some women just play and they want you for your money.
They're acquiring what? They're acquiring resources. That's another phase. What if you see a bird building a nest? What does the male bird do? He's bringing her materials to do what? Put the nest together. She's acquiring materials.
I feel that women these days though just like do it just for the material wealth, and they just think that as a comparable, like something to I don't know how to say it, but they just give up their bodies in turn for the material that they get for like a purse or shoes or just using a man in general, and they just all think that the man wants is just have sex.
Because that is because before society put barriers between that. In other words, that is a shortcut. In other words, she doesn't have to build a relationship with you. She doesn't have to prove that she can do anything else for you to give her something. All she had to do is sleep with you, and if you accept that's payment for you providing her materials. So it's a cheat. It's a shortcut. She's actually cheating herself, because the thing is, you're not interested in getting to know her as a person. You're not interested in the other stuff she can do, because basically, you go on. In other words, you're skipping the salad, you're skipping dinner, you're going right to the dessert.
Mm-hmm.
And then basically you're getting diabetes, and eventually, what eventually happens is that men get so saturated with the dessert. What happened? They don't want the dessert anymore. They don't want as much of the dessert anymore. It doesn't mean as much. So basically, they're cheapening. They have to do more of it, because what? It's not as special anymore. If you whatever your favorite dessert or food is, it can be if it's expensive, it can be thousands of dollars a pound or whatever it is. But if you eat it every day, guess what it's worth? It's not worth as much as it was. But I saw that a long time ago, man, in the back in the '90s, because like say if you have a kid, you have a son, Yeah, you see what women are doing. That's a shortcut. You know,
Okay.
they're cheating the game. It's a shortcut because society doesn't have any restrictions on it. But how's it working out for them? They're not getting any. They're getting materials, but the thing is, they're not getting what they really want, which is a long-term commitment.
Okay. I guess
Because
so.
But
the
isn't a
value
female's
of
nature
sex has gone down.
Right. Yeah.
isn't a female's nature based on hypergamy?
Hello,
But
I
just
can't hear you. What'd you say? Somebody said something.
Yeah, I said isn't a female's nature based on hypergamy?
Say it again.
Isn't a female's nature based on hypergamy?
Oh yeah. Well, yeah, of course. Because okay, their biological is imperative is to gather material for the best to the best offspring they can produce, so that the offspring have the best chance to survive and thrive in any environment. So, uh, if they're in a situation where it's a match between Pookie and Ray Ray and a billionaire, who are they gonna pick? They're gonna pick the billionaire, of course they are, because he's got more material to allow their offspring to survive and thrive. That's natural. He's got more material.
okay.
Her imperative, regardless of what she thinks, her imperative says it's not about her. It's about her womb and what it's going to produce and what happens to that once it's produced. It doesn't always play out that way, but the thing is that's what drives her, and and since that's her imperative, it plays out in different ways. Even if she doesn't get married, even if she doesn't have children, it still drives her.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Yeah. I guess I didn't think about, to tell you the truth, I didn't. It was like on the subject that we were talking before. I didn't think about like that they really. I thought I could like not enforce, but like give a little insight into how I think it so the woman could understand. But like I didn't really think that it's completely different from. Well, I know that they do think different from men. Like, maybe they could understand on some level, but like from noticing like my parents, she bought a car, and it's like, I bought my own car, and I don't need it to be flashy. It's a used car, as long as it drives. But she wants to like get a flashy car, and I don't need all that. It's just I just need to get from point A to point B. And from like I was younger, I wanted to be rich, have a house, get married, all that stuff. But now that I'm into this point where I'm just realizing things, I don't need all that. I just want my shack. I just want to do what I want to do and just like be a free man.
I mean, if you want to do it for you, if you want to be rich and you want to be a billionaire, whatever you want to be for you, go for it. But it has to be for you.
Yeah, I don't think
It's not to attract women. Okay, if to really get a woman, to really have a woman, that the first thing you want to do is, does she want you for you? That's what you know. Because I learned that from a guy who I learned how to trade with, and he worked. He made it like $1 million a year, right? And he lived down in San Diego, and he said he had two houses. He had one, his main house that had the 3 stories and had all the rooms and stuff like that, and he had another house that only had 3 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms. It said his house, his main house had the 2 Mercedes. He said, but his other house where he met women at only had a Toyota. It's clean. It's nice. It's clean. It was kempt. But it was small, and he had a regular car. He said that's what they said. He didn't meet women in the Mercedes. He meets women in the Toyota, because he wants to. Because every millionaire wants to know, do you want him? Does that woman want you for you? And some guys don't really care because they're not keeping her anyway. But that's the first thing you want. You want her to want you for you. So the thing is, if I had to tell a woman one day, man. I was older, so I was more adept to it. I think I might have said this before. She asked me, what do I bring to the table? And I asked her. I said, the people that think I'm valuable don't even ask me that question.
Mm.
And the people that don't think I'm valuable, they don't matter anyway. So in other words, if she wants you, she wants you, and that's what a pimp does. A pimp drives a flashy car, he wears flashy clothes because he wants every woman to know that he's a pimp. Because he doesn't want somebody that's not into the game. He wants, in other words, you're stepping to him because you're willing to be a hooker. And that's what he wants to know. You basically wanted to know the same thing. You want that woman to step to you because she's interested in you. So the thing, don't go get a flashy car, unless that is part of your. We used to call it back in the day when I was young, the trap. If I'm trying to run through a bunch of chicks, and I'm trying to slash and burn, basically, where I pick up a chick, I might bang her a couple of times, and I'm tossing her aside, and it's a scam. I need the scam chicks to sleep with them, so I'm gonna buy a flashy car, buy a flashy suit. I'm gonna have the track because nobody's staying. I'm just gonna run through them. So I need the dog and pony show to bring them in. But the thing, if you want a woman, if you're concerned about a woman wanting you for you, the less you have is actually better because at the end of the day, man, if it's a long-term relationship and you think about being with that woman, whether you get married or you're not going to get married or she's going to be in your house for any length of time, the first thing you want to know, can you trust her? And the second thing that you ask, and every woman that I've been with a long-term relationship I've ever had, the first thing I ask is, why is she with me? And if a man is doing that, a man doesn't do that with a woman that he cares about, then he's going to get hurt. I don't know any man that I've ever met that didn't look at his main woman and ask that question, why is she with me?
Mm-hmm.
Really, why is she with me for my money? Is she with me because I got a house? Is she with me because I got a big dick? Is she with me? In other words, you want to know why the hell she's with you.
Right. I was actually really talking about like relationship wise. I was actually talking about like the female psyche, like how they actually value more of monetary things.
It's material. It depends. It depends on what environment that she's in. It really does. If black women, if you're black women want monetary stuff, but they also want looks and stuff like that. Obsidian talked about that. Looks rank higher on the list than it does for other races of women.
Mm-hmm.
But the female psyche, but the core female psyche, the core biological imperative is about the nest, and it centers around that. So it could if it's genetics, that's why she's attracted to taller men, better looking men. Say if you in a black community, what are they like? If you got green eyes, you got odd color eyes, they want their babies. If you ever been around that have a mate, and she talks about him, she talk about what she wants her baby to have from the guy that she's sleeping with, or the guy that she wants to have a baby with, whether it's legs. My ex, she used to talk about my butt and my legs. She's my butt, my legs, and my brains. And she wanted her kids to get that from me. In other words, she thinks of me as parts. The money and all that stuff was secondary.
Mm.
But the thing is, they think of you in parts as material. So if you realize that you're thought of as material first. I'm not saying completely, but first as material, and then secondly as a person. But you got to get that in your head.
Okay.
It's funny you say that because a lot of TV shows, it's like they show women. I mean, they show men objectifying women.
Mm-hmm.
And when you say that, it's funny because that's completely contradictory to what I see in most popular media, such as movies, TVs, and all kinds of stuff.
Men. Well, the thing, that's a different story. Men have their own psyche, because the thing is, men they know there's certain cues that men have as far as a woman being fertile. fertility, and she projects fertility. So as she projects fertility by her looks and her youth, then that in other words, she becomes a vessel that you biologically you can put your seed in that can grow healthy, because she's to men she's a vessel. So in other words, she's not material, but she's a container. If her womb is the container. Most her most valuable asset is her womb. First, and her brain second. As far as to a man, men could care men could as long as she's not an idiot, men could care less about her brain, less about her education, less about her job, because she's a vessel to them. First, then all that stuff second.
Right.
So visually, you want to see is she young, is she fertile, and there's certain cues whether she's young and she's fertile. If she's overweight, then she's not healthy. We don't care about what kind of car she drives. We don't care about where she lives. If she got a big house, we don't care about none of that. Okay. Most guys. I'm not saying everybody. Most guys. That's not the first thing you think of. Oh, this chick. Oh, she a dime, and she got a job that's worth $500,000. Men don't trip off of that. If men tripped off of that, Oprah would be an alpha female, and she's not. I don't see nobody tongues out, wagging, drooling over Oprah.
Right. So, what, in your opinion, why is the divorce rate in the country so high? Because I'm seeing a lot of this around people I'm around. A lot of marriages aren't being very successful. A lot of people are in multiple marriages actually before they get into that one that they stay in.
Because marriage is not about love and companionship. Marriage is about raising children. It is a social contract, a social construct put together by the society so that you get to pair bond two people together so they can raise children. Now before the Industrial Revolution, women's fertility rate, whether they lived or not, would be about 8 or 9, and you needed and every baby that survived was valuable, because that's what you built your society with. Those hands and that brain was what you built the society with. So the women had to produce a certain amount of children, otherwise society would die and the family would starve. Okay, so you had to have her. But as you don't need children as labor anymore, children aren't valuable, quote unquote. They have no work value anymore.
Right.
So now you could see it. I think I put a chart up in one of my videos. I might do it separately because I think that got lost. You can see before the Industrial Revolution, if you look at England, England's fertility rate was 8.5 or 9. Okay, 30 years after the Industrial Revolution, it had dropped to 6. By the time the 20th century happened, it dropped to 3. And this is before the birth control pill. Way before the birth control pill. And then it shows that there's another chart graph that shows as the wealth of the country went up, the birth rate went down.
Right.
Okay. The thing that marriage was built for is to do what? Raise children. What happens when children aren't valuable anymore? Think about it. I mean, just draw the conclusion.
Well, if children aren't valued anymore, then why would the marriage be valued?
Exactly.
Would you just define marriage as?
The primary instrument for primary reason for being for marriage is not two people being together and having sex and loving each other. It's to provide an environment to raise children. And if once the need for that goes away, marriage will start to go away. Marriage all over the industrialized world is declining. It used to be 95%. Now it's like below 50 for most of the industrialized world. It's not just the United States. All it is with black people, they're just ahead of the curve. That's all it is.
Right. Because it's not just black people who are failing in marriages, also other races as well.
Well, it did other rate. Let's say like the brother that's 23. He's probably not gonna get married because he guess what? He doesn't see a need to get married. There's no reason for him to get married.
Nope.
Right. I'm kind of the same way because a lot of every time I go with my family, I'm pretty young. I'm 20 years old. I'm a sophomore in college right now. But every time I go to a family get together, the first question that my family members ask is, "Oh, do you have a girlfriend, Randy?" I'm like, "Nah, I don't see the point because I'm focused on my classes and doing other things and extracurriculars. I don't have time. Like I don't have time to to date them and get to know them like that, especially if that's not what they're looking for. So yeah, I don't see why I invest time and money into it when it's not worthwhile. That's just the way I look at it.
Mm.
But yeah, it's kind of weird right now.
I feel you.
But you know what? Have you noticed, man? Like, have you ever attracted like women with kids? I don't know if you've been in that situation before.
Actually, been with a girl that have kids?
hmm
No, I don't try. I
No.
don't do that.
Okay. I was just curious.
That's just setting myself. Or that's just setting yourself up for just
Yeah.
disaster.
Yeah, I agree with you. I
Because
wanna.
then, from what I know, is that if you're with a woman for a particular amount of time who has kids, then they apparently they can put the kids on as your responsibility,
Right.
and in turn make you, if you like leave the relationship, make you uh pay for their kids essentially as in like child support.
Right.
So that's a kind of very much stay clear from.
Well, how many relationships have you been in the past?
In the past, not a lot to be honest. I've only been in three.
3.
Three.
So was it recently? You just got out one recently,
Uh,
or
yeah, just about a couple weeks ago, 2, 3 weeks ago, I'd say.
so? Were y'all still on good terms, or was it a bad breakup?
It was not really a bad, but it was just a confusing time. It was actually just it was somewhat on good terms. I
Yeah.
mean, I still talk to her somewhat to this day, but I feel that it's best if you just like stay clear of that person.
Okay. I see what you mean. Me personally, I haven't been in, let's say, extended relationship for a while. I've dated a couple girls and even had a couple flings in college. But
Uh,
like when I tried dating a girl, last time I tried dating a girl, it just like it ended up being like I was putting in 70% and she was putting in like 30%. Like I could see that she wasn't trying, and then when I see like someone's not trying, I just
right.
stop trying. Like I don't see the point.
Right. I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying. Because
Yeah,
you spend all your money and your time. You think about this person all the time, and it's just like you're noticing like, all right, I'm putting all my money and my emotion into this, but I'm not seeing that back.
right,
So at that point, you just have to. Well, you just did the right thing. You just leave.
right. And that's just, I mean, that's how being at a young age right now. That's what happens most of the time because I'm from a city that's it's pretty small. I'm from Memphis, Tennessee, and it's like you're gonna run into the same type of woman. Like it's real common to run into a woman with the same mindset here because in Memphis it's like girls they either on some hoe shit, and if
Mm,
they're well-to-do, like you got like a well-to-do girl who's doing good, she might not be mature. Like she might be, yeah, in college or whatever, doing her thing, but she still might not be there mentally for you
Right,
because she's
right.
walking doing her thing, and then plus I got my own thing to do. So if I most of the time the best women to talk to are the women who keep themselves busy, but at the same time, you if you're trying to do things in your life, sometimes it's not the best time to date, and that's kind of what I'm on. But a lot of people around me, like a lot of guys, I'm around, they don't think like I do.
Yeah, yeah, I know how you feel, bro. Like, definitely.
Yeah, like my friend, one of my best friends, he's always putting pussy on a pedestal, like he's overvaluing it. And I tell him, I'm like, man, just chill out, you know, like, cause you ended up you're getting yourself played, cause he thinks he's a player, and he
Yeah.
has a little game, but it messes up whenever he gets like when he hits that, and then he keeps wanting to come back for more, and then he ends up getting a woman too much attention.
Yeah, 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 I hear it, man. That I know where you're coming. I know I have a friend like that as well.
Yeah, yeah,
It's just like you just putting. It's not like you're putting women above yourself, but I mean, you're just putting that pussy just a little bit too high.
right,
You shouldn't be chasing that, wasting money on that. You should just be putting all that money you could be using on her. You could be using that investing in like your own business or something,
right.
or keeping yourself in your book and graduating your school and everything. Then once you get your education, your job, and all that stuff, then they will follow.
hmm I feel like a lot of straight men, or at least straight young guys, there's some kind of peer pressure in front of them to where like they have to prove how much they value themselves as a man based on um, the girl they're with, or how
They
many girls they can be with,
right.
either or. And it's like I don't know. This is just in the area I'm around. It's like every guy's feeling that peer pressure. Almost every guy. I think that's universal. Which is why I think a lot of guys in my school, a lot of them, I see a lot of them joining fraternities for the reason of getting girls. And what's funny is a lot of my friends are in fraternities, but they are the same. They are the same guys they were before they joined, and they're the same people after they joined. They just have letters on now. And I'm just like, you're doing too much for too little.
Yeah, I think you're right about the fraternity thing. You hear me?
What you say?
Yeah, I think he
I
said
think
just
you're right about the fraternity.
I'm sorry. I didn't. Can you repeat that?
I said I think you're right about the fraternity thing.
Oh yeah. Well, what's
But
your what do you stand on that?
um, for the most part, I've seen a lot of. I'm in a fraternity, but I've seen a lot of people that when they did join, they completely changed,
Right.
completely. But if you have a strong character, it doesn't matter. You'll still be the same person.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of people don't have character, and they don't have a strong character at all.
Right.
And the other thing about Memphis, I know a lot of people from Memphis at my college, specifically girls. A lot of them did go to college. A lot of them still did the same old thing they did before. Mentally, they just couldn't grow.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's just it's pretty much everywhere, whether it's Memphis or Nashville or anywhere you go.
Yeah. That's probably universal. Are you from Memphis?
Am I from Memphis?
Yeah.
No, no. I'm
Okay.
from all over Michigan.
You're from where?
Michigan.
Michigan.
Yeah.
I never been to Michigan myself. Only been. Let's see. I've been out the state, and I try to travel as much as I can. But you know, every time I go somewhere else different, it seems like people in different areas of the U.S. might kind of have different mindsets than the ones in Memphis. Because I know those people in Memphis are very closed-minded compared to people from other places I've been to. But yeah, I kind of agree with you about what you said about fraternities.
the
So
status. It's a status thing,
yeah,
and well, they're trying to break that up anyway with the yes means yes, man. They're going after the fraternities, so fraternities can't do what they used to anyway.
right. You know, it's crazy. I've been to when I came to my first year of college. I actually been to a couple fraternity parties, white and black. And I know at the white fraternities was a little bit different from their black parties. Normally, the black parties here in Memphis was a little bit different because like the black fraternities don't even have houses in my school. It's
Right.
like they have little apartments to get they get together, but they don't have an official fraternity house on campus like the white ones do. And the white ones, they throw these parties at their house, and it's more of you can go in the house and kind of talk to people and be a little more social. Then with black parties, it's just a bunch of dancing, probably at a club with loud music. You can't really talk to people. Um, a lot of twerking going on, a lot of nasty shit. But at white fraternities, what they do is they get the girl. They got all kinds of drugs and alcohol. They give it to people underage, and the girls, mostly blonde bitches, they get drunk and high. And then what they do is they take the bitches upstairs and they run trains on them, like a little factory. I seen this with my own eyes, and I thought it was crazy. And then when the police comes, sometimes the police will come, but like it's like the fraternities, they know the police officers. So as soon as they come, they tell everybody to go upstairs. So nobody gets arrested. So,
Tell them to keep it down. Huh?
yeah. And then when the police leave, the party goes like it never happened. But I don't know. That's just my experience. Uh, is anybody else here? Is anybody else gone to college or have they graduated before? Or they're currently going there?
I guess you guys are the only three.
I guess
Yeah,
so.
you're only three young ones. Yeah, it's normally I was just shocked that I'm getting young ones into my onto my hangout. You know, because normally I appeal to the people that are
You appeal to
Oh, his mic got muted.
well,
I need some information, like real quick, like because I mean I'm in school and everything, and I'm focused on my job and well, focusing on building my own career and getting out of this country right here. But I still have this gripe where I need to find like that I know it's not out there, but that perfect woman or that nuance
right.
who would you know, see you for you and not for like your material wealth or like all of that.
Um,
I don't know if that's a
no,
or
you know, yeah, they're out there. The thing is, you got to be selective, and you
uh,
can never be too sure. Um, I mean, you'll know it, you know, because you eventually you figure out there's no other reason for it to be with you, and that's the whole that's the thing. You know you gotta just like she gonna send you through shit tests. You gotta send her through shit tests. You gotta test her, and you gotta put something, you know, before you dive. If you're gonna be serious about her, it depends on what your objective is for her. If you're gonna be serious about it, you're gonna have to put her through something and make sure that she's solid. If she's solid, you'll know about it. But you can't go in and just assume that she's gonna be with you.
okay.
Yeah, I think that's
You know,
definitely a good
it
I
point.
just
don't
it,
mean to,
go ahead.
I don't mean
No,
to
I think
vote, but
that
I really don't believe that walks really exist.
They
I
don't.
believe that
Mm-hmm.
that just get the best woman that, like you said, that can respect you, and that's
Mm-hmm.
pretty much all you can go for.
Mm-hmm.
If she
Yeah.
respects you, that's what you need.
Respect and compliance. You know, respect and
Okay.
compliance, because she in other words, her mission has to be the same as yours, and if it's not, then you're gonna have problems. If you guys are going in the same direction, that's the first thing you got to make sure of, is you guys are going in the same direction, that
Right.
she truly is on the same path that you're on, and that will keep you together when nothing else will. Because she's not gonna find somebody that's on the same path that she is, that she's made a life with. It's easier that way, because if you find a woman that just because she looks good and she's fine and she's an 8 and she's with you, doesn't mean she's on the same path as you.
Right.
And 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 I'm gonna tell you one thing: just because you fall in love with her, it doesn't mean she's on the same path with you. Because there's the relationship, there's a emotional side and there's a business side. And I'm gonna tell you, the business side always wins.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
the first thing you got to find out is where you're going.
And in that means, to be honest, I really fell out of that thought of or that concept. I don't even really believe in that concept of like falling in love. To be honest.
Oh, it's real. Trust and believe. When you know it, when you feel it, you know it.
Mm.
Trust and believe. It's happened to me 6 times. When it kicks in, it's like a rocket booster. You know it. You know it when it happens.
Mm.
You
Wasn't
go,
just when I was watching a video on do you know Church Flinging Monkey?
hmm
He was explaining how love was just like a chemical bond inside like a human being who just like is just like something for just reproduction and not really like what.
it depends on what you believe in. Okay, I'm not saying what you believe in. I used to think it's a chemical reaction, but the thing is, it's more of a vibration than anything else because you send out vibrations, and so does she. Because basically, at the end of the day, everything is just vibrational fields. And if her harmonics match your harmonics, then it becomes love, and you know it. So she could be, if you've ever been across a crowded room, and all of a sudden you don't a mic. Okay. Even before you see her, you feel her, and you
Mm,
turn around and her eyes lock yours, and you know.
right.
And that reaction of love. But that's the emotional side. That's not the business side.
Okay. All right.
If that makes sense. But the
Yeah.
thing is, but the thing is, you have to. If you don't want to experience it for yourself, then it doesn't mean anything to you.
Okay.
So that when I first learned of it, happened to me when I was 15. So once you know what to look for, then it's easier to find it. But
Right. Right.
until it happens to
My boy's Mike.
yeah, somebody's messing with my mic. It might be what's his name, the Ghostbuster dude.
Yeah, is there any way to remove him off air?
I don't know enough about it to actually do it.
Hey, it's not me.
It's not you?
I've been here listening the whole time.
Okay, somebody's messing with my mic. So,
Oh.
but that in a that is there's lots of explanations for why that feeling of love, but it is real. Trust and believe it is real, and it's just a matter of you experiencing it, and it's a wonderful feeling. It's like a drug, but
Uh-huh.
it's addictive. And if the business side doesn't coincide with the love side, you're in for a rough ride, boss. It's something you don't, getting into it and being in it is fine, but the other side and going through withdrawals, it ain't no fun.
Right. Right.
And if you get hooked up with a chick that's not it's this janky,
Mm,
and you get on that ride, you can't get off that ride till it's over. And you're gonna go through a lot of hell because you can't leave her and she can't leave you. You're like bound at the hip. It ain't no fun. So, and it's nothing logical that you can do. But that's the only time that men can get caught up. You see, men fall in love with some crazy chick,
mm-hmm.
and you come, dude, how come you just don't leave her, man? Just leave her, man. She ain't no good for you. And he can't leave because he can't leave her. That's
Right.
that is I think I put it up as far as the if you look up the anima and animus, because Jung talked about it. It's when her and who she is in person, who she is in person matches that mental picture of what you had, the mental feeling or picture what you have about that woman, and you're going and there's no way out. If that makes sense. But the thing is, it's something you got to experience for yourself. You'll get
Right.
there when it happens.
And I would just remember too that whoever you choose to be with, when you choose to be with them, it creates a dependency within yourself and within them. So the longer you're with somebody, the stronger those bonds get. And the stronger those bonds get, the more you kind of get to the point to where you're kind of needing that person. So I would be cognizant of that before, really getting into anything with anybody. Because once that bond is created and you have that dependency there, then it's like, you're needing it, you're craving it, and anytime you crave something, anytime you open yourself up to love, you also open yourself up to pain too. So I
Yeah,
would definitely think
yeah,
about that.
yeah. A really good book, and I've suggested it before, is The Alchemy of Love by Teresa Crenshaw. Alchemy of Love and Lust by Teresa Crenshaw. That goes through the chemical side.
Okay.
But you're
Buster,
good, man.
muted your mic. Yeah. All right. I
Okay.
found out how to eject him, so
All right.
I don't even know why he was in the background listening. If
In
he
terms,
did,
again with how do you approach? I still want to know, like, how do you approach your parents from like a young like, all right, say like you're on a different path than what your parents wanted you essentially to do, and they're not they're not understanding where you're coming from. How do you?
um, okay, okay. I can explain it to you the way, because I'm a parent, and I can explain it to you the way I would want you to come to me if I was your dad. Okay. Um, in other words, you got to show me a logical plan of where you're going to get from start to finish. So in other words, it can't be I'm on a path and I think I want to go in this direction, and and uh, and I'm going to believe you. You have to sit down and you have to, just like if you wanted to go into business with somebody and you said this idea is going to work, you got to do what? You got to convince them, right?
Mm,
You got to show them that you have a logical plan to go from point A to point Z.
right,
So
right.
first thing you got to do is, okay, if you want to convince them that your path is the right one, first thing you got to do is go through it step by step yourself in a logical fashion. Okay, say you wanted to change your career, and and your parents wanted you to be, they sent you to school to do X, okay, and you wanted to do Z, right?
Right.
And he said, okay, I want to change my path or change my plan because either I'm going to make more money, I feel that the industry is going to grow, or blah 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 blah. Whatever it is, and you got to logically build all these facts up, and it's almost like a business plan, and show it to them. This is what I'm thinking. This is what I want. This is why I'm changing whatever I'm changing. I'm changing my particular life path that you had outlined for me because I want to do this, and this is the reason why I want to do this, and this is how I'm going to get there. they can understand that. Because at the end of the day, any parent wants you to do, all they want you to do at the end of the day is be able to feed yourself.
Right.
They want you to be successful at what you do. So they're pushing you to the point where, okay, as a child, you don't know everything because they're so many years ahead of you, and they've made the mistakes already, and what they don't want you to do is step on the same mistakes that they've stepped on because they're outlining your footpaths. So you have to show them that you know what you're doing.
But then,
And go ahead.
oh, I'm sorry. Well, I mean, then again, I just realized. I mean, I say you step on, you already made your mistakes, but your mistakes could be like a benefit to them. So you never know. It could be either or.
What I'm saying is looking as a parent,
Right.
and what I would need to see to be convinced that you're going in the right direction. I need logic and I need facts. Just like you're going into business. Like, Dad, I want to loan you $200,000 because I want to get into this business. And I'll say, okay, why do you think this plan is going to work? And where do you think you're going to make money from this? In other words, you got to show me. So the same thing with them. If what their input is important to you, you have to show them. You have to sit down with them and walk them through the steps. Because if you don't know, they're not going to get convinced.
Right, and I think that part of it, the answer is in the question too. So that they're asking, how do I convince them? It's also saying that, well, why do you feel like you should have to convince them on a path that you want to take with your own life? And so there's a difference between, wanting to convince them and wanting to be a man and forging ahead and kind of taking that path and doing what it is that you want to do and your heart is set on. And so when you go,
it depends. It depends on is it with your money or is it without your money? Is it with your money or is it their money?
Yeah, I guess that's a good point. That doesn't involve money.
One thing is, if you want their help, then yes, then their input, then convincing them is important. If it doesn't matter about their help, then no, it doesn't. You're a grown man. You can go anywhere in the world you want.
Right.
Like my son, he didn't. He didn't want to. He didn't want to walk the path that we wanted him to walk. Okay, he wanted to do himself. And at some point, at a point of us going back and forth, it came down to, well, me being a father, it's a little different. He got to be about 25 years old. I said, look, dude, you're a grown man. You do anything you want, but you can't do it with my help. So go for it.
Okay.
You're a grown man. I can't tell you what to do, what not to do. But the thing is, it means you rise and fall on your own.
All right.
And that's the deal. If you want to, I used to tell my children when they were going to school, if you want to do it, if you do it my way, I pay for it. If you do it your way, you pay for it. So if you want to do it your way, you pay for it.
But you said you live with your mom, right? Like you're just with your mom, not your dad, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so it's different, and see that's how I would approach my dad, and and he would talk to me, but it's completely different in the way that you would approach your mom. Like if I'm approaching my mother or something and it's fragmented, I can't expect her to put it together and then be able to say, yeah,
Exactly.
let's go ahead and do this. If I approach her with something, it's like already a business plan, completely lined out, and I'm giving it to her, and I said, this is your only involvement that I need here. Just sign here, and as long as it's just sign here, and she's like convinced and emotionally down with it, then we can just go ahead. But if I bring her fragmented ideas, she can't put them together.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, your father in his heart of hearts, your father wants you to be a man. He respects it. Okay, this is what I want to do, and I'm willing to take the risk. Your father expects it. Your mother wants to keep you safe.
Right.
Because at the end of the day, you are her investment.
Mm-hmm.
And she don't want to see her investment go down too. So she's just like any other woman. She needs to be reassured. So whether it's your mother, whether it's your girlfriend, whether it's your wife, whatever. At the end of the day, they want to know that it's going to be okay, and it's up to you to convince her. If you want to support.
Right.
she's still a woman, and that's what women do. Just like he said, his father is different. Okay, his father's different. You know, father look at it. You can be wrong as two left feet, and he'll say, "Go for it, chief." Mama ain't gonna do that.
Right. All right. What do you see the benefits of because I'm not trying to get with a woman or live with a woman or get her pregnant or anything, so I'm just planning on adopting my own daughter. What do you think are the benefits of that?
Okay, if you're adopting a daughter that is okay, boy, I'm gonna tell you right up front,
Uh,
boys are a hell of a lot easier when they're small. Okay, the clothes, the hair, all the other accoutrements that go along with children, that are their expectation as far as peers are concerned. Because if you have children, you send them to school, they're gonna have peers. Then girls have a different care and feeding. So if you're going to adopt a girl, you got to be prepared to adopt a girl. You're going to need some help. You're going to need some help from a female friend, or you're going to need some help from a relative because that's a girl.
right.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you that up front because I had for like 3-4 years I had my daughter by myself, and the hair, the clothes, a whole bunch of other things that I needed female help with. I just did. Whereas a boy, okay, it's a whole different story. So if I'm a single man and I'm going to adopt a boy. But if you want to adopt a girl, you better start asking questions. Okay, if you're going to adopt a girl, you better learn how to do some hair. Okay, okay, because if you want to get embarrassed, you want to get talked about, you want your child to go through something, you let a little girl, especially a little black girl, walk around with her hair unkempt. It's gonna be some issues. So care and feeding of a little girl was a lot more involved.
Mm-hmm. All right.
But if but it's saying if you adopt, you got to adopt for the right reasons,
Right.
and you got to be prepared for. I don't know. You have brothers and sisters?
Not that I know of, so I'm just saying.
Okay, if you're basically the only child, see, I grew up as the oldest of five. So by the time my children came along, I was already used to taking care of children. Because I started changing diapers when I was 7. For 6 years old, I started changing diapers and giving little babies bottles and watching little kids because I was the oldest of 5. I had to. So by the time my children came along, it was just just another kid. Okay, so I was already up on it. But if you're gonna adopt, you're gonna be a single parent. There's a learning curve that you're gonna have to go through.
Right.
So prepare. You prepare for it, especially if it's gonna be you're gonna adopt an infant or you're gonna adopt an older child.
I was gonna adopt probably like between the age of like 5 or 7 or something.
Okay, well that's a little better. So, they're not starting from scratch.
Okay.
No, there's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing wrong with it. It happens all the time. There's nothing wrong with it. Why adopt instead of having your own?
Yeah.
Just gonna deal with any potential legal fees or legal entanglement like child support or
Baby mamas and all that stuff.
baby mamas, all that stuff in general. I don't want to deal with a woman in general.
Yeah, it's a little tougher slog for men to adopt, but yeah, there's nothing wrong with it as long as you're prepared for it.
Yeah. All right, that's all I really needed to know. I gotta go to bed.
Did you ever think about? Sorry. Did you ever think about going abroad and doing surrogacy?
Oh, surrogacy? I mean, I heard.
Yeah.
I just listened to Sandman talk about it, but I don't really want to do all of that.
Yeah. From what I hear, I think you can go to India and to what's the other Bangladesh, and there's very low rates for that. Very low.
Oh, I mean, I'll try
And
to
the kid
research
would look.
surrogacy, but
Yeah.
If it's not important that the kid carries your biology, adoption is it's probably a better deal if you know if the kid doesn't carry your biology. You just have to be careful, about the parents because attitudes and personalities are inherited. Trust and believe.
right. Okay.
After 3 kids, I know, and seeing them little buggers come out the womb, yeah, they come with personalities.
Come with personality. They come
Oh
from.
yeah, from the first time they take a breath, you can tell. Oh, I've got 3 of them, and they're grown ups, and their core personality has not changed since the time they were born.
Mm,
They're still the same people. They just have more knowledge, but they're still the same people.
okay. All right. That's all I need to know. It's 2 a.m. and I gotta go to work tomorrow. So
All right, bro.
thank you for all your help.
No, no problem. Thank you for coming, dropping in.
All right. Thank you. Keep making videos, man.
Hey, that's what I'm here for.
All right. See you.
Anybody else?
Yeah, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yeah.
Oh, okay. This whole fourth industrial revolution, I know you did some extensive information on this fourth industrial revolution.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to know, um, in terms of the basic income, because
Mm-hmm.
I know you mentioned that.
Right.
How much do you think do you think that's a common reality for this country?
Yeah.
Because I know
Yeah.
they're talking about it. I know they're talking about it over in Europe right now.
Yeah. Yeah. Because because they're actually talking about it in China now. In China now because did you ever hear the news about Foxconn?
Foxconn. Yeah, I think I sent you that link.
Yeah. You did, didn't you? Did you? Oh, yeah, you did.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
sent you that.
Where they laid off 60,000 people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they
It, 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 it it's coming.
so that means what they would probably have to do is they would have to get rid of all the other programs. You got your Social Security, you got your Earned Income Credit, you got your WIC programs, and the EBT programs. So you think they'll get rid of all that and just have one program where they'll pay everybody a certain amount of money a month?
Uh, those details are going to have to be worked out, and old programs never. It's hard to kill old programs, um, because they're like dinosaurs. They stay around.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to think. Did I put it up or not? Uh, it's something that Moynihan talked about that in I want to say the 70s. He talked
Yeah,
about the basic income. I don't know if I
yeah,
put that link. I don't know if I put that up or not. But he talked about it in the 70s because they figured that automation was already starting to put people out of work.
yeah,
In places like Detroit and Ohio with steel mills and stuff like that, where automation was putting people out of work. And they were talking about the basic income back then.
yeah.
And
Well, he abandoned it after finding out that it was affecting the divorce rate. I heard the program. I believe I heard it on. They were talking about it on this podcast. It was called Freakonomics,
hmm
and they were talking about the basic income, and they said that Monahan didn't like it after he found out that the divorce rate started to go up because they had experimented with it in Canada,
Mm-hmm.
They had a program in Canada where they had experimented with, giving people a certain amount of money on, I guess, on a monthly basis.
Right.
And then they had some, if I remember, they had some program where they tried it here, but I guess it was on a smaller scale,
Mm-hmm.
and they found out that, because people, I think he was concerned about breaking up families,
Right.
and that's why he kind of abandoned the whole idea. And I think that was during the Nixon administration, I believe.
I think Nixon might have been gone by then. I have to go back and look at it, but I think he gave the speech after that when he talked about it. But
Hmm.
I have to go back and
Yeah,
look at it. It might have been
my
Carter. Go ahead.
yeah, my memory is sketchy on it because I heard the program. I think it was probably about a month ago.
Okay.
So yeah, but yeah, I'm just kind of fascinated with that because based on what's going on here and the fact that you know we got a really bad unemployment rate here in the city as far as
Mm-hmm.
teenagers.
Mm-hmm.
We got a
50.
lot of kids out of work
Yeah, it's
here.
like 50%, I do believe.
Well, yeah,
Probably
it's
more.
it's
Probably more. They're probably underestimating it.
yeah, it's more than that. It's but they've been talk radio and whatnot. They've been talking about how to get monies and funding to get kids jobs. Because the summer is coming, and what happens in the summertime. With
Yep.
a lot of kids who don't have any
Anything to do.
employment, yeah,
Right.
and they don't have anything to do. So, um, and then you got adults working in um, restaurants, fast food joints and whatnot. Those jobs were usually for young people,
Right.
but you got a lot of older people, going and competing with the young people for those employment opportunities. Um, so I've just been kind of looking at, I've been researching and trying to find everything that I can get my hands on as far as this basic income thing. So
Yeah,
when
like
do
you
you
said.
think when do you think that you'll start at? You think what in the next 2 decades, maybe
No, no, no. Sooner than that. No, 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 no,
soon?
no.
Okay.
Yeah, next you'll be hear about it in the next 5 years.
Mm.
They'll start talking about it here. They're already talking about it in Switzerland. They're going to vote on it in Switzerland. Then the UK, UK, England's already talking about it. They
Okay.
haven't. They're waiting to see what Switzerland does with it and how it goes across, and then it'll go from Switzerland probably to the Nordic countries like Norway and Sweden, and then to probably the UK, and then Canada and the United States will be on board next. But it depends. It depends on what the economy's like. Okay, it depends on the kind of jobs that they can offer. Because right now, you almost have it now because you got 100 million people that are out of work
Yeah.
in the United States. They don't talk about it, but you got 100 million adults that are out of work. Half your workforce isn't working.
Yeah. You got
Are
it's
you
starting to
talking
slow
about?
down.
Are you talking about Davos, the
Excuse me,
in Switzerland? Are you talking about Davos in Switzerland?
Davos. Yeah,
Yeah, Davos conference.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. They had another what they call it, the robot march, talking about the basic income. Um, Either automation is going, if they unleash this automation, it's going to take your jobs. They're already talking about uh, putting machines into McDonald's, and I think the CEO of McDonald's said it's cheaper to buy a $35,000 robot rather than pay
Hmm.
an employee so many dollars an hour to shuffle fries, and them not doing it that good a job. So they're already talking about McDonald's from, because when I was a kid, man, I was like 16, 17. I worked at McDonald's and I was a cook.
Yeah.
And I was over there maybe a couple weeks ago, and I was curious. Because I hadn't walked into McDonald's in a while. I was curious to walk into McDonald's and see, uh, how they made their meat, because we used to have these big grills where we actually
Right.
grilled the burgers on. So I walk in and it seemed like, okay, I don't smell the smoke, the smoke coming
Right.
off from the burgers. I said, well, how do they cook the meat? And they got a machine.
Yeah.
They put the patties in. The patties roll off the machine. They take the patties off the machine. They put them in bins so they can stay hot.
Yeah.
And then when they make your burger or whatever, they pull the meat out, slap it on the bun, and it comes right out. I said, oh, okay, they've already automated it.
Yep. Yeah, it's totally different because I worked at McDonald's. I think the summer of '86.
Mm-hmm.
In downtown, and yeah, I used to work the grill area, and yeah, you just put the patties on there, the frozen patties on there, and then you had to sear it and turn it over. And,
Right.
They don't do that anymore.
Nope. We had to
Yeah.
press the timer and all that stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Yep.
all machine operated now. So,
Yep.
yeah, we
Well,
got.
I never worked at McDonald's, but I worked at the ballpark, and they're not going to automate that anytime soon.
What did you do at the ballpark? What did you?
Hot dogs, made kielbasa. This is a long time ago. This is when I was in high school. Nachos, soft drinks, serving beer. They're not gonna automate that. I don't think so.
Well, they have a plan to automate it where it's push button. Because Wendy's already talking about it, where you have a kiosk and you punch in your order and whatnot, and you basically swipe your debit card and then basically your order is assembled and bagged and all that stuff, and it comes right on out. They can do it.
Oh yeah, they're working. They have
I
they
think
have autopilot. They have autopilot on some of these cars. My mom has a Tesla. She just got a Tesla. And
Oh, really?
It has an autopilot on there.
Look at her, man. Okay, you fancy.
I know balling.
Yeah, I'm talking about $100,000 car. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm mad at her.
No, they're making
Yeah.
they're making much cheaper Tesla
My
models.
dad, man, he passed, so he left her.
Okay. She's sitting all right then. She got a Tesla.
Yeah. Yeah, she's fancy like that, but yeah, the damn car drives by itself, man. It kind of freaked me out. So
it can.
Yes.
Yeah, I was talking to a friend of mine. He's an engineer for Ford, and one of my mates that's in my think tank circle, right? And I asked him about it. I said, "What's going on with the?" I said, "From the inside, what's going on with the driverless car?" I asked him, "Is Ford involved with the driverless car?" He says, "Yeah, everybody is.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody's involved with the driverless car." And he said, I said, "What's holding it up?" He said, "Because he said, one, they have more accidents than they're reporting, and two, it's difficult. It's difficult to get manufacturers relief from liability.
Mm-hmm.
So if somebody dies in that car, the manufacturers don't want to take that hit for it."
That's kind of interesting.
I was watching
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was watching a PBS special, and they were talking about cars in the future, and they said a digital road, which used radar sensors and also used a digital invisible road that you can actually send the car down using very advanced machinery autonomously. And they implemented some of this with the Google Drive cars. That's how they got a lot of the pictures and road previews.
Mm-hmm.
So they're really putting this into fruition right now.
Yeah, I heard them talk about it. I heard them. I heard the socialists talking about it. Also, well, you know they legalized the ability to basically have driverless freight trucks in Nevada. You drive. You know that. You probably heard that already.
Yeah, they already experimenting with tractor trailers, on the highways.
Yep.
They're already doing it. Only thing is they they can't back into these docks, which they'll probably work on that. They're probably working on that right now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but yeah, they've already. I've seen some video where they have the trucks, the driverless trucks on the
Mm-hmm.
highways. So yeah, it's coming.
Yeah, it's coming. And if you think about it, that's what Uber and Lyft was actually designed for. It wasn't designed to have people drive the cars. It's actually designed to have the system up and running. So when driverless cars actually come about, then
Yeah.
there goes the taxi industry.
Yeah, they're trying to pass a law here where they regulate Uber and Lyft just like they have it with the taxis here, and so they're kicking the taxis in the ass.
Mm-hmm.
They kick, and
Thank
I
God.
think, yeah, because they don't even come to the neighborhoods, because most of the Ubers and the Lyfts, they come to the south and west sides, and
Mm-hmm.
so because I mean, there were times when I would, I went on a vacation or something, and I'm trying to get a cab, to take me home, and
Mm-hmm.
well, I'm not going that way, so now you have it where they have Uber to come, and they can pick up in the airports now. So they can come in the airport,
Yep.
and they pick you up and take you home,
Mm-hmm.
and it's
Mhm.
probably about it's probably a little cheaper than the cab, but the cabs don't even want to go in certain areas, and hell, I don't even live in the hood. I live close to the hood, but where I live is pretty nice, so it's nice
Mm-hmm.
and quiet and clean. So, they don't even want to come over here sometimes, or you're waiting forever.
Yeah.
So I hope they do kick the cab industry in the ass. They already are, and that's why they some of the politicians here, these slime balls, trying to pass a measure to kind of set the Uber and Lyft drivers. They have to get licenses and hard cards and stuff like that. So they
Yeah.
trying to do that here.
Yeah, they'll just accelerate what's going on, because then Uber and Lyft will go to Washington D.C. and say, okay, they're trying to hold back advancement in technology,
Yep.
and then they'll say, okay, well, since we can't do anything about them regulating drivers, guess what we'll do? We'll sign a experimental deal where you can actually have driverless cars come in and pick people up. They'll just accelerate it, and then we'll give them legal protection, limited liability in case somebody gets hurt in one of those cars. Just like, in other words, basically make a driverless car is the same as a human being. In other words, the same kind of insurance rates would apply, and that's all they need. Then basically the cab industry's dead.
Yeah, it's already on its last leg. So.
Mm-hmm. Anything driving is anything driving is probably going to be teetering, and I say within the next 5 years, and then and right after that, I think what's going to happen is going to be the medical industry is going to be teetering. So a lot of doctors, nurses, and stuff like that, they're going to have an extreme pay cut. Okay.
Yeah. I can give an example. Out here, there's the Royal College of Art in London, and they do a lot of medical design. And someone's thesis was he built a robot that's theoretically capable of performing keyhole surgery with off-the-shelf parts, like parts that you can already just go and buy.
Yep.
So if he can do that now and he's a student, think about like next 5 years.
Yeah, because the technology exists and they know it exists.
Yeah.
Oh, Ruben, you're in UK. You're there. What is the talk there about the basic income? Because I know they had just started talking about it.
Well, I think they're moving towards it because my mom works for the DWP, which is the Department of Work and Pensions, and she keeps complaining about how they're rolling all the benefits into one universal benefit.
Mm-hmm.
So you just get one payment of everything.
Mm-hmm.
And so they think they're getting that system ready so that when the universal income comes, they just give you it through that. The system's already set up. In terms of going for it, I think we'll have to wait for the Brexit thing. I think if we come out of the EU, it'll be a little longer. If we stay in the EU, I think within 10 years it'll be here.
How was what do you think about how was automation affecting you guys as far as driverless cars and factories and stuff like that? Are they expanding, or are they kind of holding it back a little bit?
We've got a lot of our universities and institutions are at the cutting edge of producing it in terms of, but in terms of it being out there, I guess, yeah, they're getting rid of a lot of government jobs. A lot of government jobs are just going to be kiosks. That's all I can see really, because we're already a service industry, so it's a little bit difficult. Like all our manufacturing went like years and years ago.
Yeah.
Don't you guys still produce the Aston Martin and the Jaguar? I know
we only produce bits of it. We only produce bits of it.
Oh. So it's like the 300, Chrysler 300, basically.
Yeah. Most of it comes.
I'm sorry. The Chrysler 300 is actually built in Alberta, Canada. It's not built in Detroit. It's imported to Detroit. That's why they stand in commercial. Imported to Detroit.
Okay.
Yeah, same here. So the engine comes ready built, and then it's pretty much the chassis and that they put together.
Or the
drop
assembly.
the engine in. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah. It's it's like the Boeing 747. It comes built with different parts from different places, and then put together. But that's the global marketplace, which is why the $15 wage rate is being talked about. So they're going to level everything as far as wages are concerned. But they talked about that back in 2010, if I'm not mistaken. They call it global. Look up global rebalancing, and because they had $3 an hour wages in China and in Vietnam and places like that, and you had $30 wages here in the United States, and it said somewhere is going to have to equalize, so they settled on $15 an hour. That's why you see the $15 an hour wage pop up. But it's the fourth industrial revolution. Well, it's here already. It's just going to accelerate.
Yeah, I keep seeing little bits of it out here. Like someone's opened up a shop where it's a machine that makes textiles, and so you go in and there's a kiosk, and then you plug in the pattern you want on your jumper, and then it just knits it for you.
All right, see you later. Yep.
Peace.
Right, y'all gone? You gone?
Someone's gone, I think.
No, he's still there. He just turned off the camera. But finish. What were we saying about
It's a textile knitting machine, and you just walk in. There's a kiosk. You put in what color you want, what pattern you want on the jumper, and it'll knit it for you. So we've got little remnants of the whole fourth industrial revolution. Just needs to accelerate, really.
Yeah, because their technology with about making a textile machine, I think I saw that like 10 years ago in Japan.
Yeah.
But they never did anything with it. So it's where you walk in to the Japanese kiosk, and you take off your shirt and your pants, and you stand in the middle of of a laser machine, and it scans you, it scans your
Yeah.
body and your measurements, and then you pick out the suit that you want, and it tailor makes your suit in
Yeah.
about 30 minutes. But that was 10 years ago.
Yeah. Well, I've
So
got one out here.
yeah, yeah, but yeah, you got bits and pieces of all this technology that's floating
Yeah.
around, man. They never did anything with. Like I think it was the New York Times. I was seeing they're talking about synthetic biology and making synthetic humans by recombinating DNA and making what they call them synthetic human beings.
Wow, that's deep.
So it'll be
I-
DNA from more than two people.
It would be basically they take an egg and they recombinate the DNA, and then they fertilize it, and it becomes a human being. Because I talked to a guy that was into cellular biology, and he says the one thing that they can't, he said the one thing that they can't put life into anything. So the thing is, what they take is an unfertilized egg, and they recombinate the DNA, and then they fertilize it, and then basically the DNA scripts it, and it grows for whatever attributes that they want. But they still need the female egg.
Right, because they said then that it doesn't have the spark. We found that spark that they can't create the life with it. They tried that before.
Yep, exactly. And I heard that from a cellular biologist because I asked him directly.
What about
Go ahead.
ectogenesis?
We're talking about them growing outside the womb.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is that what you're saying? Well, they can grow. Once it's fertilized, once it's the egg is fertilized, yeah, they can grow it outside the womb. That's not a problem. But they can't get around. They can't make life from scratch. It still has to have a fertilized egg. I think they can probably, just like in Brave New World, they can split it. But the thing is, they have to have that initial spark, like he said. They can't create life. They can manipulate life.
All right.
At least not that they're saying. I don't think they can quite do that yet. They haven't. They can play God, but they can't be it just yet.
That's kind of scary, man.
It is what it is. It is what it is, man. There's nothing you can do about it. They've been because I don't know if you remember, man, because you're old enough. Remember Art Bell back in the '90s with Coast to Coast?
I used to listen to Art Bell, all the time. Yeah.
Yeah, and
at work.
And they should talk about this. Remember, they should talk about this kind of stuff, man, back in the '90s.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah, and they've been holding all this stuff back.
Yeah, that's why I'm so fascinated with it, because a lot of the, I used to read the Futures magazine. I used to read all these little publications, Foreign Affairs, all these things.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of the stuff that they talked about back then is now coming to pass.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, wow, I always took it with it, I didn't always completely agree with it. I mean, it was plausible, but you also, okay, that's so far off. But now all of this stuff is starting to come to pass.
Yeah.
And it's like, wow, So yeah, I used to listen to Art Bell all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's right here, and I remember even you can listen to mainstream media and they're talking about it now. So I was listening to NPR about 6 months ago, and they were talking about how they were taking human stem cells and putting them into animal embryos, and out of that, they would create human organs. And so it's really kind of created like a conversation on morality, and is that kind of right? And what if it produces a human brain in the animal, or different human organs? And so yeah, that stuff is happening. They're doing it now, and even though we don't see that every day, it's going on. And who knows, if you need a transplant, maybe you'll be getting like a heart that's been developed in an animal of some sort. So it's weird and it's interesting at the same time.
Well, actually, what they're doing, if you get a heart, it wouldn't be grown inside an animal. It'd be 3D printed. Because what they do is they take your stem cells and they grow them, right?
Right.
And what they do is they take a cadaver's heart. Say if they need a heart for you, they take a cadaver's heart, and what they do is they desiccate it. In other words, it's a fibrous structure for any organ that we have. And what they do is they desiccate it, they'll bleach it to where all the DNA of that particular person is stripped off, right? And you have an outline of basically a husk, a fibrous husk of it, where all the DNA has been stripped off. And what they do is they take your stem cells and they put it in the printer and they spray this. They spray your stem cells onto this platform, and then the DNA, the stem cells are smart enough to realize that this is in the shape of a heart, and they put it in a tank and it'll grow into a heart, into a organ. And all they do is once it's grown, they put the electricity to it. It starts up, and they sew it in.
Damn.
That's what they do. That's where they grow. because stem cells are smart. Your cells are very smart. They're very intelligent. They figure that for whatever reason, I don't know if it's a magnetic resonance or of the husk or just the shape, but the stem cells pick up on it. It says, okay, this organ is a heart. So we need to shape ourselves into a look in our DNA code and says, okay, how do you make a heart? And they actually come together and they form a heart. They dip it in the tank, they grow, they give it a shock, they take your old heart out, they put your new heart in. There's no chance of rejection because those are your cells.
Yeah, that's heavy. That is heavy.
Yeah, they haven't perfected it, but that's what they're doing. A lot of organs. That's why there's a big market. You know how a lot of the black kids were basically being killed, and they were finding these kids dead without their organs in them.
Yeah.
Okay, they don't need a live donor anymore. So say your son dies or your daughter dies, and their organs are the right size. They're dead, but they get to the funeral home, they pay off the funeral director, they take the organs out.
Yeah.
And they dessicate them, and they dessicate them. They have the husk, and they spray them with the stem cells, and that goes into the transplant. So there's a big market, underground market in that. The Chinese been doing it for a long time, and that's what's happening. The Chinese are already doing some of this stuff. So basically, what you have is an arms race between the manufacturers. Let's do it before the Chinese do it.
Right, and the issue with that is that now, because everything's becoming more connected, with social media and with the 24-hour news cycle, that it gets a lot harder to hide those things. Whereas, back in the 90s, you wouldn't hear about something like that, but maybe from a few sources. Now you've got multiple sources coming out and saying stuff like that, and so different governments, different companies have to jump right on and have to get out in front of that.
Mm-hmm. The clock's ticking. Yeah. And thanks to what's his name for basically giving away the inside the NSA secrets. Basically, the Chinese and the Russians basically came in and raided all the knowledge. Because all those back doors that the NSA,
Snowden,
yeah.
Snowden,
yeah. Basically, all those back doors that the NSA built into all these computers, basically got exposed under Snowden. So the Russians came in, and Russians and the Chinese just came in and started raiding all that information, all the stuff they had to pay for, or steal. They just came in and it's free for all. They just got all that stuff. So now, basically, that's how come they don't care anymore. That's why come they can cut off the United States. As far as acquiring technology, they got it already. That's how come Hillary's afraid, because the Russians have all their emails, all 20,000 of them.
Yeah. So So Snowden is basically he's responsible for all of the technological the technology getting into the hands of the Russians and the Chinese. I mean, we basically putting it all on him, or just something that.
It's not all on him, but the thing is, they were parceling it out. In other words, if Chinese wanted some kind of technology, they had to basically work with the manufacturers and basically do the bidding of the manufacturers and get the technology from them. Parcel out. They could actually sell it off bit by bit. But when Snowden came along and dropped into their laps, and gave up all the NSA back doors, they could just go in and download the stuff now.
Right. I'm sure the American government offered hundreds of billions of dollars for that dude.
Well, that's how come he can't leave Russia.
Yeah.
But the thing is, it's too late now. He's killing him is not going to do any good because he's already given everything up. He'd be dead if he left. That's how come they didn't send him anyplace else, because he wanted to go. I think he wanted to go to, where did he say? Was it Bolivia, or he wanted to go, or Peru, someplace in South America where he wanted to go. The Chinese couldn't keep him. They said the only people that can keep you safe is Russians. So that's where they sent him. So he's somewhere in Moscow. I'm sure if they get eyes on him, they'll shoot him on site.
Yeah, I'm sure they're working on that.
How did he get out?
How did he get out?
Yeah.
Get out of where? Out of the United States?
Yeah.
He knew they were on to him, and before they caught up, he was already working. He's already, how you run to the people you think are going to protect you. He was already working for the Chinese, and in my estimation, he was already working for the Chinese, giving up secrets.
Right.
And they started to trace. They put a tracer on. I think they found out who he was. So basically, before you get caught, what are you going to do? You run. So he ran to mainland China and asked for asylum. So the Chinese used him, got what they needed from him, and then they said, we can't protect you. They shouldn't send him to Russia. He's been there.
I think he got help from Anonymous also.
Say it again.
I think he got help from Anonymous also.
He probably did, but they said he was a smart cookie. They say he was a really smart cookie. And
it's probably not just Anonymous is the name of people but if you ever been on the dark web, there's a lot of people back there who are funded, who have sources. So.
And 8chan and 4chan and tons of different places that they go to. So, yeah.
Yeah. Well, what I'm saying is, I'm sure I'm sure he had help, but the thing is, I'm sure he was funded by the Chinese, and he had access because he was actually a genius, because he could figure out, he knew how to run systems that most people didn't know how to run. So basically, the NSA trusted him with a lot of things, and so he had access to a lot of stuff. And once he cracked it, since he was inside the system, nobody caught him or could catch up with him, because he didn't break in. He was already inside, and he was distributing. But the thing is, only so long before you can get caught. So when he left, he took everything with him. He probably didn't get everything, but he got enough.
Damn.
So you marry that with 1 million Chinese hackers and with programs. Guess what they're gonna do?
Yep, that's heavy. That is heavy. Yeah. So what do you think? You think all this stuff is gonna start kind of kicking in really heavy in the next 5 years?
Oh yeah, it's already kicking in. It's just a matter of how far it will go. You can't say what's gonna be allowed or what's gonna be accepted. But I said, certain things like driverless cars, I believe you're gonna see that regularly in 5 years.
Oh, without a doubt, that's gonna put
Yeah,
bus
and
drivers out of business, garbage people out of business. A lot of people are not gonna have jobs because of that.
yeah,
Without a doubt.
yeah. So and then you can see the beginnings of it in 5 years. In 10 years, most of the jobs are gonna be dead. The robot factory worker that they were talking about that Google has invented.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, it's gonna take the factory job. McDonald's is gonna be gone because the robots serving fries and burgers. Yeah, and then you marry that with a kiosk.
Right.
That's gonna be gone too.
I mean, there'll still be a person there, but they'll just be like 1 or 2 people monitoring it, as opposed to the 10 people that are there working it now.
Yeah. Yeah, back in the day, man, you had to have a crew of 20 for it to were a busy McDonald's. So now, man, it's down to like 5 or 6 people.
Yeah, I went to a plant to pick up some bottled water, and the whole warehouse was robot. They had robots loading the trucks,
Mm-hmm.
and you only
Really?
had yep, they were
Wow.
loading the trucks.
Wow, really?
Yeah, I was surprised they let I had to use the bathroom, and they let me come in the building, because usually at this place you just sit in your truck and wait.
Mm-hmm.
And then when they tell you to pull out, you get your green light, you pull out, and then you seal your load and you go pick up your paperwork, and then you're out of there. But I'm surprised they let me come in, because and then I looked and I saw the robots. These are robots loading the trucks.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. And I tell people that the technology's there now, but the only reason why a lot of people still have jobs is that the companies can't afford that new technology yet. But once it switches, and once the amount that they can pay for the technology, is less than the amount that they can pay for actually having human actual labor, they're gonna make that switch without a doubt.
Yeah. Plus they don't have the green light from the governments.
Yeah, I went to a Chrysler plant in Kokomo, Indiana, and they got robots assembling the cars. So
yeah. Well, yeah. I think what 60% of the cars assembled by robots.
Yeah, I really wasn't surprised by that, but
But delivering water, huh?
Yeah, but bottled water. Want to pick up a shipment of bottled water. That really, I was like, wow. It's only a few people walking around in there.
Yeah. Yeah, if they can do it. The thing is, they don't have the okay to do it. Because the robots are there. They demonstrate it. In fact, I don't know if you saw it. Because I don't post a lot of it, but I probably should start posting more of it since people are more interested in it. The Google has a robot, and I think it's Boston Dynamics. I think they're warring over robot technology, and they have a robot that can walk over any terrain. In other words, any terrain. So if you put down marbles or something like that, the robot can actually walk over it without falling, and they can pick up to like 150 pounds. So it's got robot hands, so it basically can do the same job as a factory worker, as a warehouse worker.
Yeah. Have you ever seen the movie Elysium?
Yeah, I saw the movie Elysium. Yeah.
I think that's where we're headed.
Well, we would be headed that way, except for one thing. The only thing that the elite fear more than the common people is the artificial intelligence. They're afraid to. They're afraid to. One, they're afraid to put out too many robots. That's number one, and number two is that technology never stays put. So if you have if you have a system like Elysium and you have basically robots policing the human beings, eventually, just like in Elysium, at least eventually human beings are going to figure out the technology and they're going to take over. Because without the robots, there are more of them than there are of you. And Elysium doesn't. It's not self-sufficient. It needs food from the planet. So if the human beings run a blockade where you can't get down and you can't get supplies of food, guess what's going to happen? You're going to die.
I read something somewhere about they sent up some, I'm not sure, some tons of food up to some space station up in I think in the Earth's orbit. I mean, these people are seriously trying to colonize the other planets. You know, it's just like all this stuff is just amazing to me.
Yeah. Yeah, well, yeah. The thing is that it's stuff that you've read about. It's stuff that they've speculated about, but to see it happening in front of your very eyes, yeah.
And then I talk to people about it, and they're like, they just don't believe it. Just like I talk to people about the basic income. I got people, usually on social media. They want to argue you down. They're all, I guess they all think they're economists or something, but they want to argue you up and down about, they're not gonna do that. They're not gonna do this. They're not gonna do that. They're not gonna give people money and all that stuff. So it's just this stuff is just, it's really, man, it's mind blowing.
Yeah,
really mind blowing just to kind of see it unfold,
Yeah, most 99% of the people cannot handle this speed of change.
Yeah,
and and even though I've been tracking this stuff for 25 years, it does get to you. It does get to you. Even though even as you watch it, because you're watching it develop as it speeds up. It does get to you.
Right. And even when I'm talking to people and I'm trying to inform them, I always try to tell them, not to get overwhelmed, because, there's a lot of hope in different things that we're doing, I was just in a meeting the other day, and in the same place where I was meeting, they were teaching kids about like 3D printing and different encoding, different technologies like that. And those are things that kids need to start getting into more, as opposed to just the sports, into the coding, into the 3D printing and things like that. And those should actually be classes in schools, so that now we can create a base of children who actually have these technological skills, so that they can go out and they can create their own businesses, because I believe the actual change is in us to be able to create small businesses. So that we're always going to keep advancing technologically. The government's going to continue to do that, but now it's about how many people have the knowledge to be able to be a part of that and to start their own businesses, and then to create their own technology to put forth, so that we can actually have it a level playing ground, or is it all going to be done by the government, under the government umbrella? And so I encourage people to get involved with those different things and try to get your kids into that stuff, as opposed to just every Saturday, every Friday, every Sunday, just being out on the field. And in this way, we can have more people in the different industries, so that we can be able to spread out the knowledge, so that they can start their own businesses to be able to compete there.
Well, that's exactly what they're talking about, and that's what Davos was talking about. Is about putting, because at this point, they can't hold back the technology, number one, and number two, once the technology gets released, they cannot employ you anymore. They simply can't. So the only thing they can do is give you basic income to keep you alive, and the rest of the stuff you're going to have to figure out yourself. So the thing is, they're going to put the
Yeah.
tools, because the tools are going to filter down anyway. So the thing is, they might as well get ahead of the game and give people the tools and say, okay, here's enough money to keep you alive. Here's enough money to keep a roof over your head. You're not going to live a very good life, but the thing is, here's some tools and some instructions. You go and figure it out and try to make bring a community together and make your own life, because we can't control this stuff anymore, and we're basically tired of trying. That's really what they're saying.
Yeah. And one of those, with the school kids that you said you were seeing with the 3D printers, a really cheap substitute instead of the MakerBot is called the RipRap, RIPREP. It's a open source printer, and you can replicate it. It's really cheap. It was the first one I started off doing. RipRap.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, it's just like
something that you can start to learn.
Yeah, it's just like anything else. It's like the smartphone. Because I remember back at when I was at Comdex, man, back in 97? Was it 97? 97. And I remember the first big screen TV, right? The flat screen TV,
Yeah.
and it was like 20 grand. For like a 40-inch TV, it was like $20,000. Okay, I mean, very few people could afford it back then. And now we come 20 years later, they can't. It's hard for them to even give it away. It's like $249. So I think the 3D printers and all that kind of stuff is gonna be the same thing. They're gonna get simpler, and they're gonna get less expensive. A lot less expensive, because basically all a 3D printer basically is an inkjet printer with a different material.
Mm-hmm.
That's all it is. In fact, I was looking at this other ad. They were talking about a laser table that makes cuts with where it scans an outline, and then the lasers come in and then cut your design. And I think the price was like $3,500, to where it's where you could it will cut any material, any soft material like leather or paper or cardboard or something like that, where you can either input it from a computer, or you can actually take a design, a physical design, put it in the table, and the lasers will scan it 3D and then cut the same pattern. So the stuff is exploding. But the biggest change is not going to be machines or machine technology. It's going to be biological technology. That is going to be the game changer.
You're gonna have half humans walking around.
Or enhanced human. Because there's another thing they were talking about was using stem cells and other technologies to give to elderly. Okay, say like somebody that's over 65 or something like that. Instead of them wasting away and taking up resources, they're talking about restoring their health and their vitality to the point where they can live, the next 20, 30 years and actually be productive instead of being wasteful and retired. They can actually bring them back, basically bring the human units back onto back into the workforce as an active participant, rather than being a drain on the commodity.
I mean, how do you feel about that, though?
You know what? That's morally they're going to have to decide on that. Okay, because it's a moral question. So the thing is, it's not a matter of the quality of life, but how long do you let people live? Do you extend their life to them to be 100, or do you say, okay, we will give you this technology, and say you would have died at 90 anyway, but you're 65. We're going to make sure that you live the best. Your last 25 years is healthy and vital as possible. And I wouldn't have any problem with that if I could live to be 100, and I can live my last 40, 50 years as a 20-year-old, and at the end of those 40 years, I get to be 100 years old, and I kick the bucket. I'd sign on for that because it's basically make the older people basically sterile. You can't reproduce, and we're not going to really pay you the Social Security that we would because you have the ability to go out and work. But the thing is, you have the ability to actually live a vital life to where your body, where your body's working properly. You feel good. You can do the same things you did at 20 when you're 80. I said, most old folks would sign on for that, and plus you basically get them off the rolls. You basically get them off the retirement rolls. You make them work part time, or make them do other stuff where they're productive.
Yeah, I know a lot of drivers that they retired from whether they work as teachers or they worked as some factory or something, and they all became drivers.
Yeah.
So they driving, they road driving. They're taking, they doing OTR. I mean, 48 states.
Mm-hmm.
Like, man, I can't do that. But they're out there. A lot of retirees. I mean, I've seen guys get out of trucks with walkers. I'm not lying, man.
Well, yeah. I mean, you're sitting at home, you're not doing anything, and you want to see the country. And for a retiree, driving is actually relaxing because you don't have a family. You don't have to worry about a girlfriend and nothing like that. All you want to do is basically travel the road. It's something you would probably do anyway, and you're getting paid for it. I'm not mad at them.
Yeah, and I mean there's a lot of changes coming about. They're gonna have apps, to kind of cut back on all this paperwork and all these middlemen, in the freight industry. They're developing apps now to kind of cut down on that.
Mm-hmm.
So all of the little brokers and stuff that that companies have to get their freight from. You get your freight from freight brokers and whatnot. The smaller companies are going to be able to compete, with with some of the bigger companies because they're going to streamline some of this, all this cutting out some of these people, and they have apps. They've developed apps now,
Mm-hmm.
to where you can just go on the app and you can pick a load and take it to where it needs to go and get paid, and you get paid on time and all that stuff. They're really streamlining things now. So I guess things are getting much easier with this technology, So I don't know if the big companies, like the Schneiders and the JB Hunts or whatever, I don't know if they're happy about it, but a lot of the smaller companies are starting to, they're starting to get a little smarter and they're using a lot more technology now. We don't even do paper logs anymore. You have to do your log books, because it's the federal motor carrier regulations say you have to log your time.
Right.
It's all done by computer now, and that's almost everybody now does electronic logs.
Yeah.
So instead of sitting and doing your log in the truck, doing the little logs and drawing the lines and stuff, now you just punch in the information. So when the officer pulls you over and wants to check your hours, he gets in your truck and he punches certain buttons or whatever, and he can tell how many hours you drove that day or in the last 7 days.
Yeah.
So,
keeps people honest.
Yep. So ain't no more cheating. You can't run with two logs no more like the old day. So it's an interesting world we live in now.
Oh yeah, yeah, and it's going to get more interesting, as we go along.
Yep.
You know, we're just at the cusp of it right now. This
Yeah.
is like I said, this is just the beginning. Um, them announcing it. Basically, they said, okay, they basically gave a signal. They capitulated, and they all agreed. And then right after that, then they start talking about the basic income. So the thing is, they've had this plan for a while.
I wonder how black people are going to adapt, though. How are we going to adapt to it? I mean,
well, that's a good question. That's a real good question.
Because like I said before, I've been talking about this stuff to, friends and whatnot, and they look at me like, man, what are you talking about?
Oh, like they grow another head, huh?
Yeah, like I'm talking crazy. I'm like, man, this stuff is coming, and I point them in all the right directions, and they don't believe me. So
of course not. Of course they're not gonna believe you.
Yeah.
What did you think?
I'm like, man, I said, man, this stuff is coming. I said driverless cars and trucks and buses. I said, all this stuff is coming. I said, it's coming sooner than you think.
Yeah. Well,
it's actually already here.
Right. No, I mean, a problem in the black community is that we defer to mysticism a lot. So, even when I talk to my parents about something that's going on, and, God bless their soul, they're incredible, beautiful, wonderful people. But, you talk to them about something, more so my mother than my father, and they'll say, oh, God will handle it. God's got us. You know what I mean? And instead of actually coming up with a real actionable solution or a plan or, seeing what we can do, they always defer to, oh, God's got in control of it. So I think that a lot of our communities do that, and I think that it's enabling and it's a part of the problem that we have now.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, the thing is, people have always used religion and stuff like that to buffer themselves because because everybody's not you're not built. Human beings aren't built for this rapid speed of change. They really aren't. And the faster it goes, more uncontrollably it gets, and people are trying to hold something back that they can't. You saw that with the going all the way back to the horse and buggy and when cars came in.
Yeah. Yeah, we got people are spooked out.
Yeah, rightfully so.
Spooked out, flying through the air.
Yeah.
I think that's that's kind of I get frustrated like that because I got a sister-in-law and she's got these little kids, my nephews and nieces, and I always try to tell her, I say, you need to try to get them into technology and robotics programs, and I always look for things like that for them to participate in. And and the first thing they want to go to is some religion, So, I'm just like, hey, you need to prepare. You need to start preparing them for the coming reality.
Yeah.
It ain't gonna be a whole lot to go around.
Yeah. Because I started my grandson with he was 2, and I started him with a RC car where he just he couldn't do anything but make it go forward and back up. But the thing is, he eventually learned how to turn it and all that kind of stuff. So he's used to dealing with that kind of technology, even at 2 years old. So as he progresses, it's going to be normal to him.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, you do have to. I mean, you start with I don't know how old they are, but start them with get them a little cheap $20 model car, RC car. It's like $20, man, and have them just play with it, and then get them after that, after they get used to that, get them one of those little copter drones, little cheap copter drones that they can fly around the house,
Right,
And
right,
then,
right.
and then that'll get them used to manipulating technology, and then they can get into robots and all that kind of stuff. But you start them off real something harmless, where
Right.
she doesn't, it's a toy, and she doesn't even think anything of it. But the thing is, it's a toy. It's a toy, but it's teaching them the technology.
Right, right. Yeah, that's a great idea. There's 6 and 7.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yep.
Start them off that way, because I started my grandson when he was 2.
Right.
Now,
And
now
there's
he's flying drone helicopters.
and if you go to Barnes and Nobles, there's definitely some, coding for kids books that are in their age range too. I just bought a couple more, so I can give away to kids. So there's definitely little things that they can just start getting into like that.
Mm-hmm.
Because that computer language, that to me, that's everybody always says, oh, Spanish is the second most important language, not computer languages, because that's the only place that everything's going.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it'll that and basically mechanics, how to manipulate the technology, because there's lots of avenues, and as there's just like the smartphone. There's a lot of things you can do with it, and you don't know how to have to know a bit of code. It's just how you think and how you can adapt to technology. It's better if you can code. You're ahead of the game, but even if you can't, if you can manipulate the technology.
Yeah, I downloaded Java, this Java program where you can design apps for Android
Mm-hmm.
on my laptop.
Mm-hmm.
But it's been, my attention span is so short. And, I looked at these because I really want to make apps. I really want to do some app development.
Yeah.
So
the first thing I learned is the first thing I found out, even though I'm not very good at programming, is learning how to type.
Yeah.
The biggest impediment to programming is typing. Okay.
Yeah,
if you don't know, because because the best programmers, they type about 90 words a minute. So the thing
I
is,
know, I've seen that.
So the best thing to do is start with Mavis Beacon teaches typing.
Yeah. You can have a program, like programs that you've written. I've written long programs, and you can have one like semicolon off, and you get a syntax error, and it won't compute the entire thing, and you have to go back through all of the coding that you did, and you have to find that one error just for the entire program that you wrote to work.
Right. Because how many words a minute do you type?
Me, I'm at 120.
See. That's because that was the biggest impediment to me, because it wasn't figuring out the logic, but the thing is actually painfully typing in that code.
Yeah.
I haven't had typing since the 80s, man.
Well, I'm telling you, man. Well, he's fast at it because he does it all day. But the thing is, if you learn how to type first and then get into programming, your programming will be a lot easier. Because I remember I saw back on the screensavers back in the I think it was early 90s. It was I forget his name, DeBona. He was on the screensavers because that's when Linux, PHP and Linux was pretty new, and he was an expert at it. And they had him do a demonstration, and he's like, he started typing, man. You couldn't even follow the lines of code. He was typing so fast. And it was like nothing. He said, go ahead and code something. And he just, I said, okay. And then I learned, the secret to it is learning how to type. You got to learn how to type, because if you're a slow typer, programming is painful.
That's probably why I haven't. That's probably why I haven't looked at it in a couple of days, because I was it's just so much to remember. You know, and I was like, man, I need a break from this. But now I'm gonna get on it tomorrow.
Right.
Yeah.
And so much of what coding is and how people work in groups. So even learning in groups is a great thing too. If there's somebody you know who's interested in like learning it with you, that always helps the process, because there's no like you're learning it alone, but when you start to code and you start working with other coders, you're working with like 100 coders on like a software program, you know, like the new Quicken Loans or something like that. You're working with 100 different guys who are all coding, you know, another part, and you guys are getting together and you're talking about it. So it's never something that you're doing alone.
Right.
Oh, it's always a collaborative thing. Huh?
It's always collaborative.
The programs are way too big for one person. Yeah, the solo programmer is almost dead.
Yeah, that's gotta be really terrible to have the solo program an entire software. Not to mention you would probably have a ton of mistakes because there's nobody to check your work and stuff like that too. So.
Well, yeah, that's why they crowdsourced it. Because I was using a program to scan books called Scan Taylor. And the guy that programmed it, he programmed it. He basically had to quit it, and he made it open source so people can kind of start modifying his code and catching his errors and stuff like that. Brilliant program, but he basically coded it by himself for the majority of it by himself. But the only good thing is now that there's so many modules out there that do different things. So basically, you know, you don't have to, you know, basically go into hard code C and then basically type out everything.
Right, and that's a good thing too, because of where coding is going. You know, we've gotten so far past the assembly languages and all of the lower level languages that probably, you know, in the next like decade, you're going to be able to code and you'll be able to talk and code. You know what I mean? There's so many different keywords and like little buzzwords you can use that coding is becoming extremely simplified now.
Yeah. Yep. Where you're assembling modules.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I regret not taking assembly back in the 80s.
Mm-hmm.
But the machine.
Yeah, they don't even teach that. Like first, you know, they have the assembly languages and then the other lower level languages, but they don't even teach that stuff anymore.
Well, you know what? I remember when my first computer was a Commodore 64. Machine language is painful. It's painful. The peaks and pokes, just the program, a bit. Oh God, it's painful.
You were using the cards?
Well, actually, I was programming and we were using cassette tapes.
Yeah.
No, we wouldn't. No, we didn't punch cards. No, punch cards was when I was a kid. No, punch. I was like 13 when the punch card. We had to do programming in the dice game.
I was gonna say, because if you were using those, that's when they were in their heyday. That's way back when.
Oh well, the thing is, we have a punch card reader, right? Where we were, and we were the telephone line went to the main server, the mainframe, and so you punch up the program, and then you put in the feeder, and then you wait a couple minutes. The mainframe would spit back the results.
Yeah, I've seen one of those old mainframes. My uncle went to a tech college, and he took one of his old mainframes with him. It was like a huge computer.
Oh yeah.
Basement.
Yeah, if you ever watch what was the name of the movie with Halle Berry? It was called something Fish. What was it called?
Swordfish.
Swordfish. Where he used his the old mainframe in the basement of the I think it was Harvard or MIT, the old mainframe that he hid his program on, because nobody would look there. It had the old the old digital tape, the big digital tape reels.
Were you using DOS?
No, well, basically, no. DOS is a higher level language. We're talking about. He was using machine code.
Like the old, like you said, the punch cards.
The punch card. No, the machine code was just to read the bits. Yeah. So, but the thing is, if you ever used an old Commodore 64, it with the machine language was actually in English. But the thing is, you have to work with the type in the register numbers. You have to type in whether you wanted the register to go up or down or something like that. Once they came up with the keyboard, they got rid of the punch cards. The punch cards were just to read the bits, but once they adapted the keyboard with the Commodore PET and that kind of stuff, then you could actually type it in rather than use the punch cards. The punch cards went out in the early 70s for most of the industry, and it was just educational. In the 70s, and after that, I think it was the mid 70s or maybe the mid 70s where they brought in the keyboards with the Commodore PET.
So did you ever use the Atari for coding and programming?
No, because the Atari didn't have enough memory.
Yeah.
Because 64K was a lot back then, and I think the Atari only had. Had was it 28K and the Commodore had 64, and that was my first.
My uncle had to use the Atari and Commodores. I feel bad for my uncle. It was on 64.
Yeah, 64K. Yeah.
Jeez.
That's all the memory that you had. Now that was a lot, man. That was 64K was a lot. It was my Commodore, and then what did I go to? I went to the PC, the XT PC. That was my second one, and then remember I got my first Mac. I think it was in the late '80s. I got my first Mac, my first black and white Mac, in my laser printer. And it was but that's when the graphical interface actually came. Because I tried to run a graphical interface on my XT, but didn't have enough memory and didn't have enough speed, at the time I was using floppies, and it just didn't have enough memory to load the graphical interface. And that at that time, what was the hard drive? It was expensive at the time, a 30 megabyte hard drive. It cost me $400 for a 30 megabyte hard drive. That was back in the late '80s.
I bet it was big
so
too.
How did you?
It's 5 1/4.
How did you do a RAID system with only, you said, 30 megabytes hard drive? How would you do that?
There was no RAID system.
The
RAID system hadn't been invented yet. You just had to buy a bigger hard drive, and the RAID system hadn't been invented yet. You had to what you would have to do. What you would have to do is basically you would have to load more drives, and you'd have to basically, if you wanted to, say if you run a DOS system, you have to key in a switch. So in other words, if you wanted the program to automatically switch to a certain drive, you'd have to go into the do a DOS command, and you have to key in a switch to go from drive, your C drive to your D or whatever drive, whatever other drive that you had. Because your A and B and B were always floppies, so that's how come your C drive is always the first main drive. And in fact, you don't even see A and B anymore because they don't exist, because those are always floppy drives, and we don't have them anymore. So that's how come you never see an A and B.
Okay.
But that's back in the day. That's almost 30
Yeah,
years
see,
ago.
and even now, when you look at it, like there are certain skills and certain things that are being lost by the next generation of like programmers coming along, because we don't learn all of those things. We don't have to go through those learning curves that you guys went through. So there's a certain appreciation, and there's a certain level of things that are lost as time goes on, even with that too.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, but the graphical interface changed a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff. I mean, I think the closest thing to what we used to go through back in the day with DOS and machine language is probably Linux is probably the closest thing, because Linux is one of the few things that actually survived. You can actually still look under the hood of Linux and actually work with the operating system, because it's very difficult to do it now with the modern languages now.
Yeah.
But Linux actually allows you to still go under the hood and work with it. Like the Mac.
Yeah, see, I haven't looked at Linux, just C++ and Java.
Yeah. C plus yeah C plus plus I like. The only programming class I took. I took two. I took Visual Basic and I took actual C. The basic C. And having a girlfriend, is painful, because to do what you need to do and learn that kind of stuff, man, you need time, and women distract you from doing that kind of stuff. Because that was hell. That was 20 years ago. When I was basically Linux was still fresh, and PHP was still fresh, and Apache was still fresh.
Right. I like how you bring it full circle, but you're right. I don't know. It seems like anytime you're trying to do something, you're really trying to progress and study and do something, and a girl is around you or something, she takes it real personal that that she doesn't have your full attention. So.
That was because I was on my way to being an electrical engineer, basically, baby mama decided she wanted to get pregnant. But the trick
didn't discuss it with you,
man, because they know what you're gonna say. They never discuss it with you, because your answer is gonna be no. They're like little kids. Because you ever been a little kid and you wanted something and you didn't ask your parents because you know what the answer is going to be?
Right.
Yeah. Women are just like that.
Don't ask for permission, ask for forgiveness.
Exactly. After they get pregnant, what are we going to do? Well, shit. I said, shit, now you're pregnant now. What are we going to do? We're going to raise this kid. All that other shit is out of the window.
Looks like you're going to have to stop that coding.
No. No, man, that was a lot of stuff. So. Cisco networking, fiber optics, C, Visual Basic, because I was really interested in databases. Because that's why I wanted to learn Visual Basic, because Microsoft had a database that I wanted to learn how to use and manipulate. Because I figured that databases were where everything was going, and that's basically where it is now.
That is where it is. For people who can manage databases, they can make good money.
Oh yeah. And then basically we're on the ground floor.
Right.
Work with PHP unit.
As far as Unix,
PHP unit. Yeah, I've never worked with that.
I mean, I've worked with it. It depends on what you want to use it for. Normally, you marry PHP to a database.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. So the PHP basically talks to the server. So basically, it's PHP is a server language. But I've worked with it, but that's years ago.
Yeah. Are you trying to test one or something?
Yeah, my job told me that I have to learn a little bit more about it.
They should have a YouTube video about it actually.
Oh yeah, they got all kind of learning programs. It's not really that difficult of a language. They don't have. It's not as extensive like C or C or C++. It's a pretty simple language.
Yeah. There you go. You go to YouTube and they've got a slew of different guys who are talking about it. Anywhere from 5-minute tutorials to 30 minutes, depending on your time. You gotta sit down and look at it.
Yep. Get a PHP dictionary and memorize the terms.
All right. Cool. Thanks.
Anytime I'm looking for something new, I go right to YouTube because half the time you've got guys who've already run through it. Or I go to Reddit. I like Reddit too because a lot of times you got different groups there who have the same question or have answered the question or who've gone through it, and it can just streamline your entire process.
Yeah, and find you a good PHP user group so that you can get a mentor so you can ask questions.
Yeah. No, I think that's a good thing about all the technology and stuff. There's no reason to guess anymore. You don't have to guess. You don't have to struggle. The information's out there, and a lot of people are willing to just give it to you.
Yeah. Yeah. If I didn't have kids, man, voice over IP, was new, and they were talking about it in the user groups, man. That's way before Skype, because I saw them demonstrate voice over IP, man, back in 1997, and they were talking about it in the user groups, man, back in the early 2000s, and that's before Skype. So, man, there's a lot, but it's still wide open. It's not done yet. It's just more complex. The wild, wild west of computer code, and it's probably gone.
Right. There are now.
What's the name? Magic Jack. That's a voice over IP.
Yeah.
Yeah. But now what he's saying is that there's just a lot more barriers of entry into the business to actually making money out of it, as opposed to when they first began.
Oh yeah. There's no more garage startups anymore.
Right.
Because all those cats started in the garage.
What do you think about the Google Voice over IP? Like, it started off like a couple years ago, and you could just go into your email, like Gmail, and talk over the phone or talk over the internet.
You still do it.
Secure, or is it secure, or is it?
I mean, nothing's secure.
Yeah. What do you mean by secure?
I mean, you have to take the NSA to listen in on it. Yeah. I mean, it's actually more reliable than Skype.
Yeah.
Yeah, like he was just saying, those VSG was saying, you just gotta be prepared for any and everybody. They're gonna listen to your. They're listening to this now. You know what I mean? Listening to you when you're not even on your phone talking. So, it's just the way it is.
Yeah, I think the last hangout. I think the one hangout I started talking about something and it just killed my internet connection.
Mm-hmm.
So
Oh, was that the one? That's the one you left randomly the one time?
yeah, they hadn't done that in
Probably.
a long time. When I used to have
What, you
my
think that was
DSL line.
deliberate?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, well, when I had my DSL line, man, back in the early 2000s, and I used to do a program with my buddy, and that's when I think Skype was first came out, and I used to have to. They used to kill my internet connection, and then I tell them I'm not going on the air today, so bring back my internet connection, and after an hour it'd be back up. I said I'm not dangerous. Yeah. And now with the internet, most people know what I know anyway.
Right. If you see, there's not really. If you want to find it, it's there, and that's why I tell people there's not an excuse anymore for you not to know things, because it's all out there. As a matter of fact, they let it be all out there, and they try to let you have to find the truth within all of the lies and all of the things that are going to send you left and send you right. You have to be able to sift through it. You have to have cognitive dissonance. You have to be able to look at something, question it again, and that's the only way you'll get to something that's truthful. But if you want to find the truth, you can.
The easiest way is figure out who the opposing sides are.
Mm-hmm.
And so the United States will tell a lie, but the Chinese will come back and confront that lie. And the Chinese will tell a lie, and the United States will come back and confront the Chinese lie. So in between, what you're going to find out, you're going to find out the truth. So the United States will tell a lie about what's going on in, say, Syria. And then you go to Press TV, you go to CCTV, or you go to RT, and guess what they're doing? They're telling the truth. Like what was going on with Turkey when they shot down that Russian MiG. United States told one story, the Russians told one story, and then Press TV and the Chinese told another. You find out, okay, the truth is going to come out. Turkey shut down that MiG because the rebels were selling them oil.
Mm-hmm.
And they were making money.
You're right about that. If anybody, even listening to this, if all you are is listening to American media, then yeah, you are selling yourself short on the information you're getting. That's true.
Well, they say the 65% of people now get their news from social media. Yeah, that's a low count.
I heard that.
Yeah, it was on Forbes. Because I got two Twitter accounts, man. One for my basketball and one for my business. So I got the local newspaper and I got Business Insider, Russia Today. With Zero Hedge.
I don't know if anybody remembers this, but remember back in 2011 or 12 when President Mubarak was being removed from his position in Egypt. I remember showing my grandfather on YouTube that square in Egypt where they were protesting.
Oh yeah, 2011, the Arab Spring, yeah. When especially when they were they had the horses and the whips and they were going through the crowd with the horse whips and they were beating the people.
Yep.
The Arab Spring. Yep, 2011. We were on that one. We were on that one deep. And I figured they were at first they were trying to stop it, and then they decided to use it because it actually started in Tunisia with that fruit seller. He burnt himself in front of the in front of the ministry building, and then that riot started, and then it kind of spread. And then this is, instead of they tried to squash it in Egypt, and then after they couldn't squash it, they said, well, we might as well use it. So then they let it spread to Libya and then Syria. But it popped up in Lebanon, which is something they didn't expect. It's interesting when we start tracking this stuff. But I've been doing it so long, you know, when you've been doing something so long, you don't even read the article, just read the headlines. And say, okay, I figured that would happen.
Yeah. Yeah.
So now I just scan the headlines as they finally did it. The only thing that caught me off guard was the basic income in the fourth revolution. I didn't think they would actually do it. I knew it was at some point that this stuff was going to get released, but I thought they would fight it to the end, and the Chinese would actually start releasing this stuff, and then it would be a slow ebb. I didn't think they would just say we're just going to open up the barn doors and let everybody out, all the horses out at once. And if you catch the horse, you can ride it. It's basically what they're saying.
Yeah, but coming up with a livable wage is really tough.
It's going to be a basic income. It's not necessarily a livable wage. But nobody knows how much that basic income. Ruben is probably closer to it because they're actually discussing it in the UK.
It's closer to socialism, basically.
Well, socialism has existed since Germany. It's, you know, the United States has had socialism since the 1860s.
Right.
And basically, they've absorbed all the tenets of socialism into the Democratic Party. And what killed socialism in this country was Franklin Delano Roosevelt basically adopting most of socialism. So you still have socialism. Your unemployment insurance, your unions, Social Security, Medicare, all that stuff, socialism. Welfare is not socialism because that's been around way before socialism. So like welfare and child support was a 16th century.
You hear a lot of people in my age group, you know, they want that, but I don't think they really know what they're asking for, in my opinion.
It's a give and take. It's a give and take. You can't run a market on socialism, but you can't run a society on capitalism.
Right.
So there's a balance between the two.
I mean, I have a couple of friends who are doctors. You know, one friend who's a doctor in Canada, and one friend who's a doctor in Cuba. And in Cuba, you know, the doctors and stuff, they go and take jobs as waiters and waitresses because they make more money doing that because of the tips that they get from like tourists coming in from other countries. So like now American tourists come over, the tips that they get, you know, exceed the actual wages that they get from any job that they can have over there.
Right.
That, you know, the jobs that they're fighting for are jobs waitressing as opposed to like jobs being like a doctor. And, you know, my friend in Canada is like, yeah, you know, you're going to be waiting to be seen, you know, for service, you know, at least like a year if you need a particular type of procedure done. And, you know, those things kind of really bother me when you look at that.
Well, the thing is, technology is going to eliminate all of them.
Yeah, because one guy was complaining about the NHS because we sort of have a shortfall, but he was saying it's because we've trained too many female doctors, because the female doctors don't work full-time hours.
Yeah, I think C.S. MGTOW said that it was on top of that because he mentioned that in one of his.
Oh yeah, I keep forgetting he's out in London as well.
Yeah, he had mentioned that they had talked about the overtraining of female doctors. They don't work full time. They don't work as many hours. They only pick certain specialties, and then they retire early.
Yeah.
So basically, you spend 12 years training a doctor that's going to retire at 40. Whereas a male doctor, you spend 12 years, he doesn't retire till he's 70. But that has less to do with socialism, has more to do with gynocentrism and feminism. Feminism existed long before socialism, or in another form. You look at the Roman Empire.
Well, they say that destroyed the whole empire.
No, it didn't destroy the empire, but it's just a sign of the decay of civilization. When the women, because you can't have women when women are in charge like that. That means you have a lot of leisure time.
Right. And the people who run things know that. And they'll tell you, they'll drop hints, and like if you ever watch TV shows or anything like that, and you look at the way that they're written as opposed to just like everything else that they're hitting you with, like the music and the pictures. If you look at what they're writing, they're telling you exactly what they know and what they think, and a lot of the stuff that they write and that they put out there. But you have to be able to see it, and yeah, so they know that, you know, having women continue to put them on a pedestal is going to topple things, but you know, they don't care. That's not the way they're living in their own personal lives.
Yeah, most people don't care. The women especially don't care.
No.
You know, you have a few, but they more. Well, how can I say it? Care about how it affects them.
And so therein lies the problem with me. So I like the MGTOW movement. It's really good, and you know, for guys my age and you know guys younger, you know what I mean. I think it's excellent to ascribe to something like that. But I also understand the importance of family, and to know that, you know, that man does need woman and that woman does need man, and that at some point, you know, you just can't have a complete rejection of women and say that, you know, we aren't going to be with you at all. So it's difficult in that sense as to, you know what I mean, how do we bring them back into the fold as opposed to completely opting out, you know, until God knows when, because, you know, there are guys who aren't going to opt out, and the guys who aren't going to opt out are the guys who are, you know, going to get them pregnant, or, you know, who might be quote unquote thugs, or, you know, those guys aren't going to opt out. They're going to continue to be with them. They're going to continue to produce babies, and, you know, it's going to continue to, you know, the society is going to continue on the path that it is. So my question is, when do we get them to opt in and come back into the fold, and how do we do that, as opposed to being MGTOW forever? So
the thing is, MGTOW is not necessarily against women. It's against the system, and most of what MGTOW is about making men aware.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not about rejecting women. It's knowing the nature of women and the nature of the society, and how you fit in it. And if you're aware of it, you can navigate a path. So the thing is, it suggests that you don't get married and don't have kids, kids. It's not saying that you can't. It's just if you're going to do that, you have to
Here's
be
what you need
aware.
to look out
Here's
for.
what you need to look out for, especially from older guys that have already done it.
And I think it's really good. I think that every young man, especially young black men, should be plugged right into that, because hearing that kind of message is something that's needed.
Because MGTOW, a hardcore MGTOW path is almost impossible for a guy that's in his 20s. I don't think it's gonna happen. So the guys that are in their 20s and said I'm gonna be hardcore MGTOW, I'm giving up women, I never believe it.
Yeah, I'm telling you, man, because you just walk around and you see all the lumps and bumps here and there. It's it's there. So
You just tell the guys this is what you need to be aware of, and this is what female nature is like. And so while your little head has got you all pumped up with blood and them hormones are raging, and you're blinded, you got to remember who you messing with.
right. And I think it's good too, because a lot of guys don't have fathers. I mean, I'm lucky enough to have a good dad.
Yeah.
My dad's no simp. So yeah, I'm lucky enough to actually have a good dad and a good family. But a lot of guys, they don't have that. So even coming across that is something that be so foreign to them, but that they need to hear. So
yeah. And when it helps, and your dad can only tell you so much, whereas MGTOW kind of just adds to what he's telling you.
right, for sure.
So that's why I call it a philosophy.
That's good. And yeah, and you're right. Even when you look at it, say it's a look at what you should look out for, an actual breakdown of the system that we live in, as opposed to a specific rejection of any one part of it. Yeah.
Right. Because like I remember I posted that the thing about Glory Johnson and how she was a lesbian. Oh, she was a straight, became a lesbian, and then became straight again. See, but it's something I had seen personally. Where her women went back and forth, just depending on what they could get out of the situation. So I already know what's going on. In fact, at work, there's some older lesbians. I mean, there's a girl that I knew that I worked with like 30 years ago, and she was gorgeous, but she was a lesbian, and she was a hardcore stud lesbian. And as we got older, we get in our 50s. She's talking about getting together. I said, wait a minute. I said, whoa, time out. Don't you deal with women?
That's funny. So whatever can benefit them when it can benefit them.
Yeah, they got tired of taking care of women.
Yeah, I seen something interesting the other day. I wrote an article about it where it said give Captain America a boyfriend. That was trending on Twitter. And there's a lot of people saying that they should give Captain America a boyfriend. And so I wrote about it, and one of my buddies calls me. He lives in the DC area, and he talks about how there's a lot of fatherless guys and a huge homosexual population down there that a lot of people don't realize. And he's like, when people do things like that, so if they were to say that's essentially the symbol of America, Captain America, they were to make him out to be gay, what I mean? And so many boys look up to, a figure like Captain America, then that would be like kind of, creating essentially like more gay people. I'm not
more bisexual people.
Right, or more bisexual people. And so that was very interesting when he started talking about that perspective. And I live in upstate New York, so it's not very big cities, but where you do have the big cities, it's interesting to have that perspective of just how many homosexual people there are, and just how much the family is not a family at all.
That was my argument. I might open it up, but I sent a private message or private video to Obsidian about gay marriage
Hmm.
and why I was opposed to it. And it's not because I was opposed to gay people. I was opposed to making gay marriage normal
Right.
because of what it was going to open up. So it was after gay marriage was approved and upheld by the Supreme Court. Next, you have the transgenders fighting for bathroom space.
Right. And even on I think it's on Salon. Have you heard of Salon?
Yeah.
There's the very left leaning. They have a guy who's essentially he likes children. He was doing like a weekly write up about him dealing with like the feelings of like pedophilia. So every time they try to normalize these things, and put them in front of us. So then next time a kid gets touched or something, now it's just something that, oh, another kid got touched or something like that.
Well, the reason they have an age limit like that is not to protect children.
Mm-hmm.
It's really actually to protect girls from getting pregnant at 13 so they can actually finish school. That's why they moved up the age of majority.
Right. Because I think in Canada, in a couple of their territories, you can do like 15, 14, something like that.
Yeah.
It's like the age. Yeah.
Oh yeah. In Guatemala, when I was down there, it's actually you can actually 13.
Right.
And if you look up the Jawa tribe, out off the coast of Indonesia, that's the age for a woman to be married. It's 13 or 14.
That's interesting. It's something that growing up in American culture that you just don't really think about, but a lot of other countries and other places, they do look at it completely different. So.
Yeah. Once they wanted the girls to finish school, then they moved up the age of majority. So basically, once you pass puberty, you're sexually mature enough to have sex. That's how come you have female teachers having babies by 13-year-old boys.
Right.
So you're gonna see a lot more of that.
So you feel that like that's not like a phenomenon. You feel like it's just natural.
Oh no. What I'm saying is, yeah, it's not a phenomenon. It is natural, but there's reasons that society puts certain things in place. Like marriage is not natural,
right?
But it serves society.
It serves a purpose. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a purpose that it serves. Because if you read Roman history, the reason that they banned a lot of pedophilia is because fathers were selling their little boys off to rich men. They would castrate the 10-year-old boys and then sell them off as wives to rich men. And Caesar Augustus did away with the practice.
I got you.
So this transgender thing is just a movement towards something else. But that's a decaying society they live in.
I mean, even then they're talking about the other day. They were talking about one guy was saying Bruce Jenner, how he wasn't happy and he, was considering going back to like be a man.
Really?
I don't know. I think that the issues are just are deeper seated than just changing of the sex, or I'm going to identify with this gender, and I think it's a lot deeper than that.
What they're saying is that there's some men that are born with with female brains. In other words, the way the two hemispheres are wired is more wired like female.
Hmm.
So in turn, they get a female identity. So even though they're physically men, they have a dissonance. So they have the surgeries so their outside can match their inside.
Right.
But I don't
Yeah.
know
I
if
mean,
that's
I mean,
the case.
I can see. I can see that. And then you have, then you get to people who, again, you get back to religion and like mysticism as it relates to that kind of stuff, as opposed to them looking at the science of it, and they'll be like, well, God didn't create people like that. But then you look at you get that back, you look at the whole creation story and things like that, and even the creation story itself, like in the Bible,
Yeah.
you start reading Genesis and you see that those first books, when you have an actual scholar break them down, the scholar says that, oh yeah, you can look at all these different lines, you can see that there was like 4 different sects of people who actually wrote these, and they put them together. So everything that you kind of look at, it's influencing that mysticism and their opinions and the way that they feel, but it's not really based off of science. So
Well, the thing is, it's lessons that are encoded into mysticism and the symbols, so that they
Right.
would basically be understood thousands of years after they were written.
right.
So they can't just write laws in a certain language and then expect you to understand them. But if you
Right.
symbolize all this stuff, you can get the meaning out of them, even though you translate it into another language.
Right. Which is why I much rather prefer Gnostic Christianity as opposed to kind of what they put in front of you, or what my family would believe, as to say, you just take everything literally. So
Yeah, that's the kindergarten level.
yeah.
But like I said, I always suggest the book, The Origins and Evolution of Religion,
Hmm.
which is the best Gnostic religious book that I've ever read. And he breaks down all the symbols.
Yeah, there's a lot of good stuff out there, a lot of good reading to be had, but it's hard. I do get why, they just want to have the Bible and that's just it. And because it's easy. It's easy to say that this is all that we know and we don't want to know anymore. It's easy to do that. So
Yeah.
and it's fearful to say that, I want to challenge, what I believe and what I think, and the truth of what it is, and to continue to try to find it's hard to say that, as opposed to just say, hey, I'm going to settle in with this and this is just what we're going to believe. So
Well, in being young, you want to challenge and you want to change.
right.
So it's harder for you. When I learned it, I was in my 30s. So it was easy for me not to try to go out and recruit people to change it into what I was thinking.
Right.
So then that's a job as a Gnostic. Is the thing is to change you, not to change everybody else.
Right. Because everybody won't accept it. Everybody won't get it.
Well, because it's not meant for everybody. It's meant for a small group of people. Like back when they first did it, it was the Egyptian priest and the adept, and it was just only meant for a small group of people.
Right.
And you had to study like 40 years to become a master. So it's a long path.
Right. It's
and
not
it's,
just.
it's a struggle.
Yeah, because when you start to see things differently, as opposed to everyone around you, it's it is different. You understand yourself better. Like even in the last few years that I've been really, studying, which it's only a few years, and I'm glad that my original studying of the Bible and growing up in that and having a great family base, that all opened the door up for me to be able to have an easier transition to me asking myself, to continue on further. So I had a good base to start with. But even in that, just that short few years that I've been reading and searching, and there's so much out there to be learned.
If you read the book Origins and Evolutions of Religion, it'll explain the symbols, and the symbols will come to life in the script. And then you understand the meaning of those symbols and what they relate to. And then you get a deeper understanding of the Bible. Because the creation story is very old. It goes back to the creation of the universe.
Right.
And I think I did it in one of my videos. The Bible, the creation story of the Bible goes back to Men's theology. It actually basically talks about the Big Bang in physics. And when God spoke, when that part it started the motion and created the universe.
What was the name of the book? I'll write it down now.
It's The Origin and the Evolution of Religion by Albert Churchward.
Churchward?
Mm-hmm. I'm trying to find my old tape so I can encode it and upload some of this stuff.
Yeah, I'll look it. I'll look it up and see if they've got it on Amazon today.
Oh yeah, it's very old.
I try to encourage a lot of my friends to read more, because I've noticed in me reading different philosophers and things like that there's just so much there that is never going, you can never really completely put into a video, and that people are never just going to come out and tell you that if you don't read it, you're just not going to get it. And by not reading, by so many people just not wanting to read at all, I think you really sell yourself short there.
Like I said, it's not meant for everybody.
Yeah.
Another good book or tape series would be The Four Agreements.
The Four Agreements.
Mm-hmm. I don't know if you ever read The Alchemist.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, there's tons of stuff, but I would start with the Albert Churchward's book.
The Origin and Evolution of Religion.
Yeah. Because he believes that religion started like 600,000 years ago along the Nile.
Right.
And he goes through the different phases of religion, like 50,000 year blocks.
Mm-hmm.
And he goes through the symbols of what they believed at that time and how those symbols carried over.
Okay.
So like we're in the solar phase.
So he goes through the ancient traditions and touches on those, I would assume.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he goes through it in detail. Like anybody, you could tell a lunar phase people because of how they celebrate their religion. It's like the Jewish New Year and the Chinese New Year. Those are
the planetary
lunar people.
They're lunar.
Yeah, the phase of the moon.
Planetary.
No, phase of the moon.
Mm-hmm.
And then the last one was solar religions, which is the sun, which is Islam and Christianity and Buddhism.
I thought Islam was the moon.
No,
No,
it's a crescent, but it's a solar religion.
Okay.
And it's very interesting how I remember one guy was talking about it with like left brain and right brain and breaking the religions down like that, and how the basis of like Islam is their belief in like suffering, and
Yeah. Well, Christianity is based on suffering.
right, yeah, that too.
Your sacrifice Christ, suffering. So it's they're basically solar religion, and there's remnants of the lunar religion on the for the Jewish people.
Let's go.
Because I was in Guatemala, and they were talking about the Mayan religion, and we're looking at the Mayan pyramids and the way they were laid out. And because I read that book, I understood everything he was telling me.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh. There it is. Yeah, it's just only $15 new.
Extremely good book.
So when you were growing up, did you grow up Christian, or did you grow up like in part of religion at all? Mm-hmm. Well, what made you, you say you started looking in your 30s. What made you want to start to look for yourself?
My old lady got pregnant with my second child,
mm-hmm.
and I was trying to leave her because I had another girl. If I won't be honest about it. So it was either find something else to put a bullet through my head.
And so you feel like by going down the path and learning, you know what I mean, and getting that knowledge, you feel like I know you feel like it's this changed your life for like the better, but like what will you say, like something like you feel like it really changed that you saw differently as opposed to before you did it to after you did it?
You start to ponder about the nature of the universe,
mm-hmm.
the universe itself, and how everybody fits into. And the biggest impediment is that your vibration starts to change, and you start attracting people, which is the hardest part.
Or negative people.
No, that's not. No, that's your negative people.
All right.
You have positive energy, and people are attracted to it, and people with problems are really more attracted to it.
Yeah, I noticed that. Yeah, I think that's very true. How do you deal with
that? Basically, you have to allow time for that, and then withdraw, because you got to withdraw. You got to renew your energy, because they're pulling something from you. And you got to know how to cut people off.
I agree with that.
You don't try to take on their problem. You got to realize that you're just a step. Okay, I'm gonna get into a little religion right now. Okay, if you believe in God and somebody wants to get from point A to point B, right? There's so many steps that they have to go through, and you might be just one stepping stone. So all you're there for is to give them that peace that they need. It's not to get involved with their whole problem. It's not to take care of them. It's not to watch over them. You have to trust that you give them the part that they need, that the creator of the universe is going to lead them. You're going to point them to the next step, to the next stone, where they can step and they get to where they need to get. And you have to trust that. Because if you don't, then you're going to be too involved in their lives. And that's not your mission. Your mission is to be where you are, do what you do, give them the information they need, and point them to the next person. Because if you get too involved and you're trying to caretake all these people, they're going to drag you down with them. You're not meant to do that. You're meant to give them what they need and push them on. And there's just a few people that are in your circle that you're meant to caretake for. And that's what you got to remember. And that's the only way to handle it. Otherwise, you're going to get overwhelmed. Because everybody's going to come to you. And what happens when you're trying to caretake for 50 people? It doesn't work. If that makes sense.
Yeah, you end up not being able to take care of anybody. Most importantly,
especially
yourself.
Yeah. And it impedes your learning and your progression. So that's the first thing you got to realize. You have to, you have to bring your ego in, because you know all this stuff and you learned all this stuff and you've developed as a person, as a soul. And now that you're radiating light, that means you think you believe in it. You have more power than you do. And okay, you want to use it to help this person along, but you got to realize, no, that's not your job. Your job is to be where you are, do what you do, and then pass that person on so that you can develop. And the more you develop, the more powerful you, helpful you can be to somebody else, because you can't run around helping people and then forget your own development. That's a mistake a lot of people make. Okay, I've gotten this far, I got this knowledge, and now I'm going to help all these people. And you forget that you have to have going through the same path. You're just further ahead. And some people don't want to walk on that path, and that's another thing that you have to remember, which is hard to forget. You got all this great knowledge, and you developed, and it helps you in your life. You figure they want the same thing, and that's not true. You give them the peace that you need, that they ask for, and you move on. Because I know, that's the biggest thing. That's what happened to my sister. Okay, sometimes that's the hardest thing, because the more you develop, the less people you have to talk to, and you want to talk to somebody to share it and validate what you felt, what you've been through, and you don't have a whole lot of people to validate that, because there's not that many people that want to get to that level. Most people just want to live their lives the easiest way possible. And there's very few people that actually want to seek a higher level or higher learning or get to that level. And finding those people sometimes can be hard. Because I know every time I see my sister, man, she'll talk to me, 5, 6, 7 hours, because she don't have anybody else to talk to about it. Because I understand what she's trying to do, and I understand her mission. And everybody doesn't. Everybody else is just looking for an answer that's going to make their lives better. They're not trying to give back, and that's what you got to get used to. They don't give back because they can't. They can't give you what you need. Does that make sense?
Yeah, they don't have anything to give. You can't give what you don't have.
Yeah, they don't have it. So you become a giver, or you become bitter. So if you become bitter, you stunt your learning, and you harden your heart, and you never get to enjoy the gift.
But then that goes back to what you're saying about the ego. If you're
Yeah,
bitter, then your ego's involved.
that's why Vipassana meditation is really good.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if you look up Shinzen Young on YouTube
Mm-hmm.
and go through some Vipassana meditation, it'll help you with your ego. Because Vipassana meditation and meditation like that, Buddhist meditation is about getting back to the first cause, to the center point,
Right.
to where because the original universe was nothing or no thing, and you're trying to get back to that state of no thing. If you get back to that state of no thing, the center point, everything else is an activity. That way you can look at it. So if you, it's especially good for emotional pain. So like somebody wants to get over a girlfriend or a relationship or a death. You meditate and you figure out what kind of emotions you're having, what kind of physical pain that's causing physical pain, what kind of thoughts are triggering it, all that kind of stuff, and you sort all that stuff out to where it's orderly, and then you know, okay, I'm feeling sad because I'm thinking about this, so I'm gonna feel sad, I'm gonna feel it completely, and I'm gonna let it go instead of holding on to it. Because that's how I teach people to deal with death.
Mm-hmm.
So if they have death of a loved one, what's the first thing people think about? They're gone and I'm missing, or I've lost. Right? And that's a bad thing, right? But if you turn it and you tell them, if you want to honor that person's memory, what you always think about when you think of that person, you think about all the happy time and the joy that you have with them people being in your life. So instead of feeling sad when you think about that person dying, you think about the good stuff, and you start laughing, and you start feeling good. And then if you start laughing and feeling good, that person's death will bring joy to you.
No, that makes sense. I think a lot of, like you're saying, a lot of people would rather run from it as opposed to embracing kind of how they're feeling.
Right. But most people are not going to go do a Vipassana meditation. But since you have higher knowledge, you figure how I can turn this and manipulate their feelings or manage their feelings so they get a better outcome.
Right.
It's like to me, it's like having sex with a woman. I want more sex, right? So the only way I'm gonna get more sex is since she enjoys it. So I have to manipulate her body and her body parts and her emotions so she gets the maximum experience. And if she gets the maximum experience, she's gonna want more of it. So I don't have to ask for sex.
Right, since in her mind it's already connected to that experience.
Yeah, that experience. So she gets what she wants. I get what I want. I don't have to struggle for it. Or I've had girlfriends get mad. You never asked for sex. I don't have to. You're gonna give it to me anyway. And that's managing her feelings. That's manipulating her emotions, but to an outcome that she enjoys.
Right.
I just wanted to ask you something, BGS, about swirling.
Okay.
What do you think is the cause of it?
Swirling?
Yeah.
well, number one, number one, people mix anyway. Okay, and there's been a especially amongst quote unquote races, the mixing of fetishizing light skin and white skin has always been around. Okay, the mixing, the exotic has always been around. But as far as women um, seeking white men, uh, to put it for, it's just an upgrade because white skin is dominant in this caste. Because
Okay.
it's a caste system. So what do women want to do? It's just hypergamy. That's all it is, really. If
Yeah,
you think
yeah.
about it.
I figured that out too, but oh, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, I figured that out too, but there was just one thing that didn't make sense to me is that why did this start in around 2015-16? I mean, I've been hearing how black men ain't shit this and how we're not that since the 80s at least, right? It just doesn't make sense now that all of a sudden Harrison has this like Moses in a burning bush moment where she's like, oh wait, you mean there's other men who might like black pussy too? I never thought of that. Like it doesn't make any sense.
What
And
exists now that didn't exist then?
and that's my theory on that. That was my message I sent to you that video you sent like a few hours ago.
Yeah,
Because
social media. Yeah.
well, I think it's that more and more beta males, particularly more and more beta black males, are turning red and purple pilled. Because here's my theory, right? I
Okay.
mean, we've been hearing this stuff since forever, right? We've been hearing this how we ain't this and we ain't that and we're all dogs or we never say what our kids and blah blah blah, right? And
Hmm.
as we all know, they got that 20/80 rule, right?
Yeah.
And I'm sure you're aware that like for most females, they usually go for extroverted, um, exciting, fun men when they're young in their teens and 20s,
Yeah.
and then they want to kind of settle down. Like these extroverted males or these alpha males could be really great guys. They can be really fun to hang around, but they usually may not be good boyfriend material. They might cheat on her, or they might do things that make her feel like unhappy or something like that. Like basically, they're going to get burnt a lot. And I think it's that when beta males come along in their 30s and they say, okay, I want to settle down. I'm sick of having my fun with all these extroverted fun types. That's where the beta male comes in to the rescue. Like, don't worry, I'll take care of your 3 kids, or don't worry, I don't care about how many guys you win as long as you're with me, or like all these like weird excuses, right? And I think since more and more men are turning red and purple pilled, they're not they're not coming to these black females' rescue. So I don't know, since they're not coming to these rescues, it gives an impression to black females that okay, since these guys aren't coming to the rescue, then that must mean all these guys are dogs because that's all they've had to experience.
Hmm.
They haven't had the soothing balm of a beta to come in and say, "Oh, I'll take care of you," or "I'll have your back," and have like some kind of change of a mind, I mean,
Hmm.
because it kind of didn't make any sense with that Russell Wilson and Sierra incident. Like sports players have been making mistakes with women since forever, right?
Right.
They've been dating terrible women since forever, and it didn't make sense that there was this weird outrage all of a sudden because Russell Wilson came in, and even though he's an alpha, he's very strong. He's a football player. What did he do? He did beta shit. He said, "Okay, I'll take care of you, your 3 kids or 4 kids. I don't know how many she got, but." I was like, you know what? I think that's what's happening. These beta black males, these simps, they're wising up, and I think they're
Yeah.
dying out.
Well, yeah, that's true because they can't be shamed into doing stuff like that anymore. And really, I'll tell you the reason that it's changing, because I can say it for myself, is because now it's more expensive. Back in the '80s, okay, in the '80s, even if you had to pay child support, man, it was just barely above what the less than what the welfare would pay her. It would be better for her to go on welfare than to try to seek child support from it because she wouldn't get that much. But they started ratcheting up the child support after 1996 with Bill Clinton. They started making it a percentage of your income. then we were talking about real money then. So so where now before a beta male would say if the chick was like she was like a 7+, right? And a beta male didn't have an opportunity to get her, he can get her on a secondary market. Oh, because okay, he's actually getting a discount. He's getting a decent woman. He might have to take a kid or so, but that's no big deal. He's getting the woman he wants. You know, it's already been driven. It's got a couple dings on it. Knock out a couple dings. You keep driving the car. But the thing is, now they want to charge you full price for a used car. Beta males ain't going for that.
Yeah, and I think that's why these swirler types are going towards white men, because since the beta black male is not saying, no, I will not take your bastard kids, no, I will not be Plan D, or I will not, be number 33 in the lone dicks you had. They're going to say, okay, well, what does this mean for me? Maybe I should swirl because I don't know, like the relationships have stayed the same, relatively normal throughout the few decades. I mean, what you're saying about Clinton, right? That was like in the 90s, right?
Yeah.
That so I don't know. I just found it interesting that all of a sudden, magically, they just say no. I don't know.
Well, because white women are raiding your men, and so the Hispanics are raiding your men. Because I'm in the swirling capital of the United States, in California, Southern California, and I'm telling you, a quarter of the black guys are going with somebody other than black.
Right, and I think that out of that, black women probably have the least ability to choose.
They don't.
Out of like all women and guys, for that matter of fact, but they have the least ability to choose the mate that they have. So they say that they're choosing white men. I don't really think that they're choosing white men, but the white men that they get to beat with are the ones that actually choose them.
And the rate hasn't gone up. It's the same rate that's been since 1960. The rate hasn't gone up. It hasn't moved. So they can announce swirling all they want, but the white men still got to choose them. But the percentage is still the same.
I mean, if they had their wits about them, they would be far better just trying to get totally behind black men 100%, and just doing that as opposed to trying to be independent or swirl.
Well, the thing is, black men don't care whether they swirl or not. It said stop downcasting black men on your way out. That's the only thing we care about Christian Kerosene. If she could teach black women to date white men all day long, and we wouldn't care. But the thing is, trying to build your business by denigrating black men, especially stuff that's not true, you're gonna get some kickback.
Yeah, we've all seen that. I found something interesting when I was watching what's it called? Sad Black Women's videos. I just subbed to him. Have you heard of him?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's quite hardcore. I was liking a lot of his videos. They're quite something.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fairly mild. I mean, I've been called a woman hater, a woman basher, but I'm fairly mild. I could actually go in a lot harder on women. I mean, I pull my punches. Because I could have put up the out of wedlock birth rate and the abortions. Because if you think about how many black babies are born when wedlock, it's only 17%.
Wow, it's lower. I thought it was 30.
No,
wow.
It
No,
got lower,
17%. If you take all the black pregnancies and you eliminate the abortions and out of wedlock babies, it's 17%.
Oh man, I hope this. I don't know your new video. What did you call it? The gender scuffle.
Gender war. Yeah.
Yeah. Like I don't know. I hope this ends because I don't really like it. I don't know.
It's a squabble. I mean, we poking fun at each other and throwing jabs at each other, but at the end of the day, it doesn't change anything.
Right. At the end of the day, it's men who build societies, and I talk to my feminist friends, and they don't like when I tell them this, but I'm like, all of this money that you women are making, I'm like, why don't you guys combine all your resources and start your own businesses and build? But they're not interested in that. You know what I mean? So no matter how much we fight, right, nothing is really changed at all.
If you look at the hardcore statistics, black men still out earn black women by about $5,000 or $6,000, and that's with black men, half of us being unemployed and getting lower education, being in blue collar jobs. We still out earn black women. If as far as wealth, the majority of black women, if you pull them all together and average it out, they only have $5 worth of wealth. And if it
But how
wasn't
is that possible? How is that possible with all the degrees or whatnot?
40%, well, if the degrees in what? I mean, you guys in school, right? If you get a sociology degree, what kind of job are you going to have when you get out of school?
I don't know, maybe some state job, I suppose.
If you're lucky, right?
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, there's no people, and if you have a whole bunch of, if you have 30% of your people graduating, mostly women graduating with psychology degrees, and you have another 20% graduating with sociology degrees, and then the rest of them graduating with teaching degrees or whatnot and other stuff. How much call is there for that out on the market when you flood the market with all those people?
It kind of doesn't make sense to even teach that. You know, I don't even understand why that's even on the curriculum if there's no real economic opportunities for that.
Because colleges want to make money.
Money.
And women are going and you do $120,000 worth of debt for a degree. You know, I had to keep my daughter from doing that. She was supposed to go in for pathology, which she could have gone to a community school and learned the same thing for less money. But she wanted to go to college. I said, go ahead. And then she changed, then becomes the psychology major because it's easier.
Yeah.
So that's how come you have a lot of people. 40% of the graduates, which are women, can't do anything with their degree. They flooded the market. So it's easier to hire a programmer that went to community college, learn how to program, and learn networking, and pay him $100,000 rather than some chick that just got out with a psychology degree and can barely type.
Yeah. I recently saw a video from yours called 5 Things That You Should Talk to a Son About Women or something like that.
Yeah.
I recently saw that and I was quite amazed by that video. That was a really great video. I mean, there are certain things that I didn't understand with women until I saw that video, especially the last one when you talked about like for men who are unfocused or for men who are, you know, like, I don't know, they just drift through life. Like, that's why, I don't know, that could be another reason why the gender dynamics right now don't work, because a lot of these men, like some men may not know what they want to do with themselves. I mean, sure, they can function and can take care of their bills or whatnot, but they don't have any goals, and what happens is you start attaching yourself to her goals, and
right.
Yeah, it could be just a big clusterfuck. So I just wanted to thank for that video. Me and my girl had a long talk about that. I don't know, it changed my perspective a lot, you know.
You know, I would tell you guys, when my kids were small and I was going to talking to a whole bunch of relationship therapists and stuff like that, because I know a lot in Los Angeles. If you're in the conscious community, right, you see a lot of therapists, a lot of relationship therapists, a lot of psychologists, right, especially in the Black conscious community. Those are the people that you read books with, you're in study groups with, so you can just ask them questions, right? And we're discussing this about basically marriage 2.0 and women's liberation and stuff like that. And they were talking about it, and I said, I said for thousands of years, marriage has worked this way, and the family has functioned this way, and you guys are talking about breaking it and making breaking it and doing something else. And I said, okay, if you break it, I said 95% of people have to have a form or to negotiate with when they're building a family. If you break the form, what are you going to replace it with? And nobody had any answers. And this is like 1990, so this would be about 25 years ago, when my kids were like 2 and 3 years old, and none of them had any answer. We just have to do it because it's right, and women need to have equal say in the marriage. I said, but you're breaking the form that's existed for lots of years, that my parents were built on, and my grandparents were built on this particular model of marriage. And I said, if you break it and you don't have nothing to replace it with, what's going to happen? And you guys are experiencing what's going to happen. They never replaced it with anything. So basically, what happens when you guys get together, say a man and a woman get together, and they're talking about having a relationship, everything has to be a negotiation, because there's nothing written down in stone. There are no rules, and there are no rights and no wrongs. Everything has to be negotiated. And every time you break up with that woman and get another woman, it has to be negotiated. When I came up, women had chores, women had duties and things they were supposed to do. A man had chores, a man had certain things that he was supposed to do. So any woman you picked, right? Any decent woman you picked, she cooked, she cleaned, she knew how to take care of children. That was just ground level. She cooked, she cleaned, she knew how to take care of children. Men knew how to pick up a hammer, knew how to kind of sort of work on a car here and there. They were a little bit more mechanical. They knew how to go to work and do things. But the thing is, there's a base level that you knew you're going to get when you got a woman. And for a woman, there's a base level of man that you knew you're going to get when you got a man. And it was a lot simpler. And then you built upon that. If you wanted to change something, or you wanted to expand, or like go to school and do something like that, you knew that there's a base level, a foundation you had to build on. They ripped up the foundation. So now you get a woman, you got to see if she knows. You don't know whether she knows how to cook, she knows how to clean, and basically she's never been taught how to take care of children. So everything's new. She's a new parent. She's lost because she's never been taught. Most older people, especially women that were back in the not the baby boomer generation, but before that, even if she was the baby of the family, if she was a girl, if she didn't have siblings to watch, they sent her to babysit. She watched cousins, she watched neighbors' kids. In other words, they taught her how to take care of children. They taught her how to cook. If she was 5 or 6, they didn't wait till she was an adult to teach her how to cook. She started cooking at 5 or 6. She learned how to clean up the house and cook and clean when she was before she was a teenager. So by the time she got to be 13, 14, and 15, she already knew how to take care of her house. She knew already how to cook and clean and go shopping and go pay bills if she had to go pay bills. She already knew how to take care of children. You didn't have to teach her that. So now you get a woman, guess what? You got to teach her everything from scratch.
That's funny you say that about this teaching.
You have to train her how to be with a man.
Yeah, my sisters are in their 50s and they don't know how to cook. I cook better than my sister.
Oh, that's terrible.
But women don't look. Women looked on that as slavery instead of necessary tools. The most men get a little boy. He at least had to teach him how to hold a hammer, run a lawnmower. They'll change a tire on a car. But women now don't want the little boys to get dirty.
Right. And then,
my grandson's almost 4 years old. And he never had a haircut because they want to doll his hair up like a little girl. I had to scream at my daughter But she, in front of me, she said she wanted to schedule a hair appointment for my little boy, my little grandson. I said, he's not a girl.
Yeah, they want to make those boys like them.
Well, they think they're dolls.
Right.
And if they're only going to have one, and they don't have a little girl, well, then fine. We'll just doll up the little boy. They're not children. They're not human beings anymore. They're toys.
I don't know. What are some recommendations you could say about black men? I mean, we've all heard the criticisms of what black women need to do, but I don't know. What do you think is the number one thing that men should do, from your opinion?
Okay. The thing is, boys growing up in feminine systems like we have, is that boys are soft.
Mm-hmm.
Boys are too emotional. They get mad too quickly. They don't know how to settle dispute. They don't know how to take direction. The work gets too hard. They start whining like little girls. They don't know how to honor their commitments. There's a lot of things I could get on about boys, about men. I mean, there's really, because being at work and see millennials come in, okay, and you look at them, you just look at them, you know by the way they dress because they're too fashion conscious. I said, dude, you come in here to work, okay? You're not coming here to look cute. You're not coming in to complain about what somebody else is doing because they want everything to be fair. Well, how come I have to do it and that person have to do it? Dude, this is your job. This is what you're assigned to. This is what you get paid for. Don't worry about what the other person's doing right now. You're here on a job, and this is an assignment that you were given. Go do it. Stop worrying about it's fair. It don't have to be fair. All you have to, all the things that you have to worry about being fair, that your check is right at the end of the pay period. Other than that, it's irrelevant. Can you do the job, and are you going to do the job? Stop crying about what somebody else is doing. I said, you sound like a little girl, because that's what a woman would do. This is too hard. It's not fair. I need some help. See, back in the day, men didn't say that. Boys didn't say that. When I came up, we automatically assumed that we had to work our way up. In other words, that older person that had it easy, we assume that I'm coming in at the bottom and I have to earn my place in a hierarchy. It wasn't just given to me. And women come in with that attitude. They see an older woman lounging. You only been there for a week, and that person has been here for 30 years. Women think I'm supposed to sit down and do what that person has been here for 30 years is doing. You haven't even earned that right. And that's the thing about boys being feminized. Okay, they don't know what going through adversity means because they've never had to face it. Because their mothers have always, the kid falls, the mother's right there to put a pillow under him. So they keep falling. Okay, because it doesn't hurt. I can do this, but you get out in the real world, mama's not there to put the pillow under you. It's not. All of a sudden, it's not fair. Wait a minute. The world is not your mama. She didn't prepare you. She should have prepared you for this. Because I always say, and this is what I believe. It might sound sexist, but back in the day, what a man was actually built for and prepared for is to be strong enough to not only take care of himself but other people. Now, whether he does it or not, that's up to him. But he should be strong enough to do it. He should have the force of will, enough maturity, enough discipline to get out and do see what needs to be done and get it done. And that's why I like that I think it was Breaking Bad when what's his name talked to Walter White what a man is supposed to do. You see, it doesn't matter. He does what a man does. What a man does, and it doesn't matter whether he's loved or cared for or protected. He simply bears up and does what he does what he's supposed to do, because guess what? He's a man. And at the end of the day, that's what you're supposed to do. Whatever it is that you agree to for your life, whatever it is, you know, whether it's living off the grid, living a minimalist lifestyle, or being a billionaire, it doesn't matter. You go to it, you bear up, and you take the hits that comes, and you keep right on moving forward. And women cannot prepare you for that, because that is not their mission. That's why it takes a man, it takes a father to be in your life. And when when your son is hard-headed and doesn't want to do it his way, at a certain point you got to say, look, okay, Chief, go for it, and see how it's going to work out.
Don't come to me crying.
And don't come to me crying, because as a man,
don't come to me crying, boy.
Because you made that decision.
Yeah.
And now you're going to learn from it.
Yeah. The more I'm starting to realize is that maybe that being pro-black and MGTOW are kind of incompatible, because I don't know. It's like I don't know. Let me get your opinion, because it's like okay, I got all types of friends from the hood, right? And I got this one homeboy. He got like 9 kids by like 4 baby moms. The guy is unproductive. All he does is sit down and play PlayStation all day.
Mm-hmm.
But that guy is like, you know, like successful. He's like he was able to pass on his genes. You know what I'm saying? Like, and it's like Pookie and Ray Ray's winning. You know what I'm saying? Like they're still reproducing. But like cats like me or SWP who understand like the value of spreading a legacy for your children, or making sure your kids are taken care of. We're like stuck in this weird, well, I gotta find a white woman, or I don't know if I can find a woman. Like I don't know. It's like for these people who can pass on like real values to children, like they're not having kids, right?
Well, there's a difference between being a male and being a man. If you want to be a male, a biological male, you can sleep with 4 different women and have 9 different kids, and that's not very hard to do, especially in the black community. You know, not having children is hard to do in the black community. Because the women are so irresponsible. They'll have, you can find a woman to have kids with. That's not a problem. Because the environment is conducive for women to actually do shit like that. But that's not being a man.
Oh yeah, I figured that out. It's just that like I don't get why like people who have their shit together, who got like decent jobs, or you know, like we're stuck in these like intricacies. Like, well, I don't know, she's kind of fucked off here, or you know, it's like we're really overcautious. You know, it's kind of like that movie Idiocracy. You remember that movie?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of like that, where people are so picky about what's the right time and if this is the right mate. And I understand being picky about the right mate. But it's like, I don't know, for these people who are kind of have their stuff together and they're not reproducing, well, when I go out there, I see all these terrible people reproducing, especially in the black community. I start to question, like, well, is MGTOW really the right path for us? You know, like, is it really, or even ICMOR, like, is it really this walking away shit? Is it really smart if you have these values that you can pass on? Like, that's that weird conundrum I'm in right now. Like,
okay, it's like this. With the laws that they have on the books, with the environment that you live in, it's a very high risk to do so. Now, if you can afford to do it and you're willing to take the risk and get the reward, that's fine. You just have to know what the risk is. It's just like playing forex or something like that, or going to the casino in Las Vegas, rolling the dice. It's a roll of the dice, and you got to be prepared for losses, so in case things go bad. So basically, what you're trying to do is eliminate as much of the risk as possible. And I mean, there's ways of doing it, but you're not going to eliminate all the risk because illegally, she can actually come back and get you. That's just the way it's built. It's getting better, but the thing is not there. But if you really want to have a kid and you got your shit together, you just have to make sure that the woman that you picked is making way more than you do. So it's not. So basically, she can't come after you for that much money, or the risk is a lot less because she has more to risk than you do. So you flip the risk. But the thing is for her to take that kind of risk on you as a lower earner and basically a lower status male. That means she's not going to be the 7, 8, 9, 10. She's going to be the 4, 5, 6. And there's plenty of 4, 5, 6s that you can get with and you can pass on your genes to. Do you want those women?
Oh, I'm not even messing with westernized women. I gave that up a long time ago. I mess with strictly African females or females from other countries. I don't even holler at Western women.
Well, see, that's what you do. You change the environment, right?
Yeah.
That's what you do. What we're saying is Americanized or westernized women. We're not talking. When MGTOW talks, it's not to talk about all women. All it is a philosophy. I can tell you, as being in it 4 years, I never expected men in their 20s to follow it because their path is different. I would never tell a young man in his 20s not to experience women. It's foolish. Just do it with some care. It's like not allowing your child to drive. Okay, at some point he's going to have to drive. Of course, he can get into a 3-car accident and lose his life. That's the risk he's got to take. But at some point, you gotta sit down. You gotta teach him how to drive, how to handle traffic. How to take the test, where to go, when not going. When he gets enough experience, you gotta let him go. Now, I believe that with young men. Give them the information. This is what to look out for. This is what not to do. This is how women are. And this is what you got to manage. Now, if you look at the environment that you're in, the woman that you're looking across from, and you start calculating the risk and see if you want to take it. I don't think there ain't that many MGTOWs. MGTOWs have said in this environment it's not a good idea. The first thing they try to tell you, it's not a good idea. Especially if you're in your 20s, it's not a good idea. You have to change the environment that you're in. And there's some MGTOW that have gone overseas, and gotten married, or what they call gone John Galt. They have left and they've gone elsewhere. They've gone to Eastern Europe, or they've gone to Africa, or they've gone to Asia. And the first thing they tell you is don't bring her back.
So that I guess when they go there, they just stay there.
It'd be better to stay there because what's going to happen to her if you bring her back to this environment, you're going to be subjected to what?
Oh, I understand.
The environment. Yeah.
Yeah. That's one of the conundrums because I'm like, yeah, even if she never changes, and if I have a boy, or heaven forbid, even a girl, like that girl is still growing up in this environment, and she'll be the exact same thing we try to avoid. So, I mean, we have to really stay on her, for her to respect the values of other cultures that made it possible for her to be desired.
Well, the thing is, it's because they're come from a more traditional culture, especially if they're immigrants. The likelihood of staying, the risk of them getting divorced or whatever it is a lot less. It's a hell of a lot less if you're careful about it. But like I said, if you want no risk at all, or as little risk as possible. You get your stuff together, you figure out your game plan, and you go there, and that's where you stay. You keep her. If you're going to marry her, keep her there. Adapt to a different culture because that's the culture that they come from. And so those laws that would you be subjected to in the West with all the craziness that's over here, you won't be subjected to over there. And I heard that from a lot of guys. They tell you don't bring her back. If you're going to do it, don't bring her back. Although if they're immigrants, there's a lot less risk than it is from a woman that's been trained in the system.
Especially if they spent their childhood in a different country. So I know some girls I talked to who spent their entire childhoods in different countries, and yeah, the way they see things are differently. Even though when they get here, it tweaks a little bit. Still, that they can't get away from that childhood experiences and being taught those traditions.
And then their families are still alive, and they don't want their women don't want their families frowning upon them. Because the Indian men are having a hell of a time with their women nowadays, because feminism is really taking root over there. Because they don't want arranged marriages anymore, and the women are rebelling, and the women are actually hijacking the system over there. They're using the system against a lot of men and their families.
Yeah, it's really developing, isn't it? I think it's like next to China, it's second developing. I don't know for sure.
Yeah. As it develops, as the environment changes, as it industrializes and urbanizes, then this kind of stuff starts popping up. The only thing is about China. China is a very authoritarian country.
Yeah.
And you try that shit, which they did try this shit, like taking men's houses after marrying. Yeah, well, China just changed the law.
Yeah, China gonna shut that down.
Oh, they did. They said you
can
get divorced, but you ain't getting shit on the way out.
But you're dealing with like Indian and stuff. Especially a lot of our clerical services are outsourced there. So I have a couple of guys who I used to work with when I was a broker, and they outsource a lot of their clerical work to India.
Mm-hmm.
And so there's tons of you can watch the videos with them doing the clothes work and that stuff in India, but there's tons of like call centers and outsourced work and clerical things that they're doing over there.
Yeah, Bangalore, right?
Yeah, and they're getting paid. Instead of people here getting paid $10, they're getting paid $5. By the hour to do it. So
yeah, the best.
Those are all women.
The best book for that is the world is flat. Yeah, he outlines that, and that was back in 1999 or 2000. Oh, I think it was 2005. I think it was. But India got built up like that after the Y2K thing. They had to train all those Indian programmers.
Right. Because they wanted to bring in all those new systems.
No, the thing the thing is that they had to correct a lot of those systems. So the only people that knew the old languages were the people in India. So they brought a lot of them over to actually fix it, and they updated their skills and went back and opened up these centers. And then the internet, high-speed internet, happened with the fiber, the deep sea fiber that got connected, and the rest is history. Now you have a connected world.
Right, and I was hearing that the Y2K kind of they use that to help pave the way for the NSA and stuff like that to be able to come in and grab hold of that system.
Yeah. Although the Y2K was real because it killed about 3 or 4 of my programs. They just stopped working.
If they became like obsolete, or they just
Yeah, I mean, once the day rolled over, the program wouldn't work anymore. One of my favorite trading programs, it just stopped working, and they didn't want to update the code.
Basically forcing you to change.
No, they just went out of business. They got bought out by what did they get bought out? I can't remember who they got bought out, but they sold the code that they had to somebody else. Yeah, to see this stuff develop step by step is interesting, because a lot of the companies that laid the fiber that went belly up actually put the fiber in the ground. A lot of investors lost their money, so they put billions of dollars by people investing in the stock market. They got toast, and that's how the system got built, on the backs of those investors that lost their money.
That's funny. David Bowie said it interesting. David Bowie said, "Always be the second person into a business."
Yeah, the pioneers usually get killed. So either you're gonna see a lot of pioneers get killed. You know, you see every now and then some people make it, but when they make it, it's big. Like Google's a pioneer, but there's a whole lot of search companies that got toasted.
Yeah. Or how MySpace had kind of begin the whole social thing.
Yeah. Yeah, but MySpace it had a lot of viruses and bugs. That's why it died.
I want to say I think Rupert Murdoch bought them.
You know, I can't remember. That wasn't Rupert Murdoch. It was somebody else. I can't think who it was. MySpace had such a bad reputation. Because I know, with my kids, man, I used to have to kill all kinds of viruses and bloatware and pirateware and all that stuff on my kids' computers because they were on MySpace.
Yeah, it was Murdoch that bought them.
Was it Murdoch? Okay.
Yeah, it was Murdoch.
Okay. I thought somebody else had bought them. Because somebody else had bought them. Murdoch must have bought them after.
Yeah, it says he bought News Corp. Bought them in 2005.
They didn't sell it to somebody else?
No, it says that
they still own it.
2011, they offloaded it to somebody.
Yeah. They offloaded it to somebody else. Yeah, because the code was buggy, and it was a lot of virus attacks through it.
Oh, they don't name it, but they said they offloaded it to a consortium.
Yeah. They were trying to revive it. They were trying to make it an artist platform. But it's kind of hard to go against Facebook.
Nowadays, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube. It's fun. It's funny to see this stuff progress.
Yeah, I remember seeing. I'm 26 now, so I remember seeing Facebook. Started. The beginning of those when I was first in college.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah,
now
because
now it's way out of control.
Yeah, I remember Google when Sergey Brin first went on the screensavers to announce it, and that was about 1999 or 1998. And Yahoo search was a big thing. Yahoo, Alta Vista, and there was one more. I can't remember the name of it.
AOL?
No, it wasn't AOL. AOL was good for text messages. That was its big thing, and it's I'm trying to think. It's rooms, chat rooms. Yeah.
You see, the government really started to get involved with Google, and then now with Facebook, and they've got different government contracts and stuff.
Mm-hmm. There's rumor that Google search engine is based on the Promise software. If you want to be interested in something like that, is look up the Infolaw case.
The Infolaw?
Yeah, INSOLAW. It was able to track anything. It was actually built to track legal cases, but they turned it into a search engine, and then the FBI and the CIA stole it. But they said it wound up in Google's hands. Very famous scandal. Back in the Reagan era. I think it was 1986.
So they're always taking. I mean, that's what a lot of stuff is. People taking proprietary information.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there was a black software company in Colorado, and the government came in and sent all the owners to jail and stole their software because the government didn't want to pay for it.
Yeah. You ever seen the movie Inception?
Yeah.
It's kind of what that is. Except they're doing it, obviously not in people's dreams, but just going in and just taking their stuff.
Oh yeah. Ayn Rand talked about that in Atlas Shrugged.
Yeah, I like those books. They're big books. I like them. I like Ayn Rand.
Yeah, she's a pseudo philosopher. Yeah, I understand. She writes well.
Yeah, it's not. Some of her stuff is not. It's personably applicable, but you can't really apply it to much outside of you know.
No, well, she said that her philosophy couldn't exist in the real world, and she had to invent a world that it could fit in.
Right. I mean, it's good stuff though. I read her essays all the time. It's good stuff. And obviously, she was all for capitalism, which I see the benefits in that.
Well, she was for rugged individualism, because she was against collectivism, which is understandable. because the Bolsheviks ran her family out of Russia.
Right.
There's a lot of libertarians that follow her philosophy.
Libertarians? Libertarians.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rugged individualism, anti-collectivist.
I mean, I like it, but I like what she says, but I do see that. I do see the benefit in, having some things that are collective,
Well, because the human race is collectivist.
Right. And so what she preaches is that that through that rugged individualism, somehow, if everybody's completely individual, we will be collective, and society will just kind of work. So she argues a lot against altruism, self-sacrifice.
Yeah, because it's in Quigley's book. He explains that it's a 19th century ideal against collectivism, and they found out it didn't work. And I think they call it the community of interest. In other words, if I think that's the term. I got to look at it again. I think the term is community of interest. In other words, if me, you, and everybody else on the line follows their own personal self-interest, and we come in as a community, the community will be better.
Right.
But that's the 19th century ideal.
Which would be harder to apply in our society today.
It can't be run like that. I mean, it's good for the individual within the collective framework. But if everybody did what they wanted to do, the way they wanted to do it, you'd have chaos.
All right.
So in other words, for me to make money, I'm upstream, and I got a factory, and I can't afford to dispose of my waste safely. It's easier for me to dump it in the river, and it doesn't affect me because upstream is clean water, but downstream is all the crap is going. Who's downstream? If you're downstream, you got to drink it.
Right.
So my interests step on yours.
And that will create a problem.
That creates a problem. And you got a lot of corporations operating like that. Just like the Gulf disaster.
That BPA thing?
Yeah. They're taking shortcuts because it's cheaper. And it speeds up the process. So when that thing broke, all of a sudden it takes billions and billions of dollars of other people's money. And the problem is never going to get fixed. That's why her ideas don't work in the outside world.
Right.
It's got to be a balance. If that makes sense.
Yeah, there's got to be a policing of that kind of stuff.
Yeah, that's why you have to have a collective mentality. And that's what the United States, which is a liberal government, has to balance all these things. How do you let people do what they want to do, but contain them to where they don't hurt anybody?
Right. I mean, I
Whereas,
don't think that I don't think the government itself cares enough about small business. I mean, I'm a champion for small businesses, you know, but most of the businesses that we see now are most of the industries are oligarchies, and you know they're run by 3, 4, 5 businesses.
they care about you, but your voice is drowned out. And they're going to have to depend on smaller business even more. But what should happen as a small business, you need to link together with other small business owners and
Right.
make a cooperative.
Right. I
But
figure it had. Hmm?
but the government has to come together and facilitate that. And then a lot of new socialists are talking about that.
Yeah, the Green Party out here.
Oh, the
Big
Green
on that.
Party's talking about that a lot.
Yeah,
In the UK, yeah.
Yeah, worker co-ops.
Promoting quotes.
Yeah, they're pushing this because of the fourth industrial revolution. That you're gonna have a whole bunch of worker co-ops. Because the big corporation. Go ahead. Huh?
You think they'll ever try to break up some of these conglomerates? Like, let's say, you know, you have the media conglomerates. You think they'll ever try to break some of those guys up?
Yeah. Well, let's say the media conglomerates will disappear anyway.
As independent journalism continues to rise.
Well, as news becomes more distributed.
Mm.
Where's their funding going to come from if people aren't watching them?
Right. If they are making that ad money, how are they going to make money?
Right. So all the media company is a distribution company. And even now that it's a lot less because the tools to make a movie, an album, or newspaper is close to nothing.
A lot cheaper and with more efficiency.
There's a very good movie called Tangerine. It's about transgender prostitutes, right, in Hollywood. But it was shot on 2 iPhones.
Really?
Yes. Go on
When
Netflix.
you watched it, did you? It's on Netflix.
Yeah, it looks like an independent film.
So when you watched it, could you did you know before it was on an iPhone?
No, I didn't know. I knew it before it was on an iPhone, and I watched it because he said it was on an iPhone. Because I wanted to see if I could tell.
Could you tell?
It looked like a regular independent film. In fact, it had me buy a stabilizer for my Note 4. And you actually could shoot a movie with it. Yeah, you have to worry about your framing and your sound.
Yeah, your framing, your sound, and your lighting. I mean, yeah, those are all things.
Yeah, those are basics. If you look at the movies from the 30s or the 40s or something like that, they shot on a lot less. You had to once it's lit, you put it on a tripod and let the scene go out in front of you.
They did. I remember the French. They started using hand cameras to shoot little handheld cameras to shoot whole movies.
Mm-hmm. You got a Note 4 that does 4K? You can go to town. put it on a stabilizer, it's just like having a Steadicam. The only thing is you don't have all the lenses.
Right.
But you can get around that. Or you just do what like you tell my partner, he used to make independent film. I said, you can either write the film and adjust the equipment to the film, or you can start with the equipment and write the movie to the equipment.
Right.
So all you got is an iPhone, and that's what Tangerine did. They said, okay, I want to make a movie. I don't have the money for the big cameras, but I have iPhone. What kind of story can I tell with 2 iPhones? And that's what Tangerine is.
Hmm. I wonder if he'll try to make another one with iPhones.
Well, he said he wasn't. He said he wasn't.
Because he got the money now to buy the actual equipment.
He wants to make a different film. It's the thing is, the reason he shot this movie on an iPhone is because he didn't have funding for another film. And he said, okay, since I'm waiting on the next film, and I got this equipment, well, what can we do with it? And it turned out well.
Right.
So the barrier for all this stuff is really, really low.
Right. And I mean, Hollywood, they're losing out too. Outside of the big, the superhero movies that they have, most of the good films, aren't coming right out of Hollywood.
There's a reason why they're promoting all the big blockbuster films. It's hard to pirate those because with the sound and effects can't be replicated in a home.
No, they can't. I went to see the movie Revenant. I really liked Revenant. I don't know if you saw it with DiCaprio, but people, I had a couple of friends who pirated and downloaded it, and they didn't like it. And I'm like, yeah, because the movie was a lot of sound, and it was a lot of different lighting and stuff like that, and you don't get that.
Right.
You know what I mean? When you're just looking on your phone, as opposed to being in the theater.
Yeah, because I think they shot Revenant with I think it was 65mm sensor.
I'm not sure what they shot it with, but it was really good, and then the sound was excellent.
Yeah, because most films are shot on a 35mm sensor, digital sensor, and this is twice as big, which they haven't ever done that. So a lot of richness and detail that you see in that film, especially in the theater, comes from that sensor, which can't be replicated on a power movie.
I got you. Yeah, you could tell.
Mm-hmm.
You could tell the richness of the scene. The opening scene starts. You just hear the water, and then you see it, and the water does look very like you could actually reach your hand into the screen and touch that water and come back with your hand wet.
Right. That's why a lot of your smaller movies are going to Netflix.
Right. And they're making a lot of money doing that now. They've I mean, more than a niche for themselves, they've really carved out a sector here. Netflix.
Yeah, they're one of the pioneers that survived.
And then Hulu, I didn't realize until just a few months ago that Hulu was a combination of ABC, NBC, all those networks.
Yeah.
And they kind of put that together to try to combat, what was going on with Netflix.
Well, that and combat piracy.
Piracy.
Yeah. Because people are going to get it anyway. So if we charge them and make it convenient, we can control it.
So now, the New York Times wrote about it not too long ago, the power of the second screen. And so they're trying to figure out how they can market and use the second screen. Like, so when you're watching a football game,
Right.
like they're like a lot of the time you're looking at the second screen, looking at stats, or you're looking at highlights or different things like that. And they're trying to figure out how they can use that second screen usage to like for ad money or to promote other stuff.
Got to figure out a way around it.
Right.
Yep. Either that, adapted eye. Like I knew it was dead when Napster came up. I miss Napster.
Yeah, you're not the only one.
I remember when Napster first came out. I think my daughter was in middle school, and I was trying to convince her mother to allow her to download Napster songs and sell the CDs, and instead of giving her an allowance. I said, sell them for $5 a piece. You know, you got 50 kids, $5 a piece. Yeah, that's your monthly allowance. Her mother wouldn't allow it though.
Right. I think they're working with Rhapsody. I think now.
Who's that? Napster?
Yeah.
They bought the code. They had to sell the company to keep the kid from going to jail. But Rhapsody's not going to work because YouTube basically took that over.
Oh yeah.
YouTube Red.
I mean, Rhapsody was the pioneer. They were before Pandora. I think that's what it's called, Pandora.
Yep.
And all that stuff.
AOL Music was there before then.
Right. But then YouTube gives the artist more ability to be able to get right in touch with the fans.
They married video and music, and boosted the ad revenue, so that the artist can actually get paid. So instead of the artist putting out an album or something like that, they'll probably make more money with YouTube. Because you're going to pirate it anyway.
They probably broken it down. I wonder what percentage of people pirate an album as opposed to buying it.
That's a good question.
I don't know. Maybe 15 would be. I don't know.
Well, I think it's a lot less now than it used to be, because now you can just stream it. So it's easier to pay the $8 or $9 a month and stream it, rather than sit up and waste all those hours trying to find music.
Right.
Because it takes a lot of time. I remember I used to do it way back in the day when Napster first came out.
Yeah, I think probably video and TV gets pirated at a much higher rate than music.
Oh yeah. Yeah. That's why come the blockbusters do so much better. You gotta, if you want the full effect, you gotta go to the theater. And sometimes even if you get the pirated movie and you don't like it, they said, okay, let me go to the theater and watch it again.
Right.
because it can't be
No,
replicated.
they'll never get away from the theater. I think that always should be there.
Eventually, until you get into like virtual reality or something.
Right. Like with those face pieces they have.
I think more than anything is sound.
Right.
You can deal with the screen. You can actually project it onto a bigger screen. But the thing is, it's the sound. Very hard to replicate a sound hall.
Well, you just not when somebody like beds their sound and they do it. It's just so hard to get all of that on a basic speaker.
Well, sound is more complex than that. It's not only the speaker, but it's acoustics, it's the room, it's everything. Because I used to be an audiophile way back in the day,
Mm-hmm.
and your room has as much to do with the sound as the speaker. If you ever go to a concert hall that's built for music, and you listen to a live band, you notice the difference in sound.
So that's sometimes why artists, when they sing, their singing might sound empty or hollow at like a concert, and then they
Yeah,
go somewhere else and their voice will sound full.
right. Yeah, because how they amplify her voice is different because it's become digitized and it's coming through a speaker. Whereas if she doesn't have to use a speaker, you hear a lot more. It's interesting to if you ever get the experience to go to a recording studio and actually listen to people record the music and listen to it coming right off the original recording. Man, that's something you can't replicate. I mean,
Right.
you really get an experience.
Even the files they save it as. I mean, I remember when I'm doing the audio files for like, let's say like a sports team here,
Hmm.
I'll have they'll have a radio show or whatever,
Hmm.
and or they'll do the game, they want to redo the game, and I'll do like the audio for them.
Hmm.
Even when you're doing that, it's a difference between whether you're using like an MP3
Hmm.
or like a Wave or like
Right.
a PCP. The
Yeah.
quality is just very different.
Hmm.
So Wave is incredibly higher quality, but it takes
Yeah.
up a lot more space too.
Right.
So,
Yeah. And even that has been compressed from the original source.
right.
Like back in the day, before they had CDs, you had the LPs, the LP press, and we had to worry about the needle. You had to worry about the turntable. You had preamp and all that stuff to recreate the sound. It it's it's a lot more artificial now. But the thing is, it's standardized and there's less variables. Even though an LP sounds better, but the thing is, there's so many variables between you and the speaker that had to be adjusted, and all those components had to fit.
Right.
Whereas now, you take take an MP3 or even a WAV file that's been digitized. You set your parameters, you plug in your headphones, you don't worry about it. It's gonna sound the same way.
Right. I mean, they're trying to bring those back. LPs.
They never left.
Yeah.
It's hard to find turntables.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of vintage LPs, and I think the higher artists actually still press LP for collectors, but they're really, really expensive. The equipment to play that stuff on is really, really expensive.
Right. They had some LP player that they were showing on the news the other day that was like a few $1,000s.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, yeah, I won't be using that to play any LPs.
And that's just the start, because you gotta have a $2,000 preamp, another $5,000 amplifier, and you probably gotta have $5,000 speakers.
If you want to get the proper
full effect, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's old school kit.
See, people don't have that anymore. You just have the USB, the Bluetooth speaker.
Ooh, that's horrible.
Yeah.
That sound is horrible. I tried it.
What's going on, man?
It didn't work.
Hello?
What's happening?
We're here. What's going on, man?
Yeah, I haven't heard from you in a while.
Yeah, we've been on for a minute.
Yeah, I know. I'm just getting off from work, and I just seen you guys up. I just wanted to drop in and say hello.
Oh, hey, what's going on? There was a question you wanted to ask me, right?
Oh man, I know it's kind of probably late. You know, I have a lot of questions I want to ask you. You know, just off of just research, man. It was off the last video too you made. I really like your perspective when you breaking down how the and basically what's going on. You know with the the relationships. You know when you always draw it back to the industrial revolution, and I just find it amazing because you're the only one that I hear that says that, and and it's actually correct, from what I'm actually researching.
It took me years to find that, man. It took me years to figure that out, what was going on, because I could never figure it out. And my first key, I think I was telling the fellows earlier, my first key is when I was the first trip to Ghana in 2007, my first trip to Africa, and I was actually in a developing country, and I saw big families, right?
Mm-hmm.
Saw a whole bunch of children. I'm trying to figure out, okay, they stay married, they're not having problems, they have a bunch of children, what's going on with them? And then you start asking questions, then you figure out, okay, they still need children. Because you see, same thing in Guatemala. You see, when you see down there in developing countries, you see kids shining shoes. You see them, you see little girls making tortillas. Same thing in Ghana. You see them cooking. You see them selling stuff. You see them doing all kinds of work. As it's starting at like 5 years old. And I said, that's the key.
Wow.
Okay, they need children. Because children are very valuable. Because children are hands that actually do work.
So it just all of a sudden just snapped to you just after those particular visits.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, when you see it, when you're pondering over something and then you see it, it makes sense. What? Because you don't have anything to compare it to. If you're inside the United States, all you see is images of Western countries, and you see their explanations of what a third world country is, or a developing country is. It doesn't make sense. But when you're there, and you sit back and see how regular people interact and how they live their lives, that they don't see themselves as poor. This is just what they do, and all of a sudden it starts to make sense. And then you realize, so that's why marriages are breaking up, because there's nothing to hold them together. But that's everybody's been knowing that for years because when did people actually divorce back in the day? When the kids grew up.
That is true.
When the kids grew up, there's no more children to hold a marriage together. What do? They split up. I don't need you. You don't need me. Our kids are grown. Let's go our separate ways.
You know, is it that, I mean, I don't want to look at it. I mean, I know some things out here is just meticulous, but I don't want to look at everything as a conspiracy.
That's not a conspiracy. No.
So do you think it's just the majority of a lot of the you know, like the news media, when they're talking about these issues, do you think they're just unaware, or they are aware? I mean, what is it? Because I mean, because this is not widely talked about.
Because very few people know about it. Very few people know about it. Even some people that know about it can't put two and two together.
Mm.
Yeah, because I listen to a lot of people that can't put two and two together. They're very well read. They're very well studied. They cannot put two and two together because it's not obvious to them. Because I am built to be an analyst, so it makes sense to me. And I had to learn that because it makes sense to me, it doesn't make sense to everybody else. It's, when I look at it, it's obvious. And when I explain it to people, I said, I never thought of it that way. I learned that from my my advisor, Craig Hewlett. He taught me that. When he told me one story about how he found his niche as an analyst, because he said he was in Vietnam, and he had a lot of experts trying to figure out how come this helicopter wouldn't power on, right? So it was a two-seat helicopter, right? It's got a pilot and a co-pilot.
Mm-hmm.
And he had all these generals and brass looking at this, trying to figure out how how come this helicopter wouldn't switch on. They couldn't figure it. They were messing with the dials. They were looking at wires and circuitry and stuff like that. They brought in technicians. They still couldn't figure it out. So when they walked away, he had a thought: why don't I get into the co-pilot seat and look at it from a different perspective? He looked at it. He flipped one switch and the thing came on. And everybody rushed over to him and said, "How did you do that?" He said, "I just put myself in a different perspective." And that's what an analyst does. All I'm doing is putting myself in a different perspective. Like most regular folks, I give keys. I said most regular people look at everything from a ground level, right?
Right.
But they never think to put themselves in the position of the people making the decisions. Most people don't think that way. All they worry about is how that decision is affecting me. But they never put themselves in the position in the shoes of the people making that decision and said, what would I do if I was looking at the same thing he was looking at? And I had to make a decision about doing X, Y, or Z. What decisions would I make? And while you may not come to the same decision, you can see why he did what he did, and given the information that he had coming in.
Wow.
And if you do that long enough, then it makes sense. Somebody will do something, and you go back and you start reading, and he said, "Okay, I can see why he did it. I wouldn't have done it that way, but I can see why he did it." So you start looking at things from a different perspective.
Let me ask you this: why is this not common in our communities, man? Like, cause with myself, I'm not saying that I'm there at that level, but for the past few years now, I've been finding myself reading more books now, really interested in how the world really works, and it seems like the more people I talk to, they're just not interested in those things, man.
How many people do you know nowadays that actually go to their car and look under the hood and trying to figure out how the engine works?
And not many.
That's exactly. Most people don't want to know. If I turn the key, I change the oil, I turn the key just to keep it running. That's all I care about. I don't care about how it works. I don't want to know how it works. All I want to know is that the brakes work. When I step on them, I step on the pedal, The gas works. The engine revs up when I step on the accelerator, and then when I turn the key, the thing comes on. That's all they care about.
Mm.
Most people.
Wow.
Until it affects them, and when it affects when the car breaks, then I want to know how it works.
And so you can carry that just in life in general. You just
Yeah.
got you.
Yeah, most people don't. Most people don't. That's why they call them sheep. I eat my grass, and I follow the tail in front of me.
Yeah, in my life, I've experienced a lot of tragedy and things of that nature, and it just from going through a lot of hardship, it just further me want to really understand life and why things work the way it does.
Yeah, yeah. It's a long journey, and all I'm trying to do is give my people a shortcut.
Bro, I really
Okay.
appreciate what you
Yeah.
do, man. Really.
Yeah. If I point it out, people say, "Well, why are things happening the way that they're happening?" And that's why I got into MGTOW and listened to what they were talking about, because I said, okay, because it's what's going on has a wider problem than just my community. So they got white guys on there talking about what's going on in their community, and so then put all these pieces together and figure out what's going on, what went wrong. And then and I was doing other stuff. And I said, wait a minute, if I put these two things together with the work I'm doing about over here with relationship stuff, I said they intertwine. One affects the other.
Right.
So, okay, so if it happened over here with economies, it wouldn't have an effect on relationships. So I went to look. That's why Google is such a good Google image search is such a great tool. I always emphasize that. Google image search. Okay, you put in a question. The first thing I do before I even start reading, I put in my search term. I hit image to see if there's any charts or graphs. Because I learned from doing commodities, if you scan, if you just if you have 20 or 30 charts in front of you, you can see the commonality between them.
Mm.
And then once you see the commonality between them, then you can start looking for the event that caused that commonality. And that's what I started. That's what I did. I started asking questions and hitting Google image search to see if I could find a chart.
Right.
And I start finding these charts and say, wait a minute. Okay. All these things start happening at the same time, basically the same time. What happened at this particular period? Industrial Revolution, 1775.
Mm.
Everything went haywire. And then then after that, you start reading what happened during that transition period. And then you see the decline you see the decline in the birth rate naturally. You see the decline in marriage. You see the rise of female independence. All that stuff because the environment all of a sudden changes.
Wow.
And then you start reading about, okay, well, what is it? How do what allows us to respond to the environment? That's when culture comes in. Okay, to adapt to the environment, you have your culture. You have to change your cultural. You have to change your culture because you can't change your body. You have to change your culture. So you change the way that you do things, and then you get into cultural instruments. That's what it led me to. I said, okay, all these things that we think are natural aren't natural. They're invented by human culture because to serve a particular purpose. So once you figured all that out, he says, okay, let's look at marriage. What was marriage invented for? Developed for? Developed for children. So if there's no need for children, you should see a decline in marriage. If you see a decline in the birth rate, you should see a decline in marriage, and voila, boom, it's right there.
So let me ask you. So technically, marriage is not solely based on just love the way we've been taught,
It
right?
never was. It never was.
Wow.
If you look at ancient tribes, the marriage is always arranged. In Africa, they're still arranged.
Yeah,
And
you know, I actually worked with this girl. She's from Sudan, and
Mhm.
she told me her husband had to give some cattle,
Yeah,
and pay some money, to her father in order to get her.
yeah.
And
You-
so that was basically arranged. And she said, she kind of grown to love him, but she didn't start off like that.
No,
Wow.
no, no. Well, number one, you can. He has to pay a dowry, but he also has to prove that he's worthy of that man's daughter. It's not
Right.
just I'm selling my daughter to you. It doesn't work that way. You have to prove
Right.
that got good care. Who are your parents? Where do you come from? I don't know you. You can't just do it on the first trip. In other words, you got to do it a few times. I want to marry your daughter. Okay, okay. Who are you? Where are you? Who are your folks? And they'll go talk. The elders will go talk to the elders of the other village. What do you know about this kid?
Yeah.
Blah 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 blah. Is that a suitable match for my daughter? And then you tell them about your. Oh yeah, well we think he is. Okay, if he pays, because you can't get it for free. Because
Right.
it's a law. That womb is a loss to my uh, uh, to my family, to my clan,
Right.
because the one who pays the dowry, that the product of that womb, the woman and the product of her womb belongs to the buying clan. So it's not
And
just
so
her, it's her womb. Go ahead.
so where did the ideal that I mean where did the ideal came in that love is about marriage is solely based on love.
It actually came in. Basically, right. Basically, the idea of courtly love was amongst the nobles back in the. I want to say they said the 13th century, maybe the 14th century. The courtly love amongst nobles, um, and the idea of love amongst peasants, uh, 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 came about amongst the poor people, where it's love. You didn't actually get married. You just kind of like uh, slept together, more or less.
Okay.
Okay, they wasn't. I mean, you had to basically um, get permission from the father and whatnot. But the thing is, you're in the village. You grew up together. They all know you. So basically, it's not an arranged marriage per se, but they allow you a little bit more freedom in Europe because of their state. But it was basically courtly. The idea of courtly love came amongst the nobles, and then once the Industrial Revolution happened, according to what I've read, that's when the idea of love actually started in like
Hmm.
the 18th century
Hmm. Interesting.
with the end of arranged marriages.
Because I mean that has the whole major truth to it because I'm seeing people getting together based off solely their feelings and it's just not working.
It never does. Well, because there's nothing to hold it together. When there was an arranged marriage, one, you had a lot of social pressure from both sides of the family to keep the marriage together. It's number one. And number two, um, the woman was never allowed to take her children. They don't belong to you. So you have 4 or 5 children. You want to go. One, first of all, uh, your basically your family owes a debt because you broke the marriage, and the dowry's got to at least a portion of the dowry's got to come back because he's got to support these children. And
Right.
then secondly, the woman's going to lose her children. They don't belong to you. In Africa, in the patriarchal Africa, kids don't belong to you. Belong to the father or belong to the father's clan. So you can go, but you don't get no money, and you don't get your children. But they changed that.
But here, you know, I mean, I hear several people talk about the you know, the rate, the divorce rate that women initiate. You know, maybe like 60 something percent of the divorces.
70 to 80%.
Oh yeah, yeah, okay.
Oh, of course, they're winning. They have nothing to lose. They get
Wow.
their kids and they get money. So what do they have to lose?
So what is I'm curious with this then. What does this society have to gain by attacking men the way they're doing?
They're not attacking men. Uh, what they're doing is since there's no need, they're incentivizing women to have children. There's a certain amount of children that they need, and they got to incentivize those women to have them, because women don't need children for survival anymore. Okay, before a woman had to have children to otherwise she would starve, because without children no man is going to take care of her, and she doesn't have children to grow to help her to help her with labor. So she's on her own, and most women are too weak for that kind of stuff. She's going to die. So when you have a modern society where human labor is not needed anymore, she don't need to have kids. So you got to make the kids worth something, because intrinsically, as far as labor is concerned, kids are a liability. They're not an asset. So they got to figure out some way to make them an asset to where it's worthwhile for a woman to have a kid. So that's welfare, welfare, child support, all that stuff. So in the government, in fact, I got to read through the book. I've had the book for a while. I got to read through it about the child support policy, and basically
What's the name of this book?
Where is it? I just scanned it. It's a very odd book, and I found it by accident. I don't have it in front of me. It's let's see if I can find it. Hold on a second.
Okay. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make you get up.
Okay, here it is. It's the full title of it is Analyzing the Development of the American Child Support System, and it's by Ruth Gilley Kruger, and she had a
Gilley Kruger. Can you spell that?
Okay. You know how to spell Ruth. Gilley is Gillie, and Kruger is Krueger. Okay, and they said, okay, so she said Dr. Ruth G. Kruger has worked for the Dakota County, Minnesota, in all aspects of public welfare since 1977. In 1993, she did an internship in the Department of Health and Human Services in Washington, D.C., where she worked with the Clinton administration on welfare reform. She has a doctorate in public administration from the University of Southern California. So basically, this is her doctoral thesis. Because she was a social worker. She did an internship writing child support, welfare and child support reform, and this is her doctoral thesis. And she goes through it step by step of all the policies that were passed from basically from 19, what dates did she give? Basically from 1933 to 1996. She did an in-depth study of all the policies, and she tells you all the laws that were passed and who passed them and all that stuff.
I'm trying to look for her book on Amazon. I don't see anything.
It will probably because that's where I bought it off of Amazon.
And it's Kruger is Krueger. Okay, yeah. Yeah, it's not showing me anything with her.
It might because it's a rare book. It's not. I'm surprised that I found it.
Wow.
But
I don't know.
yeah,
Maybe I can
it's
just
on
keep.
Amazon. But I did digitize it. I might put it up as a file. I'm not sure if I can figure out how to do it because I did digitize it because I want to go through it.
Okay.
Because she goes all the way back to 1597 with the English Poor Laws, and then 16 on the common laws, and then the 1900s about all states passed laws establishing legal responsibility of parents to support their children, and then she goes through a whole big timeline about what president certain things were passed under. Really interesting book.
Mm.
Really interesting book about child support. But you start looking at it from a policy standpoint. You can see how them shaping policy had an effect on divorce, birth rate, and all that other stuff, just by changing the policy.
Yeah, that's what I'm. After getting over the emotions of it, I'm more interested in the the politics of it.
Yeah, yeah. They pass a law. They pass a law, and it has an effect for a desired effect. They want a desired effect. They want children. They want women to have children. But the thing is, how do you pay for them? So, but first it was under the socialist AFDC system, the government paid for them. But and the burden on the men was minor. But the thing is, they started offloading more of the burden on the men onto the father. And then they start passing, because of computers, they start passing laws to basically enforce it.
Mm. Man, that's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's how come they've never had a more effective male contraceptive. There won't be no babies born if the males have anything to say about it.
So the the Ibmore and the MGTOW thing is, did they predict that this would happen, or it just kind of took a move on its own?
I think Ibmore and MGTOW are more reactionary. Okay, in other words, the government and women have the government has made a move. How do we counter that move?
I guess do you think the government pretty much predict that this would happen?
They can't within certain parameters. Yes. No, they didn't predict that it would happen. It's like they put in a policy it's like anything else. They put in a policy that they'll think that work, and it works for a minute, but they don't know what the effect is going to be 20 years from now. Same thing when they put in feminist policies. They thought that women would accept their roles as head of households, and then women didn't want to do it. So after 40 years of passing all these policies, you find out that it doesn't work. So you got to try something else.
So now that we have MGTOW and Ibmore, I mean, where do you see the future with this going?
Eventually, people think it's going to collapse. I don't think it's going to collapse. I think the government and women will cave in long before that. They're already ready to cave in anyway. It doesn't take very many, because they see it picking up speed, and they already know that the policies are unfair. And women know when they've raked men over the coals, that shit's unfair. They know that, but they don't care. They don't care. They only care when it affects them. If as long as you're working and paying them money, they can see you sleeping on the bench. They don't care. They really don't.
You know what? I've actually seen that. I was I'm here in Austin, Texas, and I was outside of a Whataburger, and they had a homeless brother, and they had church sisters just walk past him, as if he was just nothing.
Yeah.
It just, you can just see the lack of compassion.
Yeah, they don't care. He's a man. They don't care.
It just, I see that, you know, they look at you as a man, but they don't realize that you're still a human being too. You know.
You don't have any. They don't see you. You're invisible because you don't have any use for them. You're not material that they can use.
Wow.
You know, I mean, there's the odd woman here or there that's gonna care for you, or care. Look at you with pity, but for the most part, they don't care.
Yeah, they deal with you, you know, in a very callous manner. I remember when I was married, and this around the time my brother, man, he you know, he passed away, and you know, I really took it hard, you know, and I remember her words, man. She told me, she said, "Well, I don't see what's the problem. Why you feeling the way you're feeling? You read the Bible, you know. You should just basically just get over it, you know." And I'm like, how could you say something like that?
Because you're a man. If it was a woman, can cry her eyes out for a year, and they wouldn't say nothing. You're a man. Get over
I
it.
mean, but that's weird though.
No, it's not. Well, it's weird. It's how old are you? I mean, just if you don't mind me asking.
I'm 34 years old.
Okay, you don't know. Okay, that was normal for me growing up. You know, I'm 57. That's normal for me. They don't care. They don't care.
I mean, even though my brother passed, you know, my brother had mental issues. He had autism, and you know, so me growing up with him, you know, dealing with this, you know, it just, I took it extra hard. I mean, I'm you know, I would take it hard, you know, either way it go, but you know, just you know,
it's your brother, yeah, of course.
But she was looking at me like, you know,
get
what's
over
the
it.
problem?
Yeah, get over it. Get over it and get back to work.
I just, at that moment, I said, man, there's no way this woman is capable of loving me.
Well, the thing is, that's what I try to get brothers out of. That's what I try to brothers out of, and that's first thing. Every video I do about women, and what do I always say? They do not love you the way you love them.
And you're right. You absolutely. I learned it the hard way though.
You experienced it. Well,
yeah.
You took it to heart because you know what I'm saying is true.
Yes.
Because you've seen it. I've learned it the hard way myself. Because I thought a woman, they claim, you know, I had what the mother of my children. It took me a long time to figure out that she actually does love me. Okay, it took me a long time because her actions didn't show it, right?
Wow.
And I could never figure out, how can you say you love me and you do and you stab me in the back? I said, I don't understand. How can you do that? How can you do that? Because to a man, it doesn't make sense, right?
Yeah, I mean, I would be up sometimes, man, just trying to figure it out because it just, you know, it wasn't making sense. I'm like, you know, and mind you, you know, I have faults, you know, but brother, I have been, to the best of my knowledge and my ability, bro, I've really been good to this woman.
Yeah.
You know, she was 11 years older than me.
Mm-hmm.
This during the time when I was around what, 27, 28, round up in that time.
Mm-hmm.
And she had 4 kids already. You know, in fact, the one of her oldest boy, me and him was almost close to the same age.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
Yeah. So, you know, her youngest boy, me and him, we had a lot of problems. You know, he had problems with his dad. He came down from, I think it was South Carolina, because his dad could no longer deal with him no more. So this during the time when me and her, we moved together. Okay. It was like 6 months. We were like dating each other like for 6 months.
Okay.
And you know, she wanted to move in. I didn't want to move that fast, but it was like what happened was she was staying with her son. And he was moving out, and she was like, well, I have nowhere to go. You know, if you're my man, you know, you would want to.
You're going to take care of me.
Yeah, and I'm just like,
And he had to make a choice. Yeah, we all been there. Yeah.
So I was like, all right, cool, all right, fine. You know, go ahead, let's move together. So she moved in, bro. She moved damn near all my stuff out,
Yeah.
and move everything. I started seeing all the pictures of her family, and I'm like, wait a minute, what is this?
Mm-hmm.
You know, this is a little too much. You know, you got all your pictures of your kids on the wall, all your pictures of your family.
Yeah.
And I'm like, where is my stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, man, it's just.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh man, that relationship, bro. I tell you, man, that's oh brother, that has been a relationship for me, man.
Yeah.
I done went through all kind of emotions with that, bro.
Oh yeah. Well, things you got into it wrong. You know, that's the
Yeah,
first step.
yeah.
But you realize that now. I don't have to tell you
Yeah.
that. The deed's already done. You got into it wrong. You realize that now. Because now you look. Isn't it funny how you look back and you say, "Oh, I should have seen this. I should have seen this.
You
I
know,
should have seen this."
I don't want to give myself an excuse. What was going on at that time? You know, my mother, she has multiple sclerosis.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, during that time, man, you know, and along with my brother, he had autism, and so I was kind of caretaker for both of them.
Mm-hmm.
And what happened was, you know, with MS, it tends to, you tend to kind of deteriorate. You know, your body don't function the way it should after a while. And so what happened was my mother, it was to the point she had to go inside of a nursing home. I mean, there's certain things I couldn't do for her that, you know, she was only able to get the care where she was.
Mm-hmm.
And then so when she went, my brother had to go into the group home because I had to work. You know, so I couldn't. You know, my brother had basically, he was severely autistic.
Okay, you couldn't take care of him.
Right, he pretty much had the mind of a 3-year-old.
Okay.
You know, so I couldn't leave him here at the house by himself. So I had to get him inside of a group home. And so all these changes going on at one time, man, it just caused me to really be depressed, you know. And so here I have this woman in my life, and I kind of wanted comfort, bro. That's all the thing I wanted, and that's what, you know, egged me on to have her to move in with me, is just having that comfort. And I tell you, the whole thing just backfired.
Of course, yeah.
You know, because she's looking at it like, why are you feeling like this? If we don't go out to eat anymore, we don't go out to the movies. She don't clearly see what's going on, that I'm actually going through depression. I lost, you know, not really lost my mother, but the situation how it, you know, end up.
Right.
And she was just, she just couldn't understand why I'm feeling like that.
Yeah. Yeah. Because she got with you for another reason.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was about her. It wasn't about you. In fact, the mother of my children, she told me that. She said, I didn't get with you for you. I got with you for me. I said, yeah, I know. I said, yeah, I know.
And you know, boss, I mean, after going through that ordeal, man, it just got me to the point in my life. I mean, I really just want to be alone.
Yeah.
You know, I cannot do it no more.
I feel you. I said the same thing. So, what you're not getting, what you're getting back is not worth it. And, you know, what you're putting out. That's all it is.
It's not, bro. You know, I mean, if I'm out there, you know, still dealing with depression, I'm trying to work. You know, she's constantly giving me drama about every little thing. You know, and I'm just, and I'm like, God, you know, please, you know, just chill, you know. And it seemed like this woman had to fuss about something. You know, I might well leave a dish in the sink, and she'll hit the fan over that. And I couldn't understand, you know, what was really going on. Like, why? I mean, I can understand some people are just, you know, neat freaks. But when I met her, where she was living at, she was everything but a neat freak. But when she moved in with me, all of a sudden, you can't even have a piece of dust, you know what I'm saying, just out of the wrong place, and she just hit the fan. And I'm like, what is going on?
You basically become a child to her.
You know what? And that's how she was treating me, and I couldn't understand that. I used to ask, why are you treating me like a child?
Yeah, you're 11 years younger than she is. Yeah.
But I mean, and I'm like, how you didn't figure this stuff out? you know, before you moved in, before we made this commitment. I'm like,
because it's not a logical thing. It's an emotional thing.
And then she turns around and blame me. Well, you know, you the one that, you know, kept pursuing me and this and that. And I'm like, wait a minute, what?
Rewriting history, of course. Yeah. It's not, yeah, of course. Because emotionally, because the emotions change, and her view of the world changed when her emotions change. It's the way it is.
Wow.
Yeah.
And no matter how many times we have a disagreement, bro, she's never wrong. Never wrong, bro.
Yeah, well, that's a black woman.
And I asked her, I asked her good. I said, out of all these disagreements me and you have had, how is it possible you're right in all of them?
Yeah.
And then I asked her, I said, so are you perfect? She's like, no, I'm not perfect. Well, then that's contradictory because, I mean, every time we have a disagreement, you're always right. And I'm like, that's not humanly possible if you're admitting that you're not perfect. You make mistakes. You know, so is it possible you could have made a mistake and thought you was right in these situations, but really wasn't? And that just flew over her head. And I just realized at that moment, it just, you know, having a try to have a logical debate with her, that's pretty much a losing battle.
It was a waste of time, yeah.
Yeah. And I just, you know, after battling now for almost 2 years, man, you know, I just say, you know, I just cannot do this no more. Because I mean, the relationships that I've been in, it basically have this same theme, and I'm like, why am I keep running into women like this?
Because we guess all women are like that. Okay. I mean, at their core, they're gonna have variations, but at their core, they're like that. It's like men. You know, every guy you know is basically like every other guy.
Right.
Well, I mean, you have differences, yeah, different interests and difference like that, but at their core, you know, you could basically, you know, if a hot woman walks by, you know, unless if all the guys are straight, 10 out of 10 heads are gonna turn and say basically the same thing, right?
Right.
Men accept that. Okay. Well, not all the women no, we're not saying that all women are exactly the same. That's not what we're saying. But there's certain things that all men share. There's certain things that all women share. And what we're trying to do to figure out is eliminate the things that they have in common. Okay, we expect them to do this. We expect them to do this because this is what women have in common, and that's all we talk about.
Right.
And what I've noticed is that the very woman that says that she's not like that, guess what? She's more like that than the rest of them.
Yeah.
You talk to them 5 minutes and have them explain it to yourself, and you find out she's just like the rest of them.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, oh my goodness. Yeah, because it's like I said. I mean, I was asking myself. I'm like, man, is it your decisions that you're making? I mean, because I honestly I never really went out, you know, for the you know, like, you know, the sluttier type of women. You know, I try to, you know, keep, you know, when I approach a woman, you know, I like her to be kind of moderate. But I notice it don't matter if you deal with a slutty one.
No.
Or one that go to church. It seems like it's still,
they're all like that.
Yeah, bro.
It doesn't matter if they're on welfare or they make 7 figures. And culturally, with black women, they share a whole lot of stuff.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. That's how come, because guys wonder how can you talk to a girl that's on welfare or a street woman and talk equally the same way to equally to a woman that's making 7 figures, because basically underneath all that they're both the same. One has a little bit more education, a little bit more sophistication. It's smoothed out. You know, it's like wood. Okay, you can have rough wood and you can have smooth wood, right?
Right.
But it's still wood underneath. Or just one has been smoothed out a little bit and dressed up so it looks better, but it's still wood underneath. And like I said, when women argue, I laugh at them and say, stop being a woman for a minute.
But see, like it just this is what I noticed too. You know, like like I mentioned earlier, this young lady that was from Sudan, and
Hmm.
I worked with her, and I noticed just as a as a black woman, you can really see the difference in mindset. Because I remember one time, she worked in the janitorial department inside the hospital, right? And she what happened was she walked over this guy's floors because he was like waxing the floors or whatever, and she walked on his floors and messed his floors up. But what I found interesting, bro, she was so apologetic, and she was willing to buy the man lunch to show that she was sorry for walking on his floors like that. Now, imagine a sister today. I don't see that a kind of apologeticness, this, just that whole attitude. When they mess up, bro, it's almost like, oh well, deal with it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just what I've noticed, the the difference with that. Um, like, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. Basically, um, if you want to, if you want to deal with them, you just have to learn how, and you have
Right.
to learn. You have to be able to accept uh, the stuff that's going to come back to you. Okay, there's if you're going to deal with a woman, there's certain stuff that you're just going to have to put up with. Okay,
Right.
are they going to be illogical? Yes. Are they going to be emotional? Yes. Okay. There's certain things that they are just going to do. I remember a friend of mine. He got divorced after being married like 25 years,
Wow.
and we used to chuckle because he started, like I said, after about he got his divorce, finally started dating, right?
Hmm.
And start telling me about who he was dating. I said, okay. He said, she's gonna try to build a nest in your house, right? He didn't believe me. And then he said he started dating her. He said he looked up and she had like 3 pairs of shoes, and she had a couple of outfits in her in her in his room. She even had clothes hung up in his closet, right?
Wow.
I said, okay, dude, she building a nest in your house. And so he said he put it in a box and packed it all up and gave it to her. She got mad. And he said if we date him, he don't let nothing stay.
Wow. Wow.
This is what they do.
So he was doing it. He wasn't. I mean, she was doing it, and he wasn't even aware of it, basically.
She wasn't really conscious of it. It just made sense to her. She wasn't conscious of it. It's like she just planned to move in. It just made sense to her. Emotionally, it made sense to her.
Wow.
She was just doing it. And when he wouldn't let it stay there, it upset her. She didn't even know why it upset her. A lot of stuff they do, they don't know why they do it. It's like asking a 3-year-old why. Okay, why did you spill that stuff on the floor? It's silly to ask a 3-year-old why he did it. Okay.
That have to be some truth to it, because I noticed when I would ask them, why did you do this, or why, I get the same answer. I don't know.
They don't know. But the
I'm
thing
like,
is, you're just asking to. See, you're not asking. When you do that, you're not asking for an answer. You're asking so that they can be aware of it. You know they don't know, but you're making them aware of it.
well, at one time I didn't know that they didn't know.
Okay, yeah, yeah. Well, I didn't either. I had to find out. I had to find that out too. I always think. I said it doesn't make sense for them to, and then find out it doesn't. It's emotional.
Well, because they're not very introspective.
It's okay. Your hormones and all this stuff has a big effect on how you perceive the world. Okay. If you know anything about Gnosticism, well, basically your conscious mind is only aware of like 1% of what's going on with you, because everything else is on automatic. It's an automatic response, and the only thing you're aware of, your awareness comes through feelings. Okay, through sensations. Okay, if you feel pain, or you don't, ever had something wrong and you just don't feel right. There's no pain, but it's just something it's like a feeling that you get that something's just not right with you.
Yeah.
And then you go to your doctor and find, okay, this is why, blah blah blah. You don't quite feel right.
Yeah.
Okay. There's an underlying condition, but your body can't transmit that to your mind exactly that this is going on in your gut or whatnot. You just don't feel right. So it comes through feelings. Like 99% of your sensation comes through feelings. And then that 10%, it's 10%. That 10% is supposed to focus on that and find out what's the logic behind it. Okay, women don't, because of their emotions, because of their hormones, they feel a lot more. So they use logic a lot less because the feeling interferes with that logic. Now, if you can stop them from feeling for a second and look at it cold, okay, they can be just as logical as men is, but you have to have them shut down that feeling for a second.
And how do you do that?
It depends on the woman. If you can get her to stop and put herself, the first thing I would say is you acknowledge, because she's going to fight you on this. You acknowledge that she's a woman and she's going to be emotional.
Right.
Okay, that puts her on the defensive already. Because the first thing she's going to feel is, just because I'm a woman, I'm not emotional. And so I acknowledge that you're emotional and you're a woman and you think through emotions. She's gonna think, well, I don't think through my emotions, but I'm gonna have you set that aside for a second because I know that's the way women are. You think through emotions. I'm gonna ask you to put that aside for a minute and think logically. In other words, you're invoking that masculine out of her, invoking that logic out of her. And once you do that, then she can kind of tune in to what the logic is, and then you walk her through the logic steps.
So in other words, you making her more aware that
right,
she possibly can think emotional.
Yeah, she's feeling instead of thinking, so you're making her think instead of feel.
Oh.
And that way you would get more more out of her as far as logic is concerned. And it also depends on whether it's your relationship with it, whether it's a very short-term relationship like somebody you just meet on the street, or it's a longer-term relationship where you're involved with her as like a coworker, a friend, or even a partner, because a lot of other things can get in the middle of it, like the need to be right can get in the middle of it. Because she has an emotional attachment to you. If she doesn't have an emotional attachment to you, then it's not that hard. You can get her to think logically because you're trying to solve a problem. And she can kind of push it aside for a minute because she doesn't have any strong feelings about you, per se. And then you can get her to think logically. But if she's a partner or a friend or a coworker or something like that, what you have to do is walk her through the logical steps. And then basically challenge her, challenge her in a certain way, because she's gonna think you're wrong, and she'll walk away still thinking she's right. But the thing is, when that situation comes up again, she's gonna be aware of it, because she's gonna say that you're wrong and she's right. And when she walks through those steps again, say, well, wait a minute. If I do this, then I'm gonna prove him right. And she'll stop the behavior just so that she won't have to be embarrassed and say that she's wrong.
Wow.
But it depends. It just depends on how hard they set their feet. Sometimes they can set their feet so hard. Because I've had girlfriends, man, come up 2 years later and say you're right.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I finally figured out what you were trying to tell me all those years ago.
Wow.
Basically, what she's saying, I thought you were wrong and you were full of shit, until I came up on a situation and I had to use it and figure out, oh, you're right. I get that all the time. I got that from my fiance after I left. I left her because I really loved the girl. Smart girl, very beautiful girl. She had issues, but issues that she wasn't willing to let go. And of course, since I was her mate, she loved me, but she couldn't figure out why, and that really pissed her off. I was a regular guy. She's used to dealing with guys with more money because she's a really pretty girl. And I wasn't that guy. And she wanted, well, if you're not that guy, I don't want to be with you. Well, I mean, basically, I said, fuck you, don't be with me. Okay.
And speaking of that, you know, adding to that, is it really, you know, truly about the money? You know, is it, you know, because I listen to Sergeant Willie P too.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and you know the brother, he has a lot of, you know, good information and things, and I definitely respect a lot what he say. And I know there's one thing he mainly talks about, you know, before getting with a woman, you gotta have the money, you gotta, you know, have the groundwork laid down. I mean, you know, I want to get your perspective on that too.
If you want, okay, it's about the money. If you want, if you want a certain lifestyle and you want a certain amount of power and control in a relationship, because Sergeant Willie Pete said, I want a fine chick, you know, I want an 8, 9, or 10. I want her to do what I say, and I want her to shut the fuck up. So you got to have a lot of money. Okay. You're gonna have to have some cash. You want the baddest chick, you know. You want her educated. You want her smart, and you want her to shut the fuck up. Okay, yeah, that's asking a lot. You better have some jack to do that. You better have a whole lot of jack, especially for a black woman, because she's gonna have some mouth.
So from what you're saying, is that the goal? You know, is that the way to go?
If that's what you want, yeah, it's always better if you have money and have resources. It's always better if you have money and have resources, and it's easier to find a woman that's willing to go along with your program if you got money and resources. She doesn't have, she can't do any better. But it's a lot harder to find that chick that's ride or die for you because of you. That's gonna be that 1 in 100 or that 1 in 1,000.
Because he believes that black women should practice hypergamy, and and looking at the Ibmore community and MGTOW, they're kind of they're really against that.
No, they're not against it. They're saying that's what they do. They're not against it. One way or the other. That's just what they do. That's what that's what MGTOW says, or Ibmore says. That's what they do. Even when they say they're not doing it, that's what they do. They practice hypergamy. They're gonna practice hypergamy. If you listen to Chris Brown's song "Loyal," with "These hoes ain't loyal," that's why I played it, because it is hypergamy. And he's not saying it in those words. He's just saying is, I'm a rich nigga and I took a broke nigga's bitch. Basically, what is he saying?
Yeah.
How can if she's loyal to him and she doesn't practice hypergamy, how can I pull her with the cash that I have?
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
You couldn't if she didn't practice hypergamy. If she was loyal, like a man would be, then no, you couldn't pull her. Because a dude, even the worst dude can be going with an average chick, and a 10 could walk by. Now he's gonna want to walk over to talk to her, but he's not going to just drop that woman that he's with and walk over and be with that woman. He might try to figure out how he can sneak around and get her on a rebound. But he's not going to just, okay, if that's his woman, he's been with that woman, he's not going to just jump up and get pulled by a better looking woman. It's not going to happen. Not in front of her like that.
See, they have a brother, I don't know if he's still up on YouTube anymore. I think his name, I think he may have changed his name, but his name was The Last Crucible or something like that.
Yeah, he's still there. It's Sir Crucible now.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he made a video about that, women are savages or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he really talked about how, men operate in the realm of loyalty, honor, and duty, and women don't.
No, they don't. No, I mean that. Well, not. It's not that they don't. It's that they don't do it for their mate. They do it for their children.
Right.
A woman is loyal to her children basically until death. If he goes to prison, she's the only one that's going to write him. She's the only one that's going to talk to him. She's the only one that's going to send him money. Because that is her child and that is who she is loyal to. For the most part, I'm not saying every woman is like that, but the 95% of women are loyal to their children. Even the most evil, heartless women in the world are loyal to their offspring. They just are. That's who they're loyal. They're loyal to their nest and they're loyal to their offspring. They are not loyal to you. And men don't understand it. Men understand that if I've been loyal to you, you'll be loyal to me back. That's what we understand. They don't understand that.
What about like the Arab cultures? Like, are they women loyal to them, or is just
their culture enforces it? No, they're not. They're just women, just like any of them, any of the rest of them. But the thing is, the culture forces them to be that. Because that's what they're finding out with the Syrian refugees, right? Because the Syrians are basically Arabs, right?
Right.
And the refugees are coming over, escaping the war with their husbands, right? And as soon as they get over, guess what they're doing? They're divorcing him and leaving him.
Really?
Yes. But Terry Flinging Monkey talked about that.
Huh.
You change the environment, and there's those social pressure to keep you together. Because 9 times it's an arranged marriage anyway, and they don't have any loyalty for you for that man. We got over here. He paid thousands of dollars to get him and his family out, and you get here, and guess what? You take the kids and you run off. He ain't got no family no more. He done paid all that. He's broke because he got his family. He paid to have his family sent to Europe. As soon as she gets here, guess what she does? She takes off because now she has a system that will take care of her without him.
Wow.
Yeah, she's not loyal to you. And the thing is, that's who they are. So the thing is, just like I was saying earlier on the podcast, on the cast, on the hangout. I said, you can't, if you get in a cage with a lion, what's going to happen to you?
You're gonna get tore up.
He's going to eat you, right?
Yeah.
Can you get mad at the lion for eating you?
No, you really can't.
Okay, because that's what they do. That's what women do. You can't. So the thing is, and that's why I go through make all these videos, and it's funny, but I'm trying to let men know this is who they are. So you can get mad, but it's not going to do any good. This is who they are.
So like when you made that video, the esoteric,
female nature.
Yeah, like esoterically, how does that apply? Explaining more women's nature as you just said that's just how they are.
Mm-hmm.
Well, esoterically, how would you be able to explain?
If it's a bacteria, what is if it's a bacteria which is basic feminine? What is a bacteria's main objective? To basically eat, gather material, and do what? Reproduce, right?
Right.
Its duty is to reproduce. And if it runs across an environment it can't handle, it's supposed to adapt and reproduce so that its offspring can live, right?
Right.
That's what it does, right? And you follow it right on up the chain. A woman's no different. It's about her offspring. Her offspring is the most important thing to it. My mother is almost 80 years old. You know the most important thing to her, most important person to her in this world now? My grandson, her great grandson, is the most important thing to her. Because that is a piece of her offspring.
So like, again, Arab cultures, and and I'm a big Bible reader. When you see in biblical culture, it can come off misogynistic, but it's almost like it's almost necessary.
Yeah, basically it is. It is. You basically you teach you develop the men to have honor, to respect laws, um, respect their commitments, all that stuff. All that stuff because those are the boundaries that hold the society together. Those agreements. And you allow women to do what they do best, which is be selfish and nurture the children, because you want the best children, all that attention and all that love and attention, and to go toward those offspring, so you can develop the best offspring. So as long as it works like that, it's fine. But the thing is, you have to keep that nature that she has from getting out of control.
Yeah, because that's what I noticed. With the biblical theme, they're about keeping female nature at its boundaries.
Yeah.
And for a long time, even reading it, I couldn't understand why it's like that. Though, but over the years, I'm able to see. Okay, well, that makes sense. Why, is mainly because not understanding it, and like the way you're breaking it down. It can come off misogynistic, but the thing is necessary to keep boundaries on.
Right. Yeah. Female nature. It has to be controlled. I think in one of my podcasts, one of my videos, I was saying that if you look at it, if you look at it esoterically, and you look at Star Wars esoterically, okay, the dark side of the Force is female nature. It's wild, it's uncontrolled, it needs discipline. What do the Jedi do? What do they focus on?
They focus on discipline.
Discipline. Control your emotions. Don't get angry. Don't get upset. Stay focused. Otherwise, the dark side will consume you. Right.
Right.
If you don't control the dark side will control you. And once you start down that path, it's going to control your destiny. And that's why sometimes the Sith or the dark Force users can be more powerful, because they wield more power, because they're taking the wild, untamed power, unrestrained power, and unleashing it, so they can be more powerful. But the thing is, it eventually consumes them. That's the only thing bad about the dark side of the Force. It consumes you, because ultimately, if you don't put control on it, it will eat you alive. It will control your own destiny. So the Emperor goes from a senator, and he practices the dark side of the Force, and he becomes an evil emperor. It consumes you, because ultimately it can't. If you don't focus, it will control you. Whereas masculine nature is about form, about control, about honor, and all that stuff. And in the dark side of the Force is not about that. Women aren't about honor.
I don't know if it was you. I don't know what brother made a video about because females, especially in Western in Western culture, because they don't have limitations and things of that nature, even is causing them to be unhappy.
Yeah, because basically if they're unrestrained, it's not all of them. I mean, some of them grow up with discipline, and they have very decent lives because they're disciplined. But it causes them to be unhappy because nobody can live around them, because they don't know how to be honorable. They don't know how to have manners within their relationship. They can do it out in the street. They can do it within on their businesses, but in their own relationships, because it's unrestrained, they can't control it.
Wow. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
If she's gone, it's kind of rare, but sometimes sometimes you can see female athletes. Sometimes, not always, but sometimes you see female athletes get along with men better because they're taught to have an honor system. They're taught that they have to sacrifice. They're taught that they have to suffer to get better. So they've been basically they've gone through manhood training by being athletes.
That makes sense.
Because if you've ever had friends, a female that was an athlete as a friend, you notice there's something different about her.
You know, you're absolutely right. Yeah, I find yeah, you're right. Actually, I find myself have you know, we're able to have really good conversations. You know, turn into confusion.
Right.
You know, you're absolutely right.
Yeah, they've gone through the training, even though they're still women and they're still going to be emotional. It's still going to slip in there. But I'm saying is they've had training to kind of combat some of that stuff. But that's another reason why women don't like sports, though.
Yeah, I had this one female friend back at home. Well, you know, I had a few of them. I was just cool with, what not like anything going on. But this one particular one, you know, we were real good friends. And come to find out, you know, that's another thing. She grew up around a lot of men. She pretty much was a tomboy, and you know, me and her really had a good friendship. You know, I mean, you know, never had any confusion going on. You know, no, nothing crazy, man. Just good friends. You know. Yeah, and she was an athlete. You're absolutely right.
Yeah. Oh yeah, because I've that's how come I put all my daughters in sports.
That makes sense.
Yeah. So they can learn some kind of discipline and sacrifice. And when my daughter found out that she does, just by her being in sports, she does get along with men better.
Wow.
Men seem to gravitate to her a little bit more, basically because she understands them. Because she's played with them. I did it out of other reasons. I said because she liked boys, and it's easier to instead of her going out and seek them, just put all the boys around her. If she's playing on a team, she's gonna be around all the boys she can handle.
And the thing is, with that, I bet you she get more respect out of guys, you know, than anything. Just the mere fact, you know, she able to show that she's able to relate to them.
Yeah. And it gives them, you know, when she was younger, it gave them something else to do. Instead of sitting there kissing, they could say, well, why don't we go out and play basketball or go out and run or something like that. They had other things to do.
You know what? I think there was some of the ills in my past relationships is just pure boredom. You know, because, you know, after you go out to the movies so many times, you go out to eat so many times, you know, I mean, you know, you're at home most of the time. You know, after a while, it's just nothing else to really do.
Yes, that's true. That's very true. It does get kind of tiresome. But the thing is, it depends on your personality. Okay. You almost have to, especially for a woman, you almost have to basically study her, and study what she thinks and stuff like that, and be able to relate to her. That's why I tell a lot of guys, if you wanna be with more women, you have to study what they do. Not everything, but you have to have enough study about what they do and what they like, so that you can be conversant with it. So, because all my girlfriend, well, I learned that because I had an older woman when I was really young. Like when I was like 23, I think my girlfriend was in her 40s.
Wow.
And but because we were like soulmates, we were related, and I learned to take an interest in. I learned to be conversant. Like since she was in her 40s, we would talk about her period. We talk about what her body goes through. Talk about a whole bunch of things. And I just asked questions. She would tell me. So we got conversant, right, about that. So you know, you start reading about this stuff since you have to deal with it, right? So
Mhm.
so all my other relationships, it was easy to talk to women, but guess what? I knew what to talk to them about. I just talked their language. You know, they talk about their period. I talk about rhythm with them. I said, well, you know what? Let me hit that acupuncture spot and the acupuncture spot, and you take a couple of Midols or a couple of aspirin, and we can kind of relieve that period. And all kind of stuff you talk to them about. You know, if they like, if they're into hair, you talk about hair. You know, that kind of stuff. It just depends. You know, it just depends because 80% of the time it's about her.
Let me ask you this: since you're a guy, you seem to be well versed with a lot of things. How does women, when they interact with you and they see your intelligence, what kind of reaction do you get out of them?
Uh, um, it depends on the woman. You know, depends on the woman and what she's looking for. If the
Oh,
woman, if the woman, if she doesn't think that she's that smart, she's gonna seek a guy that's smarter. Um,
okay.
yeah,
Let's say a fairly educated woman. She
no,
got the
no.
degree.
Okay, she's a fairly educated woman, and she's looking for her counterpart. Okay, she's looking for her counterpart. Um, hmm. What? I'm telling you, women basically are looking for people that are interested in what they're interested in, and basically, I'm basically interviewing them. And if you have because if you're widely read and you have a wide breadth of knowledge, and she talks about something and you pick up on it and you start conversing her with it and said, okay, he gets me because he's talking about what I'm interested in. And he's conversing enough to where he can keep up with me. And the stuff that I don't know, I ask questions about it, and that gets her deeper into the conversation, and that kind of pulls her in.
Hmm.
Says, "Oh, he really knows what he's talking about, uh, uh, and he's smart." And all you're doing is talking about what they want to talk about.
I guess what I'm asking, do since you're able to do that,
Hmm.
you find yourself have they kind of garner a more respect for you as opposed
Uh,
to any other guy on the street that really don't study, that really don't know anything.
right, yeah, yeah, yeah. Because the more the smarter you are, what I think smart guys make a mistake of is they talk about what they think is important because they're smart.
Mm.
Okay, instead of using your intellect and your smartness to be able to relate to them. In other words, you expect you're trying to most guys that are smart are trying to bring her up to where he is, right? Instead of coming to where she is, using that intellect to come down. Even a woman that's not very smart, if you use your intellect to come down and relate to her, she's going to be drawn to you because you have the ability to relate to her, and you having a higher intellect, you should be able to do that. The smartest guy should be able to talk to the average Joe on the street if he wants to, because he's smart enough to do it. He should be smart enough to break those concepts down to the average Joe, or he should be able to he should be able to learn what the average Joe learns in a short amount of time, so he can be conversant on what the average Joe knows because he has the ability to learn it faster, right? You would think,
Right.
and that's all it is. If you're a really smart guy, you should be able to learn what she likes a lot faster and then be conversing with her.
Is that the whole goal of being a leader? Because I'm listening to what you're saying. Because before, I'll be like, well, why it have to be all about her? I mean, but if you, as a man, being a leader, and it's not so much her trying to find out about you, but you getting information about her, right?
Yeah, Yeah, because you as a leader, it's up to you to understand the people that are under you,
Got you.
not vice versa.
Got you.
Because you have to understand them because you have to do what? You have to lead them. And you can't lead people that you don't understand. That's
That
why you're
makes
in that
sense.
position. Because that's why you're in that position. Not she gonna do what I say. No, I have to be able to lead you. So to lead you, I have to understand. I have to understand you. In the military, it's a system. So I have to know how the system works. And I know how to talk to you within that system that you understand so that I can get the maximum out of you to do what you want. Same thing with the if you've ever worked, you have a good boss, right? The best bosses are the ones that understand you and know how to get the most out of you. They know when to be strict and they know when to be soft. They know basically they know when, okay, it's not necessary. We can sit back and we can have a cup of coffee and we can sit back and tell jokes because okay, it's leisure time, so I'm gonna get back with my workers, the people that work under me, and we're gonna have a good time. We're gonna sit back and laugh. I learned that being a supervisor where I worked. You know, when I had to supervise when it was rush, you know, during our busy period, they had to make some people supervise, and I happened to be one of them. And I found out if I was a better supervisor and leader if I taught. Because my job, I figured out if my job is to make the job easier for the people that are under me, so that I can get the maximum out of them. So I've spent more time teaching techniques and what with the wealth of my knowledge, so that make their job easier, so that they would trust me and they will work better for me.
Man, you kind of from what you're saying, man. I'm actually getting a whole new perspective on the dynamic, with a man and a woman.
Mm-hmm.
And so is that why they we always hear this thing that women can really